Dee. What's up, my dudes? Happy day 2 of the 100-hour stream week. We had an absolutely scintillating time yesterday. If you were able to join us for all 15 hours. If you weren't, then what the hell were you doing that was more important? Thank you to everybody that tuned in, even for a part of yesterday. We're going for 10 hours today. But right now, chat, we're 15 hours in. 15 flippity doodahs yesterday. Give it up for day 2. Ring the bell. Give it up for day 2. That's how much time we've got left in the stream week. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Yeah! Mogus, thank you so much for the first sub of the day, dude. Thanks for the prime. Enjoy your lack of ads, your bacon, your emotes, and enjoy being part of an elite online gaming community. Ryder, thank you for the 4 months as well. Hell yeah, brother. What's the plan for today? Well, the plan for today is we're going to play a little Football Manager. Then we're going to watch a little Champions League. We're doing a little Champions League watch along right here, right now. So all the drama, all the nonsense, whatever happens, will be here. All the haram of Arsenal, Atletico Madrid, we will be here. Then we're going to help out. Zealandism can't record his isms, so we're going to record his isms for him. And then we're actually going to do a little investigation. We're going to do a little YouTube video investigation. We're going to try and figure out the best player on every World Cup team according to Football Manager. Don't know how that's going to go. If it goes well, it'll be a video. If it doesn't, it'll just be something fun that we ended up looking up. We're going to look up and find out and quantify the best player for each nation on Football Manager in the latest database update. Ollie's bailing that Zealandism out? Yeah, it's ridiculous. He's just full of nonsense, man. He's completely full of nonsense. But again, this is just a 10-hour stream today. So when that says 75 zeros, then that is the end of the stream today. Of course, that means it's a little more than 10 hours because I had the opening soon, like the starting soon screen or whatever up for like 7 minutes. So it's me on screen for 100 hours. You know? Only 10 hours today. Every other stream this week is going to be 15. It's a lot of zeros. It's at least 4. I think I fixed the timer as well. I know it was annoying people that once this went to like one number, there wouldn't be a 0 here. It would just disappear and it would just be like :1 number. I think I fixed that. So, if you were having OCD getting triggered by the fact that this was not set up the right way, I have great news for you. I think I fixed it. That was part of what I was doing this morning that ended up, me starting a little late. My OCD is now pleased. Hi, YouTube. YouTube got 2 separate streams yesterday. Today, YouTube gets just 1 stream. But every other day, YouTube is going to get 2 separate streams. So, good for them. Good for the YouTubes. I was there when Zealand ended his first 15 hours. You were. And I got a solid night's sleep. I think I got 6 hours. I got woken up by my brother making a smoothie, which I can't think of a better way to wake up in the morning. Defender, thank you for the 3 months. Congrats on cooking your bacon. And Drew Bino, thank you for the 21 months. Shout out to the mega streams. Loving being able to watch during my lunch breaks up to Melilla. Appreciate it, my bro. Thank you so much for the prime. Yes, Adler was just ripping a nice healthy smoothie this morning. Happened to wake me up. Santa Davis, thank you for the prime. Welcome to the Hammers. Enjoy the bacon. Enjoy the emotes. Clarky boy, thank you so much for the 14 months. Hell yeah. 14's a nice number. You're welcome. Henri Kessler, thank you for the 66 months. How's the big stream week going? I mean, we're on day 2. Ask me on day 5, but I'm feeling all right now. Just streamed a lot yesterday. Had a solid night's sleep. You know, I had, I'm eating the right amount of food. I'm staying hydrated. Just got to take care of, you just got to take care of myself. You got to take care of myself. Wait, is there something bad about the number 14? I was making a joke about nothing. If there's something actually messed up or bad about the number 14, I don't know it. I'm not making a statement by saying that. I hate numerology, dude. All these random numbers that mean nothing all of a sudden assigned with a ton of importance. I was funny because I couldn't think of anything interesting to say about 14 months. Because it's not a baker's dozen. It's not particularly close to your next Twitch child. It's not, 14's Cruyff's number? All right. I don't know, just the way people are reacting. You never know when the number's been co-opted by something insane. Drone Up, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate the tier 2, dude. Missed it by a day. I was at the wedding, but if you're expecting any May the 4th be with you jokes from me, you're looking in Alderaan places. A- because it ties into the May the 4th holiday. Great joke, dude. Alderaan, of course, being a planet in Star Wars. Not that I would know that. $14 if you're a bit of a racist, not good. Oh, great. But what if you're like completely a racist? Like if you're a bit of a racist, it's not good, but if you're completely a racist, it is good? I'm not going to look this up. Wait, no, you can't see my screen. Never mind. Even worse. 14 is a racist context, is a shorthand reference to the 14 words, a popular white supremacist slogan. Oh, come on. They don't get to own the numbers. Nobody cares, bro. They don't get to own these numbers. I can't mention the number 14 because some babbling idiots decided to write something and then all of a sudden it's their thing. Ridiculous. I'm reclaiming numbers. The number means nothing. It's only assigned the meaning if you spend too much time on the internet and don't know how to talk to people. This is the hill I'm going to die on. We're reclaiming the normalcy of numbers. I don't want to be afraid to say a number because it might mean something bad. It's just a number. The only number that drives me crazy is 67. All right, that's the only one that drives me up a wall. It's all meaningless nonsense. It's all meaningless nonsense. Ban these guys. I got bad news for you. One of those guys is a mod. The 6-7 plague has infected everybody. There is no hope left. Chat, football quiz of the day. Who is the all-time leading goal scorer for the Haitian national team? Don't Google it. That's freaking cheating. If you're a CONCACAF person, you probably know it. Yohan Wissa plays for DR Congo. Close. Not Bellegarde or Isidore. John Haiti. I'm too European for this. One of my CONCACAF boys has got to get it. Francie Perreault is a great guess. Francie Perreault is second. Francie Perreault is second all time. Yes, Duckins Nazon! Papa Doc is a crazy guess. Former dictator of Haiti, by the way. Duckins Nazon is correct. The all-time leading goal scorer for Haiti is Duckins Nazon. Bro's back on 6 hours of sleep. 6.5. 6.5 hours of sleep. Duckins Nazon. He will be at the World Cup, chat. You made that up? No, I'm not kidding. I was hoping Zealand doesn't put together the preview of the Haitian national team. It's Duckins. I didn't know he was actually the leading scorer, but I love Duckins. Duckins Nazon. And Francie Perrault. Has he gone to sleep? Yeah, of course. It's a stream week, so we're streaming 10 to 15 hours every day. Archie Gray is not the leading goal scorer in the history of Haiti. The real hero is Johnny Placide, the goalkeeper. Johnny Placide is going to finally play at a World Cup. You know how happy that makes me? Dior introduced me to this song. H. June. You guys know H. June? The Rust God? H. June's the guy that introduced me to this song. He goes like AFK during Rust tournaments that obviously, when I have the opportunity, I get to play in those Rust tournaments with H. June, like on his team. And he'll go AFK and just play music on his stream. And I had his stream up. And because I was, cutting trees down or something. And he had this song playing on his stream. And I went, that's a banger. And added it to my songs. It was like 4 years ago. You know what's really, really cool? I think one of the guys that was on the team we made the Hidden Grounds about is going to make the World Cup side. For Haiti. He got called up for the March window. One of the guys from Real Hope's going to go. Even though the league literally is not running anymore. Johnny Placide was born the year the Sega Genesis came out. I mean, he's younger than Ronaldo. Johnny Placide's 38. The iconic Haitian goalkeeper is 38. Any Crusader Kings this week? Yes, of course we're playing Crusader Kings this week. We're playing Crusader Kings, Trees Hate You. We're playing Long Dark. We're playing Shadows of Doubt. We're playing Project Zomboid. We're playing all sorts of fun games this week. But before the watch along today, we're playing Football Manager. We are not playing Football Manager for 15 hours, but we are going to play it, before the watch along hits. We are not playing EU5. We are not playing EU5. Yeah, transfer recap. So the problem is we've discovered the transfer history just doesn't count teams or players that are on the B team. And we sold a B team player for like 13 million. I do own Windrose, but I'm not going to be playing it as part of the stream week. Yeah. What's your score prediction in tonight's UCL tie? Oh, we'll get to that. I mean, I don't know. Oh, what is my score prediction? We're going to do a watch along for the entire game, so we don't necessarily need to go crazy now. We've only made one purchase, chat. We obviously added a lot of guys on like deadline day. Not deadline day. We added a lot of guys like at the start of the window. Javier, Bruce Zulu, Andrew Ortega, Ali Hapsalo, Delman Villamil, Zivairo Havacote for $36 million. Second biggest purchase in the history of the club. But, you know, since the turnover to the new season, we've only purchased Joao Aguiar for $16 million. Check the Melilla B transfer history. I tried. It doesn't work. But we signed Joao Aguiar for $16 million. Did you name the new staff? No. But I do need to go through staff stuff today because we've like really struggled to sign guys. I don't like him. Well, he doesn't like you. No, he probably does. He probably does. I feel like he could get along with anybody. We sold Ty Noonan to Anderlecht for $30 million. We got $30 million for Ty. Never play Noonan. We sold Abbas Jahangiri to Real Zaragoza for $20 million. He goes down to play in the second division of Spain. We sold Pong Feng to Al Shabaab for $6 million, our Chinese left back. We sold Joe Rojas to Dumak for $5.5 million with a future sell-on clause. Absolute dub boss man. We said a somber goodbye to Pedro Lopez, who was in the final year of his contract, and moved to Racing Santander for $4.5 million. We sold Alain Gomez, our backup goalkeeper, who we signed as an emergency signing after our backup tore his ACL. So our third string first team goalkeeper, we sold to Ferro Carril Oeste in Argentina. We sold him there for $2.1 million, which is a pretty good deal for a guy that we literally just signed for free. We also sold Santiago Carrasco, the B team animal, to Cordoba for $2 million. Right, he was a tremendous B team player this past year. And now he moves on. And that brings us to Jovica Ilic, who has currently a loan, but will soon turn into a transfer. After 10 matches played, of which he's already played 2, we will get a $37.5 million transfer for Jovica Ilic, turning him into the most expensive sale in the history of the club, once again for a player who has not really played for us. We loaned out Silvio Mustapic. We also sold Tabogo and Como for what I believe amounted to about $14 million because we mortgaged the installments that we had left on Tabogo and Como already. We should not have done that. It was a misclick. We thought something else was going to happen. It didn't happen. But a great success for our B team in signing and developing players like Tabogo and Como to then send on to our first team or send on for a good amount of cash. So great use of the, we ended up with $17 million. It was great. So we have $75 million in our transfer budget. We've got a wage budget of $14 million. And we have one open roster spot without any sales on our team that we can register with about $3 million. We accepted a couple of large transfers for Bongani Van Rooyen. He decided that he did not want to go to Krasnodar or, who was the other team? I don't remember it. Now, it wasn't Anderlecht he was never interested in, but we accepted another deal. Rayo Vallecano. It was Rayo Vallecano. Good memory. It was Rayo Vallecano. 100%. It was a Rayo Vallecano move. Rayo for sure. And he turned it down. It was like 50 million. We ended up rejecting the Anderlecht one because we knew we didn't really want to go there, and Rayo Vallecano gave us more money. So Jean-Marco Villalba's picked up a sprained ankle. He's already on an absolute hot streak with the ankle spraining. Yeah, that's where we're at. We are not too many of our players are being headhunted right now. And we are not in a position where we're struggling to sell too many guys on our team. We're struggling with a few loans, but hopefully we can figure it out before it's too late. Majid Hashemi, I'm very worried about where Majid Hashemi is going to end up. He is under contract till 2036, so we might try to loan him again. Just to see if we can get him... Just to see if we can get him back in stride, you know? We need to get him feeling good about life again. Right? He was out of our team for 6 months, and then we sent him to Turkey for 6 months, and he certainly did not play well. He played 26 matches, scored 9 goals. He didn't show the right stuff, right? And his injury issues plagued him in the 2 seasons that he was our starting striker. Yeah, do you think we want to start exploring that loan option for Hashemi soon? We've got him on an offer out right now. But once that offer out ends, we're going to explore that. 2.3 to $3 million for Kenny Gonzalez. Come on, give me the money. Give me the money for Kenneth Gonzalez. Give me the money. We cannot move Panagiotis Soutsikas. I'm absolutely certain. I'm happy here. You're not going to be registered for selection. Now he goes, interesting. All right, I need to throw him on surplus. Surplus to requirements. Please leave, dog. Please leave. We got 30 million for Ty. How? Don't ask how. We got 30 million for Ty. What's up, Bose? What's up, Congus? Majid's never leaving. Majid never leaving Hashemi. Not a nickname we want to be busting out. Delman Villamil, do we have him? All right, let me go look at the B team. I feel okay with the B team right now. We just have to find a move within Spain for Jose Yanez. Right now, we do not have a move within Spain for Jose Yanez, and that is tricky. That is difficult. Artur Ledesma, Arturo. So we want Arturo Ledesma and the goalkeeper Rodrigo Lira to be the registered foreign players. We want those to be the registered foreign players. Get rid of the not at the club guys. So that helps me focus on who's actually on the B team here. We could also just bring Yasser Mahdi up to the first team. He's learning how to play center back. We could just have him learn how to play center back in the first team. And that would finish our registration. We would have our full team at that point. We sent the guy down to the B team for a year to kind of like learn how to play center back, and then the idea is we bring him back up, but have you ever seen a 6'6" player with 19 jumping reach and 1 heading before? No, but I'm assuming you have, and that sucks. That massively sucks. We have got to get rid of Jose Yanez. It's continuous, right? He has to be here for 2 years. Could we loan him to MLS for a year? It doesn't say continuous. What if he just needs to spend 2 years here? then we're fine. Anderlecht paid $30 million for Ty Noonan. Biggest sale in club history right now. I've had 9 continuous reset for me. Great. All right, we got that going. Let me go to training. We gotta set our coaching training. I don't think I've actually set it. Chris Davies, a brilliant defending tactical coach. Dude, why are set piece coaches so bad at their job, you know? Why are they so bad at their job? Torgiano's better at his freaking job. Miradan, defending technical. Ice Warrior. Gets the attacking spot. Christian Gross. Coles Kendall. Coles Kendall is not a good coach. He's an attacking guy. I don't get it. Why is he not better at, why is his star rating not better? I don't understand. All right, anyways. Sean Derry is a defending workload reducer. Boom. Okay. Riley Shima is an attacking guy. Do that. Okay. Javier Pinola, a defending guy. Do. All right, he helps with both. Joris Dirks is a defending guy who helps with both. I'm assuming he's not the tempo setter either. The tempo setter's Miradan. Shouldn't be. We'll have Miradan cover both. And Joris Dirks takes that, sets the line there. Ah, I see. This guy helps with the possession coaching. This guy does that. This guy does that. This guy does that. Frank Bohr. Captain Watterson helps there. Eric Ramsey does that. And we need somebody that's going to come in and help out with this stuff. Antoine Capinelli. You got to help out with the possession coaching, man. Please. All right, now we got to look at our staff briefly, relatively briefly, and marvel at the fact that Miradan and Ice Warrior are still able to occupy spots on this staff. I am so desperate to get the 4.5 stars at everything in our coaching staff. Desperate. I have to try. I think we just throw, not retiring. I believe it or not, I'm not looking for retiring players, although I appreciate it. That. Lucy Bronze. Really, Lucy Bronze. What do you think she's elite at? Or what do you think she's 4.5 stars at? The other one's Mustafa Ramazan. It's the elite motivating. Motivating, I guess, is just incredibly important. And authority's not, really. I'll take Lucy Bronze. I doubt she'll say yes, but we'll try. These people just use these offers that I send them to negotiate better deals for themselves. We'll take Mustafa Ramazan and Lucy Bronze. Ramazan's already rejected me once. That's never stopped me before. Why would it stop me now? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm doing great. At least I have 22 scouts. You know, I could just not be able to sign 22 scouts. Sometimes it feels like I might never sign more than 22. Like there's only just 22 scouts in the entire world that are interested. Chief Scout. Chief Scout. Chief Scout. My Chief Scout. Chief Scout. Chief Scout. Chief Scout. Joe Shields. My Scout. My Scout. Scout. Tiago Esteval. Please. Uli Moore. Oh, yeah, and I don't want that guy because he sucks. His adaptability is literally so bad. What did we do yesterday? We played 15 hours of Football Manager. And now we are back playing Football Manager. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah, my freaking sports scientist. Barso, I'm sorry. I'm not this determined to get rid of you, but I also am. Because I already got rejected by that one person. We could just promote one of our two other sports scientists to be the head of sports science, or we could try to sign Yori Piegel. What about Tony Strudwick? I might want to just promote one of the guys on my team already. I think Anthony Nicholas could just be promoted. And then we sign one of these other guys. He's head of sports science. He's head of sports science. I'll try to sign Tony Strudwick. If he turns me down, I'm just going to promote somebody. But the only way we get Tony Strudwick on our team and get another elite sports scientist is by doing that. That's the only way. Do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. All right. Yeah, I don't really care about that. Don't really care about that either. It's already set up. All right, B team. You need one more coach. We had one coach turned down moving to the B team. That coach. No way. Those guys are both already on my team. I was like, no way. That dude's also... Okay. Get rid of my guys. I have an open spot to coach on the B team. It should be Dane Clate. Because Dane Clate is elite at working with youngsters and should be a part of the B team. There you go, Dane. Pick it up, Dane. Pick it up, Dane. All right, almost done. Now we got the U19s. We have a few month-to-month guys down here. Our goalkeeping coach, Bakir Arpachi. Our fitness coach, Arthur Hawkede. And we have one coach named Allison. Allison's only competent at working with youngsters, so I feel like Allison's somebody that we should... all of these people are only competent at working with youngsters. So there's just... I have a feeling that we should replace them. I have a sneaking feeling that it's probably not good that they don't like kids. They like secretly punch children when nobody's looking. That just feels... It's not conducive. It's not a helpful environment. Yip Ellenbrook. Okay, is there anybody with like really high rating? No. There's Shunki Takahashi. We already have one guy. Where's Yip? Oh, Andy Parslow. Only average? Yeah, Yip Ellenbrock looks crazy. So I'm gonna go ahead and try and sign Yip Ellenbrock to the U19's coaching staff from Feyenoord. It's gonna be difficult. Gonna be difficult to get him. Erdem Kosh, U19 goalkeeping coach. At least he doesn't hate children. This guy's really good. Either one of these guys, whoever's on a smaller wage, which would be Yuri Rule. I am not going to pay you that much money. I'm just going to sign Erdem Koz. The guy's actually not as good of a goalkeeping coach, but he works with youngsters way better. We're going to give him a much bigger contract so that he can't turn it down, so that he'll immediately just say yes to the dress. Guillermo Soto. Yeah, everybody's got the same rating here, so. The other one would be Lucas Del Campo. These guys are all on teams already, where Guillermo Soto is literally not on a team. And he doesn't hate children. There's a lot of things to like. Unemployed, doesn't hate kids. Sold. Bogdan Armanka. All right, Bogdan. I am in need of a good U19's physio. You are the guy. Training is set up. Good. Training is set. We have offers out for people that will fill the rest of our coaching staff. I feel really good about that. Now let's take a look at some transfers that we might want to take a shot at. Let's take a look at some transfers. Bro has more scouts than I have players. Yeah, but I can't get better. I can't get better scouts now. Evan, thank you for the 59 months, dude. I appreciate you going to the big 6-0. The big 6-0. The 5 years is closing in fast, Evan. We're getting old. Maestro Messi, thank you for the 12 months. Have you talked to Julian? He just had his second surgery. I haven't talked to him after his second surgery.
With my constant FC Dallas
well, I'm keeping up with him. I hope it went well.
I really appreciated you as a creator. From helping me getting introduced and joining the FM community, to your Zealandisms, and your community on Twitch and the Discord. Keep on rocking, Zed.
My what's? Boy Blue, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate the kind words, man. I really appreciate it. Probably the best week of the year. Eddie Eagle, that's very nice. All right, now to transfers. Now that we've got that little staff stuff sorted, which, we needed to get sorted. We already tried to go for a center back. We went for a Mexican center back that decided he would rather stay at Monterrey. There is one center back that we know and like. His name is Douglas Nunez. Or Douglas Nunes. And he is at $63 million on Sunderland right now, which is a tough ask. Man, if you just weren't stupid. We did take the armband from Duran, yes. Yes, we did take the armband from Duran. It felt appropriate. We've given it to Kelvin Mbambo with Angel Cañete as the vice captain. It all went over well. Nobody's upset. It all went over well. Bro, this is not 49 people. Bro, it's I have my transfer interest on. I have a transfer interest on. I'm gonna lose it for no reason. I'm gonna lose it for no reason. There's no reason for me to lose it. I have transfer list sort or transfer interest sort on. We're waiting to see if Andre Guerrero's the truth or not. So we might have a Brazilian wonder kid that we could go after, but the lack of a quality center back, the real lack of a quality center back has been pretty brutal. Douglas Nunes for overlapping center back. I mean, yeah, look, we'd love to do that. But 63 million is a ton of money. Like, it's not an amount of money that we just get, you know. Obviously, I'm not overly worried about, you just get the money back, you know. But he doesn't necessarily have all the stuff that I want for somebody that is like, let me break the bank for this guy, you know? Now we'll set up a transfer room in center back. Transfer loan, roll, overlapping center back. Regular starter. Can we find a quality player at that position? I don't know. We do have a match today, though, chat. We're playing a match. I don't mean to alarm anybody. I probably am. Smeaton, thank you for the 4 months. You see the Hearts game yesterday? No, I did not. But I am emotionally invested, at least in some way, in this title race. Oh, they won. That's why everybody was talking about it. They beat Rangers 35 matches into the season. Do they play Celtics soon? There'll be 3 matches left in the season. They're going to play Celtics soon, aren't they? Last game of the season? Oh, yes. And what's the tiebreaker? Is it goal difference?
Hello chatroom, are we getting thumped today?
I hope not. Why would you speak about that? Why would you speak that into existence? Kelvin Mbambo. Alrighty, Sosa. Oh yeah, he has a bruised head. Let's give Teodor Pizarro a start. We don't need Sosa to play right now. He's got a bruised head. We can start Pizarro. The guy tore his ACL last year, but he's called up to the Swiss national team sometimes and valued at nearly 20 million. The point of having 2 goalkeepers I don't hate is that we don't have to force Sosa to play. In that instance, we don't have to force him to play. Avande, Otero, Cucurella, Van Rooyen, Cañete, Sarai, Sessa. Give me Ortega. Give me an Ortega start with Gerardo and Mbambo and Urbanic. I've done this just about the slowest possible way. The problem is I switched it before, so when I bring him back up here, he's not going to have... Yeah, there you go. I don't think I could have done that less efficiently than I just did it, but we've managed to set the personal player instruction for him. $5-0 shellacking incoming? Dude, I really hope. As long as you're saying for us, as long as you're saying we win by 5, then yes. I think we've got that in the bag. Come on. Come on. I'm like 20 minutes behind. Are there any good players left that are still free agents? No. We checked and trialed a collection of free agents yesterday. But no. Yeah, we won the first game 1-0. It was the least sexy match of all time. It was absolutely the least sexy match of all time. All right, let's go, boys. First match of the season at the Tingus. First match of the season at the old Tingus Pingus. A beautiful day for football in North Africa as a new season has dawned. Home sweet home. First with, Kelvin Mbambo's worn the armband a bunch of times. He is just the full club captain now. It doesn't matter because something in the game code makes the right back lead the team out every time. So, I don't know if you've ever noticed that, but the right back always leads the team out of the tunnel. It's that kind of attention to detail that really makes the difference. Nice. Nice. Oh, that's a good pass. Angel Cañete. Calvin and... Oh! Ortega. Cucurella. Tsurai. Otero. Danny Avande. Nice. Van Rooyen. Lassos the ball. Ruben Gerardo is there. Gerardo! Oh! Yuri Urbanic picking it up where... Dude... Why does that reset all the time? With just no explanation. So my best aerial player ends up taking my corners just because he's great at everything. Oi! Good play. Yuri Urbanic getting involved in a little nonsense right there. Aguiar scores that, by the way. Oh, now we're Joao Aguiar truthing. Yeah, it is a competition. Urbanic and Joao Aguiar. Who's going to be the center forward on this team? Different types of players for sure. My center back is the counterman for corners, and I just can't even change it. He's not even on the list. What do you mean? Like he's one of the guys that stays back? You can like look at the trackers list and then maybe remove him from that and then go the other place. Yeah, I've already taken Gadget. I've already taken my set piece coach off of setting who takes it multiple times, but it just like turns back on or something. I don't know. I'm not familiar with exactly how the bug works, but I know I've taken my set piece coach off of being in charge of the takers list multiple times. Good morning, Father. Good morning. A good morning to you. We are not winning right now, in case anybody didn't notice. Mbambo in his spot to do something dangerous, dude. We have had some really good chances. Aguiar, go. Sessa. Nah. Have Ortega try to make some runs. We'll see if that works with Aguiar dropping in. Van Royen's looking a little not good, too. So we're going to get Miguel Rubio in for Van Royen. Keep going. We're going to get our goals. I'm just making a couple of changes. Miguel Rubio, the Red Rocket, is in there. Joao Aguiar is in there. Mbambo. Putting him under pressure, putting him under pressure. Now we got Cucurella actually taking the corner. Somebody that should be taking the corner. Oh, that's my ball. Nice. Nice. I want to see where Aguiar ends up here. Ortega, Mbambo, Cañete. Beats his man! Let's freaking go, dude. Angel Cañete with a burst of explosiveness. That looked kind of like Villalba's goal. Our defense has been locked down. Our shape's good. Nice. Good ball. Good ball. Mbambo. Kelvin Mbambo driving forward. Mbambo. Ortega! Ander Ortega with his first goal for the club. The free signing from Bilbao, who's already worked his way into the first team. With a tidy finish set up again by Kelvin Mbambo. Never mind, it was a huge deflection. Exactly how they drew it up. Ander Ortega gets the goal. So that worked. He threw himself into the box, and it worked. Calculated deflection, working the angles like a mad scientist, a mad genius. Bring Aguirre in. Move Otero over to the wide center back position. Even though he's not a good passer, he's a little more free and quick over there. Right, I brought in a guy with 20 jumping reach. specifically for this. That looks way too easy, guys. That looked way too easy. Now, Mark plays in the Spanish national team. He plays in this. We know Mark. We're familiar with Mark's game. He plays in the Spanish national team. Mark's got some. Oh, what a touch! What a pass! Yeah, 21st touch, 18 finishing, but just an abominable weak foot. And his weak foot's his right foot. That was all his disastrous weak foot right there. Give the kid, he's been on the team 9 days, all right? He's been on the team 9 days. He's 18. He needs a little paprika. He needs a little seasoning. All right, good service. A good header from Gerardo or Aguirre. Or just a shot. It's a really good shot, but still, even a really good shot from there doesn't score. Aguirre! Oh. Oh, nice play by Sarai. He read that so well. Well played by Ender Ortega. Cañete and Mbambo, ever the lethal combo. Cañete, Ender Ortega again! Look at Ender Ortega! We put him on attacking midfielder and now he's unstoppable. Ender Ortega from Angel Cañete. He's got a surprising quality in front of the goal so far. A lot of comfort in front of the goal for Ender Ortega. And UD Melilla jumps out to a 3-1 lead at home against Racing Day Santander and their superstar forward, Mark. Nice. I like that performance. We learned a lot about Ender Ortega. Make him an attacking midfielder forever. Honestly, Aguiar, we didn't really see him doing a lot of dropping in, but Mbambo, player of the match in his first match as the true captain. You talk about a debut brace for a midfielder, dude? A debut brace for midfielder Ender Ortega? I can't believe they let him go. I can't believe they let him go. He never got into the Bilbao team. He never played one match for Athletic Bilbao in La Liga. He could not break into their midfield. His first ever La Liga match, he scores 2 goals. I'm telling you, I've got the eye. I've got the eye, the all-seeing eye. I could see that talent. Cañete's always looking good, man. Cañete, a boss for 20 million and then him for free is fantastic business. I mean, yeah, it's how we've ended. We've got 75 million in our transfer budget, 14 million free in our wage budget. I mean, you know, we're feeling pretty good overall. We just have, decisions to make about how we want to use this last roster spot, because we do have one last roster spot. Do we want to wait for that transfer room in to give us some answers, or wait a couple of days, check the scouting reports, see if we get a report on this Brazilian kid that might be the truth? San Diego. Okay, good. Professional team for Kevin Castro, go. Jose Yanez, no. Different Castro. Ramon Castro on loan to Adzintna or something. So what do we want to happen in the final 2 weeks of the transfer window? We want to find a solution for Majida Shimi. I don't think that's going to be a transfer. We're going to have to find a loan for him. Rodrigo Lira is now upset. This whole thing just doesn't make any sense to me, man. Wants a new deal to reflect his ability, but I'm just not able to give him the new deal to reflect his ability because he wants more playing time, which I can't give him because he's not the guy. Oh my goodness, we're on a flip. We're on a flip! We're on a flip! Sixteen hours in to the 100-hour stream week. 16 hours. Holla free King Louia. Benevent, do you want him for nothing? Yes. Cool. Sign him. You get him for nothing. Then you pay his $200,000 in wage and I don't. And he doesn't take up a spot on my B team. You take him. He's all yours. Players considering asking for an improved contract. Samba Sar. Samba, I'm going to need you to samba your way into getting better. Reduce chance of losing him. I do want to reduce my chance of losing him. The negotiations got a little heated last time. Yeah, that was my bad. Now they aren't heated. So Boubacar Diatre, easy signing, new contract. Okay. They seem to be. Benevent, we're already working on that. Thanks. Panagiotis Soutsikas. Anybody. Anybody at all. From Majida Shimi. Anyone. Ruben Gerardo goes down with a hip injury. He sustained a significant hip injury that will require a specialist in 3 to 4 months of specialized treatment in order to overcome. We can give him an injection, but then he will be out for 6 to 7 months. That feels a little foolish. Send a specialist, talk to him. Focus on your recovery and getting 100% fit. So, out of our 3-star wingers, Villalba rolled his ankle and is out for the first month of the season, and now Ruben Gerardo has picked up a nasty hip injury and is out 3 to 4 months. This is an incredibly difficult spot Because we are now out, two real star wing players very early here. And that, with it, is going to bring a change. Do, 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 do. The one guy this didn't work with was Mbombo. At least Duran's coming back, you know? All right. I'm just trying to build a formation that's going to end up looking not terrible with this. We could switch to this. This allows us to get Havakote out there and gives us a better offensive punch, considering we're missing some of the offensive juice that we're going to be losing without Gerardo and Villalva. We're going to be almost entirely reliant on him. I mean, we'll have Mbombo and Salvatore Rahman. Yeah, Tactic 2, I love, but the one guy it doesn't really work with is Mbombo. Because, like, I mean, again, Bombo goes here, but the problem is we would want this whole tactic was initially designed to be able to play Avocote there. Gerardo hurt his hip. He's out until the Stone Age, 4 to 5 months. Could drop 2 10s, 1 striker. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. And that gives us Havacote there. Aguiar there. Sarai there. It's a bit of a funky one, for sure. And where do we stick everybody out of possession? So Cucurella is there. He's there. He's there. The question is Havacote. This tactic's going to be absolutely lethal offensively. It's a complete nightmare to play against. Okay, width, standard, creative freedom, fine, keep all in play, yes. Final third, work into the box, dribbling, not encouraged. Shots from distance, discouraged. Crosses, floated, definitely not now, low crosses. Supporting runs both flanks. We're not progressing through the outside the way we do in our other tactics. I've already set that up. Pass into space. No distinction there. All right. All right. All right. Our team is still set. We are readjusting to be able to account for the loss of 2 star wingers. We're going to try this tactic. I'm going to save this selection. Middle. So it takes a while to like get all this set up. So we're going to go middle first team here. And outside of this, we're going to go to our set pieces. Wait, I got to go to my responsibilities and make sure that freaking set piece coach isn't in charge of anything. Okay, set pieces all at the bottom. Handle set piece taker list. Why? Why? I've taken control of it every time. It's mine. You can't have it. They're my set pieces. All right, no Gerardo. Our best corner taker on this side is Zubiaga. Then Yuri Urbanik. Then, for some reason, Panagiotis Soutsikas. I don't like that fact. Then we go to Pargueñas. On this side, Cucurella, Villalba, and Joao Aguiar are able to provide solid service. None of those three guys are available. Yeah, honestly... Then Cañete. Cañete will take it. He's such a good player, he will find the right guy. He will find the right guy. Not Savairo Havacote. He's got incredible size. Javier. We need another guy on that side. It will be Javier, assuming he would be playing at that point. Okay. Aerial threats. Number 1 aerial threat, Danny Avande. 2, Ruben Gerardo. 3, Facundo Aguirre. 4, Majid Hashemi. Have you met Savairo Havacote? I guess he's same level as Salvatore Roman, which is behind Majid Hashemi for some reason. Yeah. Okay, Roman, Savairo Havacote. We've got incredible size in this team. Francesco Sessa, Sergio Otero over Sessa. Yes. That's it. Okay. All right, that, and then recovery defenders. Cañete and Bangani Van Rooyen. And Paul Duran, actually. And Miguel Rubio. I'm going to make sure that we don't end up with those guys back. You normally don't anyways. It's normally fine. But now that I'm in charge of it, I want to make sure that nothing gets messed up. All right, we got 5 days until we play Malaga. Loan offers for Villamil. It's probably the same teams, but I really hope it's a team from Spain. It's not. It's not a team from Spain. Hi, ay, 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 ay. Get that DM that's training as a center back and bring him up. We're thinking about it. It's Nettle with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, my dude, for making 10 people's days. Enjoy the bacon. Enjoy the emotes. S.A. Gomes, Changed Whispers, Surreal Allen, Silvino, Vinny, Total Mug, Propeshka, King Chimera, Ignelis, and Ryan Bat. Enjoy the bacon. Enjoy the emotes. Be sure to say thank you. And thank you for sharing the love, Nettle. Thank you for supporting the stream. A 10 wow salute. And Bullsy, thank you for the 4 months as well. Good luck with the stream. Thank you, my dude. We're cruising right along. Having a rip-roaring good time. All right. Kenny Gonzalez. $3 million for Kenny Gonzalez. It's a bargain deal. It is an absolute bargain. Let me tell you. A bargain. My goodness, we actually signed somebody. Real Murcia have made an offer for Boubacar Diatre, who's already made 4 appearances off the bench for the B team. We can see what that means to his development. No. Robert, this dude is really bad. He stays. Guillermo Sudu is joining the B team. Guillermo Sudu is the fitness coach. So we're going to go ahead and knock him off knock Arthur Hawkhead, the fitness coach that hates children. We're going to go ahead and knock him off that team. We got Lucy Bronze, baby. There we go. There's a first team coach that's going to help. All of a sudden now I can sign coaches. I don't know why I couldn't sign coaches before. Ice Warrior, thank you so much for your service, but you are being sent to the Shadow Realms in favor of Lucy Bronze joining the coaching staff. And we didn't get all of them. I see a couple of coaches that are accepting offers at their old teams. Tony Strudwick staying at Nottingham Forest. Erdim Kos, the under-19s goalkeeping coach of Besiktas. I offered that guy so much more money than he's getting paid there, and he just said, you know what, screw you. But Bogdan Armanka replaces Julia Berger. Thank you, Julia. As a U19s physiotherapist. Very important job, but Julia Berger was not good at it. Okay. Bogdan Armanka. Thiago Estevao has joined, which means we can get rid of one scout. Thiago Estevao. His transfer is blocked. We have to pay $725,000 in compensation in order to get him. The going price for good scouts is absolutely ridiculous. It is preposterous. You know what, T. Little? You're going to keep your job. We are going to get rid of Gianluca Vecchia. Gianluca Vecchi. You don't get a handshake. You're not an actual guy. Thiago Estevao's coming in. Mustafa Ramazan has re-upped with Trabzonspor, but Dane Clate. Oh, yeah, he's signing to be the coach of the U19s. What's Lucy Bronze? What's her Dane Clate, obviously, and he signs as well. We'll do whatever we're going to do. But we got Estevao. We got a new scout. One new scout who improves on what we've got. And Dane Clate is there. So Lucy Bronze said she was a 4.5-star trainer. At what? Lucy! Lucy! You know, I feel lied to. I feel a little lied to because I remember when I was looking at it, I was like, it doesn't look like she's a 5-star coach. And the rating thing literally lied to me. She's not a 5-star coach in any discipline. Unbelievable. All right, we'll throw her as a tactical possession coach to reduce the workload. We've got light workload across the entire team, which is great news. We've got really high-level coaching being applied to a lot of the players, but look at Lucy Bronze's full name. She's a 4.5 at set pieces. I don't believe she was. She was actually a 3.5, unfortunately. But I appreciate the optimism. It lied. No, Football Manager's data entry is wrong. Lucy Bronze's name is actually sick. It's Lucia Roberta Tough Bronze. That's super awesome. That is an incredibly sick name. Game's broken. The most unforgivable bug of all. It does not know Lucy Bronze's full name. Tough was her mother's maiden name. That was not my first guess. Oh, our fixtures have been revealed, chat, in the Champions League. We have 8 fixtures, 4 of which it's shown us right here, where we play Ajax, Olympiacos, Sporting, and Leipzig. Okay. Dude, this is just so goofy. Man, like, so I get an inbox message that I have 8 Champions League fixtures. It shows me 4 Champions League fixtures, like a random collection of the 4 Champions League fixtures. With no scroll bar, but apparently I can scroll it. Ah. Little Man City action. Oh, now I can't scroll anymore. If I click on it and come back. Now I can. I can only scroll in special spots. Right. Can't scroll. Oh, okay. Nope. Oh. So we have Ajax, then Olympiacos, Sporting, Leipzig, City, Monaco, Chelsea, and then we play Ty Noonan, bro. We play Ty Noonan and Anderlecht in our last Champions League match of the campaign. Dog. Oh my goodness, I can ask to improve the youth facilities again. I have $40 million. I have $40 million in the balance. You better just say yes to this. We need to invest. We finally reached the reputation level to be able to improve our youth facilities. We need to invest. Cincinnati have made an approach for Yanez. Rob Goosens-Thiessen, his $11 million release clause is expiring, and Luca Ferri's release clause is also expiring, which I don't even want to keep an eye on this guy. I don't think he's good. Pressure building on Orlovich and Biesco. Oh, he's unhappy. Oh, I get it. It's because you want to play for me. Right? It's because you want to play for me. That must be what it is. It's definitely because he wants to play for me. All right, let's see if we can get similar to something that we've agreed to before. Yes. I want Teo Bilyeshko. I want him real bad. All right, Jose Yanez. It's a nice loan to have him go over to Cincinnati, but it will reset his ability to become a Spanish player. Which I guess, do we really care about that? Is this guy ever going to be a first-team player for us? He's just a Chilean international, good reputation. You know, we signed him for what? 2 mil? 1.7 million. The plan is to sign him for that and then be able to sell him for a lot more than that. He didn't light it up in La Liga last year. He clearly has limitations in terms of where he wants to play. I wish I could talk to him in the game and be like, hey, you should play here. It's going to really help your ability to be a part of this team. But, I mean, mercenary's not the worst thing in the world. Get a new domestic affiliate. You could try. Yeah, but the problem with the domestic affiliates is you can, like... Where's the send to a move to affiliate? Bastia and Thurines. They can reject the move to the affiliate. I'll try. After all I've done for this club, thank you, Eusebio. After all I've done for this club, the least you can do is find me a domestic affiliate. Bilyeshko, please talk to me. And they leaked it. And they leaked it to kick up interest from other teams. You freaking cheese. Dude, once again, we failed on a couple of those points. All right, Kevin Castro. Mr. Development. Arturo Ledesma. Delay. We're going to delay that till deadline day if we can. It's not a bad loan offer for him, but we would love if we can loan out Yanez and loan out Giancarlo Farfan. These freaking foreign players that we need to... that need to boogie, man. They need to boogie. There's just nobody in the world that wants Giancarlo Farfan. Why is Mahdi not registered for the B team? Feel like he should be. He's not foreign at all. Fenton! Yo! Congrats on the 50 months, Fenton!
How do you light up a sports stadium with a soccer match?
Why is Lira unregistered? Because they've registered Yanez right now as the other foreign player along with Arturo Ledesma. Look at the pay. Oh, my dude. He had 9 pace last year. Go, Silva. Go, Silva. Go, Silva. Go, Silva. The big 6'6" man with the potential. Another year of seasoning in the B team. He has just a lot of holes in his game. He just needs to get better. So do you, Ollie. So do you. You need to also get better. Ollie Hapasalo. Alexi Gallardo's getting the early starts at right back. Ifeanyi Samuel's getting the early starts at left back, which is what we want. Perez and Grieven Rodriguez in the B team. What we want. Azir Silva getting a nod at right back, or right wing. He's battling Boubacar Diatre for the spot, and then Zulu and Jose Yanez, who's been kind of fuego for the B team, obviously, but do 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 do. Come on, you stay. Come on, you stay. Come on, you stay. Kick on. Kick on with that development, you stay. And dude, what we need for him to kick on with that development is for Jose Yanez to be out of the way. Because then it's Daniel and Yuste that are battling for the striker spot. They'll probably start Daniel, but Yuste will be involved in the first team. He'll be involved in the rhythm of playing in the second division. Could try to make a play for a sale. If I got like 6 or 7, oh, dang it. If I got $6-ish million.
Athletic. Tough year ahead with Eden Terzic as new coach. It's going to be Harold Ball all season long.
Alpa Athletic. Am I just on sleep deprivation, but oh, Bilbao. Athletic Club. That's all right. I like Aiden Terzic. Play to win, baby. If you're Athletic Club, play to win. Freaking Giancarlo Farfan, man. He's the sneaky, annoying one. Guy played regularly for the B team last year. We then loaned him to Vallecano, where he struggled, I guess, a little bit to get time. His potential has completely evaporated, and yet he's a Peruvian national team player. We never had a shot at Bilyeshko. At no point was Bilyeshko ever interested in signing for us. That's so sad. Juventus has just made an offer for him, and I don't know if there's going to be any...
Let's go up the Melilla.
I don't know what's going to happen there. We had value at up to $8 million on Kenny Gonzalez at one point in this transfer window. He's got 10 appearances for Costa Rica, 20 years old. He's big. He's balanced. Who doesn't want Kenneth Gonzalez? Everybody, apparently. Everybody doesn't want Kenneth Gonzalez. Really? I got 40 million in the bank right now, and they're saying no to the youth facilities. Okay, after all I've done for the club, no. How? We have 40 million in the bank. I've never seen them reject it, let alone stand their ground as much as he just did. I'm disappointed in the lack of ambition. You want nothing but the best for the club, then fine. I just sold $100 million worth of players. Use it to build better youth facilities, man. Use it to build better youth facilities. What do you mean? Well, what do you mean? We finally get to a high enough reputation that we can improve our youth facilities. And then we run into that? Dude. Dude, his value is literally down to 2.6 million. Like his market value in the game has gone down to 2.6 million. It's insane. I think it's his ambition. I think it's his ambition. Like he just doesn't want to play for anybody. And so nobody can even start talking to him because he's not interested in playing for them. The offer out for Hashemi should be ending like today, and then I'll be able to offer him out for a loan. And we can try to rebuild him. It's got to be over soon. The offer out is apparently still going on. I don't know. Maybe it's stuck. I don't know. It should be ending very soon. Nah, semi-pro offer. Not good enough. Of course, Panagiotis Tsoutsikas has actually been improving a solid amount since we got to this point where we are just absolutely desperate to move him. No offers for two players. One of those is going to be Hashemi. The other one is going to be Giancarlo Farfan. Hashemi is attracting list interest for a loan, and that is something that we are now going to explore. It's likely to become unhappy upon hearing that he's been listed for loan. Well, maybe you should have expressed interest in playing for literally anyone. But instead, you just decided to sit on your hands. And now I'm sitting here trying to collect the pieces. Man, getting stuck with these foreign players is becoming a little bit of an annoying burden. I don't know what it is about the game mechanics that, like, this guy just, what is he waiting for a La Liga team to show up and try and offer him something? Like, it's just not there, man. He wants a new contract before going out on loan. That doesn't make any sense. He's under contract for 3 years. The man doesn't make any sense. He's under contract for 3 more years. I'm not going to give him a new contract, so we're just going to put him on the transfer list. We're just going to dump him. I mean, you were telling me you're going to be in a position where you're demanding a new contract after 3 years. We're going to make him surplus to requirements and then launch him into the sun. Oh, we need to set that on all these guys. It's probably the greatest consistent oversight that I have is not setting these guys to surplus. I've set Payne to GOTs. He just doesn't care. He's the type of guy that is like just collecting a paycheck. Delman Villamil believes he is going to be a squad player with the first team. That is not going to happen, but he has received loan offers from NEC and Nacional. I like Delman Villamil. I would love for him to play in Spain for 2 years and then be able to do great things for the first team. We will save those loan offers until deadline day and then move him there if we have no choice. Okay. B team. Guys that we don't want. Soto, Plaza, Benevent's already working on a deal. We've listed Giancarlo Farfan. Anybody want Pal Plaza? I tried to loan this guy out again, and he just became an even bigger problem. Anybody want him at all? All right. We continue. We also have a match today. You use any skins? No, I don't right now. God, we didn't end up getting any offers for Kenny Gonzalez. It turns out I should have taken there was a intermediary deal that was pretty good looking. All right, I'm going to offer him out unspecified. Anybody there for an unspecified offer on Kenny Gonzalez? Also, I'll make him available for loan coming in towards the deadline day. All right, scouting. Anybody here? Keys Smith. Just a spine midfielder. Eguinaldo. 41 to 61 million for Eguinaldo. Egg. Marvin Mavinga. Sadibu Zane. 40 million. $40 million. Abdoulaye oh my goodness, he has 19 finishing. Loves a big match as well. What a player. Lauren. Chadi Riyadh. God, what a player that guy is. And he's from right down the road in Morocco. Gabby Carvalho from Al Qadsiya. The problem is the wage demands of these guys are insane. The amount of money they're asking for is also fairly insane. He's not one of my favorite guys I've seen over there. Loic Williams. Did we just sign a 31-year-old? This guy's good. 50 caps for Congo as well. It doesn't, he dreads big matches. Doesn't dislike them. Absolutely dreads them. Complete nightmare. He belongs in the second division. Alexander Vasilyev. It's eligible for 5.8 million, and he's non-EU, so a huge bonus. Freaking non-EU players. Not only is that dude non-EU, he's non-EU for like 10 years. He's a carte blanche non-EU. Patricio Robledo. Scouting finished. Never talk to me about him again. All right, Rafael Quintas on the loan list. And Eduardo Garcia, a right wing from Feyenoord. Not a guy that really interests me. So naturally, we're on a roll here. Oh, there's 6 players. 6. Calvin Bassey from Bournemouth is apparently somebody that he does. I mean, that he fits the player profile we're looking for. He's unhappy, and there's a collection of interested teams. Freddie Simmons from Leeds. The good thing about Calvin Bassey is that he gives us the non-EU. Luca Erline, 26 years old, Eintracht Frankfurt. Christian Moisa, Anderlecht. And Mateo Gabbia, this dude's going to lose his legs. I like the look of Erline. That he's, 20 million. We're not, Vitor Reis is too expensive. Freddie Simmons is non-EU forever. But Erline has the qualities. He has the qualities. But we're not going to be able to get his, we're not going to be able to see his exact attributes in this window. I mean, Calvin Bassey, Nigeria counts as EU. The only non-EU guys here are Reese and Simmons based off first nationality, and Simmons would have to have Irish or something. He doesn't. So everybody else, like Vitor Reis would be able to become Spanish in 2 years. Everybody else on this list, already EU, counts as already EU, including Calvin Bassey. Season started? Yes, we played 2 matches, but we are absolutely in the throes of the transfer window right now. The throes. Zyre Liar, thank you so much for the Prime, dude. I appreciate it. And Hemi Wash here, thank you so much for the 5 months in the Prime. We just spent $10 of Jeff Bezos' money. Hell yeah. Hoopnies, up the Melilla. Hell yes, brother. So thrilled. Thank you for the 21 months. And Ariel Cardoso, thank you so much for the Prime. Welcome to an Elite Online Gaming. I mean, obviously, Airline's better. It's just, do I want to spend $20 million on a center back? I don't know how good he is, and I don't. But what I want to do is scout these 2 guys, and then maybe move for one in January. And in the meantime, I think, unless we lose another winger, which we freaking might, I think we're going to want to go and promote that other guy. We go promote the midfielder that we're teaching how to play center back. He learns over the course of the year and is able to slot in as a center back for the season. Because we are just out of options that would make sense as guys that we sign for center backs, unless we're going to dip into the well and sign Noble Mendy to come in and actually play on our team. The ageless wonder Noble Mendy, with the size, the strength, and the speed. We've been hovering around Noble Mendy for what feels like eons. Said Jaden Gwashi is eligible. We like Jaden Gwashi. Yeah, he's not. He's not available to us. Don't you lie to me. Don't you lie to me. We could sign Moroccan international Yassine El Gamardi, but he is who he is. And who he is a pretty good player. If I'm going to do that, I mean, at that point, you might just want to go for Mateu Wirtz, and it's a lot of money, but he's 18 when going into his age 19 season, and he has all the tools, assuming he continues to reach towards his potential. Yassine Chad Chin. Oh my goodness. I can't look smacks enough to be able to pull that off. That dude looks like he's got that filter on. Insane from Yassine El Gamardi. He's mogging me so hard right now. He's mewing. There you go. He's mewing. That's the word I was looking for. He's mewing. Bill running. Oh, billboards down the street. The street tonight. And this is the guy we signed for free that we think could turn into a center back. We just have to keep training him to play center back right now. He's got, good speed and size and strength to be able to play the position. Technically, defensively, he is okay, but obviously he's solid with the ball and has the mental ability with the ball. He's got the bravery. I think he can turn into a center back that plays for us.
Hey, Zed.
We might just bring him up to the first team and incorporate him into our first team registration. Wirtz or promote with win in. Yeah, I mean, Wirtz has 7 composure, but he's 18. As players get older, their mental game improves. Obviously, what we would do, we would have him training defensive positioning. Working on, he's never going to be a great tackler, but being able to read and screen plays. Yeah, but anybody saying he should start right now or whatever, the guy doesn't know how to play center back right now. So Yeah, he was signed on a free from AC Milan after a contract dispute. Very regular player in the Moroccan national team, Yassir Mahdi. Somebody we're very happy to have, that we were planning on spending a year in the B team learning how to play center back while we built out the rest of our team center back wise, but there just isn't an option for us out there to do that. There is not an option. Just checking on this 19-year-old Brazilian at Sao Paulo. Wanted to see what he could do. Shain Kaya. We got a couple of 16-year-old players down here. Tomoyuki Shigehiro. He's only just signed a new contract. Well, thank goodness. He signed that new contract right as he turned 18. They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. They knew. They managed to block him for the rest of this transfer window with that new contract. They knew what they were doing. I see right through your games. It's the same games that I play. I see right through your games. Andre Guerrero has interest from big clubs as well. And then we can always go for Edgar Lopez, the guy that should be in Europe, but he doesn't like big matches. So he continues to just be a star in MLS, where the level of the pressure is a little more amenable to him. Just got here, anything interesting happened yet? What if the answer was no? Like, no, he spent the entire time looking at the short list. Do 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 do. I will always love Jesus Rodriguez. This guy belongs in my team. He fits my team so well. All right. I am exploring Mauricio Gonzalez as the center back. I don't know if he'd be willing to talk to me now because I think we've tried this before and we had a bit of a falling out. He's okay. He'd be willing to talk to me. I think we go for Mauricio Gonzalez. We have a foreign spot available on our team, and he's somebody that offers a pretty well-rounded approach to the game. And then, you know, I think the sell-on value's there, but it's going to be close. Train Jesus Rodriguez to play center back. That one that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. He doesn't have great center back attributes. Yeah, Mauricio Gonzalez has got a great mentality. He's strong, but he's not particularly tall or particularly fast. And he's not a good guy at getting stuck into tackles. He's more of a game reader, but he is good with the ball. And he does not dive into tackles to cover his butt in terms of his intensity in the challenge. He has a good feel for the game. And there is room to improve for him. on the docket. If we need to sign somebody that can come in and play center back, I think Mauricio Gonzalez is really the last option we have. Three Putty, thank you for the 42 months. Fox is paying $50,000 for a content creator to watch every World Cup match in New York City. What? The role will be a hired candidate watching all 104 matches across a 39-day tournament live streamed on Fox One, Fox's direct-to-consumer streaming service from their personal office, a custom-built viewing space in the heart of Times Square. According to a press release, the job will entail watching every minute of the coverage of all 104 matches in 4K on the official streaming platform of the World Cup, making their fandom shine from a custom-built viewing space amidst thousands of daily visitors, tourists, and commuters. I mean, this sounds super sick. Fox Sports is leveraging, okay, it's like an Indeed sponsorship or something. Those interested should update their Indeed profile to be sourced directly by the recruiting team and invited to apply. Fans should update their Indeed profile now through May 17th exclusively on Indeed. Update your skills. Ensure your reporting, journalism, and content creation experience is front and center. Set your preferences. Update your profile settings to employers can find you so Fox's recruiting team can find you. Share a short video. Show us your content creation skills by posting a video on social media explaining why it's the right job for you, and use the hashtag Chief World Cup Watcher. Well, it's a sponsorship for Indeed, basically, it seems. But the idea of watching every World Cup match from a viewing area in Times Square sounds unbelievably sick. Like, that is undeniably, unbelievably sick. Do it and save people from other content creators. Dude, the video I should if I submit something to this, I should submit the video of me literally reading the ad. I'm remarkably qualified for this. I have a master's degree in journalism and make YouTube videos for a living. I'm outstandingly qualified for it. Like, I am quite literally the ideal candidate for this. I literally live in New York. I'm remarkably qualified for it. I don't know. But I have like other plans and other fun things I'd want to do during the World Cup. But it's one of those things that, like, if Fox sits down and is like, hey, we will put you in a viewing booth in Times Square for the entire World Cup. I'm sure Jake Paul gets it. No way here's the thing. It's an entire month, dude. There's no way that somebody like Jake Paul, for example, would sit there for an entire month and watch, apply. I don't know how this works. I might look into it. They need someone small enough who doesn't lose out on money. What are you trying to say? No, I totally qualify as that. What's the commute time, hypothetically? I mean, I live in New York City, so it's not like all subways lead to Times Square. I could say I would be a bespoke journalist. Can MomBot apply? Dude, crazy poll. Whoever saw this, I had no idea this was a thing. I guess it got posted today, so it's open for 12 days or something. What a wild thing. What a wild thing. Creating and sharing social content authentic to them throughout the World Cup tournament, showing they're the authority in watching and cheering for every minute. Making their fandom shine from a custom-built viewing space. Raw emotions, group hugs, and high fives. It'll be the best summer job on the market, but only for one wild fan who's up for a once-in-a-lifetime task. I've got no beef with Fox Sports. I have no real issue with Fox Sports. Alexi Lawless gets on my nerves sometimes. Alexi Lawless gets on everybody's nerves sometimes. But I don't have any beef with Fox Sports. I don't really know anything about Indeed. I know it's a job site. I see their commercials. Hell, Zealandism to apply. No comms on my sub. I'm doing a lot of reading right now, Josinho. But I do like your name. Thank you for the 6 months. 3 Putty, thank you for the 42 months, my dude. I appreciate the prime. But I mean, really, those would just be the sponsors. What I would be doing is apparently sitting in Times Square watching every World Cup match. And that does not suck. So what do you have to do? How to be matched for the role. Update your Indeed profile now through May 17th. Exclusively on Indeed. Log into Indeed, head to your Indeed profile or create one. Update your skills, ensuring your reporting, journalism, and content creation experience is front and center. That's easy. Well, I haven't done a lot of journalism or reporting in the last couple of years. We do hidden grounds and stuff. Set your preferences. So a lot of this is just Indeed stuff. Share a short video. Show us your content creation skills by posting a video on social media explaining why this is the right job for you. And use the hashtag Chief World Cup Watcher. Honestly, the thing that gives me the heebie-jeebies the most is having to post a video that uses a hashtag. The rest of this seems pretty easy. Have Indeed sell my data to everyone around the world and twice to China. I got bad news. If I can read your chat message, somebody's already selling your data somewhere. Here's the thing. I majored in media. Like, I hate to be fatalist, right? I majored in media studies in college. And my biggest takeaway from majoring in media studies in college was that I am never going to have any privacy ever. So I just have to assume that everybody's watching everything I'm doing at all times. That was my takeaway. From getting a degree in media studies, I was like, privacy is doomed. Your data is being sold to everybody. Like, if you are, unless you are literally living in a cabin in Alaska, if you're working under the assumption that, using this sort of browser and this sort of VPN is somehow keeping you safe from, like, being tracked, you might be tracked a little less, but your data is still being sold. They know who you are. They know where you are. Like, it's just that was the assumption I always got. It's not necessarily right all the time, but from getting my media studies degree, that's what I got. That's a totally separate conversation. I feel like mentioning that every once in a while. Dead Zed, thank you for the 4 months of the Prime, my dude. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Who are you selling my data to? I'm selling your data to the Saudi League to be able to buy more players with Melilla, specifically. I hope that's okay. Do I need a degree for this realization? No, but I think that taking a bunch of classes on modern media and modern technology reinforces that belief. I think if you have an opinion or a belief, it's probably important to back it up with some sort of class or some sort of research or some sort of something. You know, and I'm not talking, when I say research, I'm not talking about Googling it for 5 minutes or typing it into ChatGPT. I'm talking about taking a class, listening to people, learning from people, and not just some random dude somewhere, like somebody that is accredited in something. All right, this is very weird. I feel like there's no actual way to apply for this. I think the only way to apply is sharing a short video. Show us your content creation skills. Zealand is never late, nor is he early. He flips precisely when he means to. I'll look into it, but I'm not going to do it on this stream, that's for sure. Oh, baby! 17 hours down. Hell yeah. Just go down to Times Square and act like you already have the job. That'd be hilarious. All right, put that away. Put that nonsense away. Do you guys want to sign Mauricio Gonzalez or not? Somebody tell me. I'm going to go pee. Yes or no, do we sign Mauricio Gonzalez as our last center back? I need to decide. Run, baby, run! Vote. Not brave enough? No. Yes doesn't. He doesn't jump into tackles. No, yes, no. Mauricio, it's 64% no in the Twitch poll right now, and we're getting some no's from YouTube chat. So I think I should do it. I think I should do it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. You didn't stop the clock? Dude, I just went pee. I just went to the bathroom, man. Does he love big matches? He enjoys them. He doesn't thrive in them, but he enjoys them. I think he covers the issues he has in his game well. The big issue he has in his game is he's not an aggressive or tough tackler, and he covers that well. Do, 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 do. He has 14 composure. Don't scare me like that. Don't say 6 composure. He has 14 composure. I hate Mexican contracts. It was very important that I finished that sentence. I got stuck and almost burped, but I had to finish that sentence. I got stuck about to burp right before I hate Mexican. It's like, oh no, panic, no, that's not what I mean. The guy just said the fox is already taken over before we get the job. That is crazy. Happy Cinco de Mayo, everybody. It's literally Cinco de Mayo, by the way. Happy Cinco de Mayo. All right. Mauricio. Okay. No yearly salary raise. You're a grown man. We're not doing that. Wages after international appearances, no. Minimum fee release clause, we're going to go down to $40 million. I want to pay you $2 million per year on a 4-year deal out to 2037. Mauricio Gonzalez, that's what I'm thinking. Good starting point. I'm not moving. Yep. He blinked first. Get bullied, Mauricio. Get bullied. Get bullied, Mauricio. All right. I can't even tell you the last time I played a match, chat. I can't even tell you the last time I played a match in a different formation with this team. We've been playing the same system at UD Melilla since the 4th division. Since the 4th division. We've been playing the same system. All right, Ivande, Otero, Cucurella, Van Royen, Cañete, Sarai, Ortega, Javacote, Mbambo, and Aguiar. We're playing Malaga. This is a good opportunity for us to test drive this setup. I feel like I'm missing a player. Sosa, Pizarro, Ivande, Otero, Rubio, Cañete, Van Royen, Sambasar, Cucurella, Jaime Gutierrez, Facundo Aguirre. Sarai, Duran, Sessa, Ortega, Mbambo, Villalva. I just making sure nobody weird is registered. Subiaga is not. Pizarro, Sambasar, Bargueñas. Because do this math with me, dude. I have 2 players that are hurt. I have 11 players on the bench. I have 11 players in the starting lineup. 11, 11, 22, plus 2, 24. Who's the 25th? I don't have him. I only have 24 players. I'm losing my mind! I'm losing it! I don't want to talk about it. No, I was wrong. The right number of players are there. Okay, let's go. Let's game. Let's freaking game. The fans of the 25th man. Amen. I have 11 on the bench. Just kind of want to see if Subiaga plays in the B team. So I don't want to make any adjustments here. The fans are the 25th man, though. Even though we're on the road against Malaga, the fans are the 25th man. We're working on bringing in the 25th man currently. Save by Ruben Sosa. He gets up from the dive and spread eagles and knocks the ball wide of the post. It's unbelievable from Ruben Sosa. Oh, baby. Welcome back from the bruised head injury, Ruben Sosa. Oh, my God. Another injury, dude. Van Rooyen goes down after turning down multiple $50 million transfers. Devande's there. Nice. Ortega's there. Ander Ortega. Coming off his 2-goal performance. Ander Ortega. Ander Ortega. Still. Oh, my goodness. Did he win a penalty? Ander Ortega. End to end. All right, João Aguiar is a tremendous penalty taker. He's a tremendous penalty taker. Andrew Ortega continues to be a one-of-one baller acquisition, playing his first season in La Liga. Well, I guess it's no penalty, because it already spoiled it when the checking screen, but fair enough. Why did they switch? Why did they switch? What is happening? What is happening, sir? Do 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 do. Come on, boys. Rubio. Miguel Rubio. A lot of options in the middle. Good ball. Oh, Aguiar was there. He did a good job of beating his man to that ball. I didn't expect him to be able to win that, but he did. He didn't score it, but, you know, one thing at a time. Come on. Come on. Come on. Use the size. Havacote! Oh! Seviro Havacote! Oh, that would have been nice. That would have been so nice. Come on, guys. Come on. Need to see a little more play coming up through the middle of the park. Need to see a little more play. I mean, what is happening on the left side of the field right now? Cañete, Mbambo, Ortega, nobody's doing anything. Nobody's doing anything. Nobody's getting anything. Nice, Mbambo. Zivairo Havacote. Ivande. Miguel Rubio. Miguel Rubio. He's got a ball. Calvin Mbambo! Oh, my... Come on. Well, that's just the worst header I've ever seen. I mean, you pass the ball right back to him. It's like a damn set piece play in here. Anywhere but that. Literally anywhere but that would be better. Sub! Urbanic's already freaking nervous. Don't worry, my other striker's nervous too, so I got that going for me. Over there, Mbambo. Duran, get Ortega. Sessa, actually. Take the size, especially going into a corner. Nice, Otero. Change into something that gives us a little juice. Well, that was a very disappointing debut for that tactic. That is a very disappointing debut for that tactic. Sar! Cañete apparently is... Oh, wait. I'm waiting for the injury. Urbanic and Sessa at halftime. Or no, 60 minutes, and then Roman. Yeah, okay. I mean, two of our best players have just been really bad in this game, and Bombo and Cañete have both just been bad. At least we're beating them on XG, chat. That's what really matters. Nice. Let's go. Oh, great ball. Great separation over the top. Yuri Urbanic. Thank you. We found a goal from a striker at some point. Incredible bit of defending here by Raul Sarai. Able to turn that into attack. Kelvin Mbambo's the guy that plays the ball out there. Urbanic gets that touch out from under his feet. He's got options. Gets it over the goalkeeper with a little lift. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Insane, manic pressure from the boys here. Manic pressure. All over them. Why are we waiting for our midfielder to be the guy that's flying ahead to go do that? Oh, Ivande, yes, we squeezed him. Sessa. Roman. He's going back to Sessa. Squares it to Urbanic. Francesco Sessa with a brilliant run, and he finds Yuri Urbanic, who's got 2 goals in nearly as many minutes to bring UD Melilla back. One more. Counter. Otero with a big looping header out. Sessa. Well, good fight. Good fight, good comeback. I wish we didn't play like absolute trash for the first 80 minutes of that game, but yeah, a lot of missed chances in the first 80 minutes of that game, but we turned it on right at the end. We jacked up our intensity and went after them, and we're able to find a couple of goals. Tidy finishing when required from Yuri Urbanic, which we appreciate greatly. Yeah, that was good. Oh, dude, Van Rooyen's out for a month too. This is a tough start to the season. In terms of who's available and who's not, this is a tough start to the season. Silvio Mustapic is off the mark with Racing de Santander. He has a goal and an assist in his first 2 matches. What an absolute stud that we project will be a part of the first team next season. Delman Villamil. Well, more people want Delman Villamil, and those people are not in Spain, which sucks. It's even hitting the B team, dude. It's even hitting the B team. Alexi Gallardo is promising up-and-coming right back who's going to miss a month and a half. He's not expecting anything from me. I'm not going to talk to him. If he's not expecting anything from me, I'm not going to talk to him. He's upset. He should be upset. I want him to leave. Okay. All right. Get out of here. Get out of here. The Kenny Gonzalez situation. Brentford's interested in a transfer, but I don't think they want to actually pay that much. Gianmarco Villalba's already back. He gets back into training so early. I don't know if it's just a him thing or just the type of injuries he happens to be getting, but it is something I am definitely noticing. We're struggling at striker. We've got two young options that need some seasoning. We could use a different physical profile, a larger guy. We somehow have ended up with an empty foreign player spot that we're only going to fill by signing a backup center back. We might as well bring up Mahdi and use him as a backup center back. And then register Majid Hashimi as a striker, and then use Yuri Urbanic predominantly as a winger while Ruben Harado recovers from his hip injury. Because Ruben Harado is out 2 to 4 months with his hip injury, I don't imagine he's going to be upset with being unregistered because he's not going to be back and able to be fit until about January. It is a cursed timeline, but it seems as though the Prince of Persia might be back. He might be back. He's under contract for 3 more years, dude. We got him on a 5-year deal. The Prince of Persia is making his return due to Ruben Harado's injury that has opened the door for him. A glorious return. They said it couldn't be done. They said that the Prince of Persia was done. They said that he would never have a chance to play again. And now, unbelievably, the tables have turned to the extent that Majid Hashemi is now re-registered with UD Melilla at striker. Unfathomably, the tables have turned to such an extent that he is now registered as a first-team player with UD Melilla. Yuri Urbanic is a very capable outside player on the right. He will be used as such more frequently without Ruben Gerardo available. Him and Salvatore Rahman will be battling for playing time in that position. While, oh man. Tehran Daily here with the breaking news. The Prince of Persia returns as Ruben Gerardo seeks to get fully healthy from a devastating hip injury that will keep him out until December. I can't believe it, but it's amazing how this stuff does turn. How it does indeed turn. How the tables be turning. And we have been bit by a little bit of an injury bug with Gerardo, Villalba, and Van Rooyen all going down basically on the drop this year. And Yazir Mahdi is now going to be getting reps at center back. We're going to be working him into that center back role with Aguirre and Gutierrez. Rubio. We're out 2 right backs all of a sudden. Our B team starter's out too. Not great. All right, what do I want to do with Delman Villamil? The 19-year-old Colombian. Him and Yanez, man. Him and Yanez, really talented players that we can't really do anything with all of a sudden. So we're gonna just have to loan Army and sell them because I want to keep them in. I want to keep them in Spain, but we're just not finding any viable options to be able to keep them in Spain right now. So I think we just send them out on loans to other places. I think Villamil gets to work on that deal. And Jose Yanez, we will go ahead and accept the designated player offer to go play at Cincinnati. And Delman Villamil, I think Nuremberg's probably the best offer. No. Eredivisie for Delman Villamil would be good as well. I think he would break into the team pretty easily in Portugal. So I'll accept all 3. He can go to either place. I don't need to overthink this, and I don't need to sacrifice the development of players in order to try and get these guys Spanish nationality when that likely isn't going to help too much anyways. And we've tried. You know, we didn't just jump on the first thing we could find. We really tried. This is a great offer. A great offer for Giancarlo Farfan right on the final day. Absolutely tremendous offer to get on the final day. Real Jean, semi-professional. Boubacar Diatre, an offer from Eldense. Nope, he's getting better minutes in the second division right now. All right, so we've taken care of Farfan. We've taken care of our 2 South American forwards in Yanez and Villamil. There's very few line items that we have not taken care of. Majid Hashemi. How's Impact Sub, old friend, old pal? How's Impact Sub? We good? We are. All right. Guess what? Majid Hashemi is back in the team. Villamil on the move. Now I'm just worried about Kenny Gonzalez and Tsoutsikas. Tsoutsikas, we're not going to sell. The guy is just a completely busted player that nobody wants. They're in a person on earth that wants this guy that he would actually want to go play for. I just accidentally hit the spacebar. That makes me so sad, dude. One of the weirdest players I've ever seen, a player we were absolutely desperate to sign, Teo Bilyeshko, has gone to Juventus. We offered him repeatedly. He was never interested in us, but he was interested in Juventus. And so we lose out on Teo Bilyeshko. We never had the opportunity to sign him. He was just a giant tease flashing across the face of it all. Pau Plaza, no offers, no interest, no nothing. Hey, look, I accepted multiple offers for Bongani Van Rooyen. If he gets upset, he gets upset. See if we can find a loan for Kenny Gonzalez. I don't want him playing here. He's already got a Spanish nationality. I want to see if we can send him somewhere so he can get time, get in front of the right people, and elevate his value without getting in the way of our B team. How do I keep thinking I've played my last match before the deadline, and yet somehow I always just have another match before deadline day. Now I've got a match in the middle of the day. Whatever. Okay. Ivande, Otero, Cucurella, Rubio, Cañete, Sarai, Sessa, who really delivered in that last match for us, is going to come in here for a moment. We're going to stick Mbambo a little further out wide, and then we're going to mix things up a little bit here. Majid Hashemi, who's now unhappy to have been touted to other clubs on loan. Dude, you just shut up. I mean, really, will you just be quiet? 5 seconds, Majid. 5 seconds. Okay. Center forward, Majid, the print. Oh, his morale is just like unbelievably bad. No, it's not. Actually, it says abysmal. But his happiness is content. So the morale and the happiness are different. Intriguing. All right, Majid, go prove me wrong. I just registered you for the league. You're going to get at least 6 months as part of this team. Go prove me wrong. Go prove me wrong. Go prove that I'm a big, stupid idiot face. Score 3 goals. See if I care. See if I care. All right, Saul Beltran, you are the right back sub today. Don't you forget it, Saul. Don't you forget it. All right, Majid. This is a moment we never thought would come. Majid Hashemi, the Prince of Persia, is back in the team. After a year in the wilderness, 6 months in Turkey, 6 months out of any registration, Not able to find an amenable deal because of his ridiculous salary demands. He returns to the team where we might be able to rebuild his value as a player. We might be able to rebuild his value while he offers our team something in return. And that something would be goals. At home against Celta Vigo, coming off a 2-2 draw at Malaga. They have Fjärtoft on the bench. Yo, Jonas, how's it hanging? What's up, man? Just like Majida Shimi, a player that used to be subject to much drama and speculation. Nice. Nice. Sessa out wide. Cañete. Cañete on the move. Sizes it up. Mbambo's there. Kelvin Mbambo. Cañete. They're building. Back for Gutierrez. On to Sessa! Yes, sir! Francesco Sessa! With a wonderful finish. Great pass by Gutierrez. I was afraid he was going to shoot that. He finds a guy that's much better built for this. Francesco Sessa. Always good for 4 or 5 goals over the course of a season. A tidy finisher of the ball, and the midfielders continue to deliver. Jaime Gutierrez making a play that I would actually consider good for the first time in his life. Our faith is being rewarded. Cañete. Mbambo's there. Mbambo back towards Cañete. Oh, yes! It's Zivairo! It's the 18-year-old Flying Dutchman! Zivairo Avakote! The F-rated transfer himself. From Angel Cañete. A first goal that they hope of many. That is tremendous. UD Melilla has absolutely jumped on Celta Vigo here. This is what we need. We need the left side of our field to be this really influential creation engine. And that's what they've been. And then the right side of the field's the side that finishes it off. Good save. Save that should be made, and a good save by Ruben Sosa. John Geary had an undying loyalty to me. Look, not every player and I have a falling out when they leave. It just depends on the player. John Geary had a great relationship with me. He always loved me. Too much, honestly. It made it very difficult to get rid of him because he didn't want to go anywhere. But we finally, we would have loved the $50 million deal. Oh, bad pass by Sarai. And then he chops him down. Okay. He's just showing a little determination. That's what he's showing. All solid saves for Ruben Sosa right now. Just solid stuff. I'm pleased we've created loads and the scoreboard reflects that. But we're giving up some long shots that I don't love. And I have not seen Majid Hashemi get anywhere near the ball, even though we have 2 goals. I would love to just see the Prince of Persia make one nice first touch attempt towards goal, just for old time's sake. There is no amount. Sessa, Otero. Oh, we're coming out of a corner, I think. Getting our shape back. Rubio. Otero. We can settle this down with Gutierrez. Jaime up to Cañete. Oh, the 1-2. Cañete. 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 Oh. Aguiar. Come here. You're in. Duran. You're in. Sarai's been a little weird today. I want to get Duran on the field too. Out of his preseason injury, I want to get him up and running. Oy, Cañete with another good look. Gutierrez has launched his way forward. He's not a bad crosser. He's just not a good passer. Sessa. Duran. I hate that. That is terrible. Oh, Avande. Good save. Very respectable game effort from Ruben Sosa. He's not made any unbelievable saves, but he's doing all of the right things to keep the ball out of the net. Respect the hell out of that. There was a guy missing on the right wing for a goal. Yeah, well, oh, that's got to be off. We would love to have Ruben Jurado. The guy literally won the Golden Boot last year. Great. But he blew out his hip, and we'll get him back into the team in January, and we'll go from there. Get there. Good. Gutierrez. Sessa. On to Mbambo. Cañete's lurkings. Dude, Kelvin. Look at Gutierrez. All right, son. All right. Good ball. Habakote! The Flying Dutchman! Lurking at the back post, reminiscent of Ruben Jurado, Zivairo Habakote has scored. The F-rated transfer with a brace in his second ever start for UD Melilla. Have faith in Zivairo Habakote. And what a star player he could be. The Netherlands has arrived in North Africa. Oh, there's room to shoot this. Kelvin Mbambo. Kelvin Mbambo. Mbambo, no, he's crossed it. Sessa, what a save. Damn. Okay. All right. I mean, okay. I see green. I see. Whatever. Whatever, man. Whatever. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. It's literally over the line. Barely, but it's over the line. That's a goal. It's fine. All right. Cañete was amazing. Havacote was amazing, but I'm going to give my flowers to Jaime Gutierrez, who for the first time showed what he is capable of as a proper La Liga defender and really made some impressive plays, some smart, simple passes. I'm going to give my flowers to Jaime Gutierrez for that game. Havacote's brace was great. You know what time it is, chat? Some people over there in Flipistan already know. Some people over there in Teflipistan already know. They already know what time it is. It's time for a flip. It's time for a flip. Hey, Flipboard! How many hours have we streamed already this week? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that form. Oh, yeah. 18 hours! What the flip? Beyond Rock Band. Do do. Do 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 do. Only 82 more flips to go. Do 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 do. Cañete was impressive. Hey, we won with our new formation. Tucking Havacote in. Tucking Havacote in works. It gives Cañete and honestly, it gives him even more to aim at, you know. Gives him even more to aim at. Transfer deadline day is today. Do we have any active deals? We're waiting on confirmation for Arturo Ledesma. We're waiting on Yanez and Farfan to decide they're going to leave. And Elman Villamil and Pablo Benavent to agree his transfer to leave. All right, deadline day. I'm going to do something fun. You guys ready? B team yes list. Let's sign some B-teamers! Yes! My favorite deadline day activity. It's only lives out of time. I don't know the words. Yeah. All right. Rodrigo Lira and Diego are the goalkeepers. Saul Beltran and Alexi Gallardo are the right backs. Left backs are Ifeanyi, Samuel, and God. Center backs are Ali Hapasalo, Leonardo Silva, and Arturo Ledesma, who will be the starting center backs over the course of this season. The other center backs that are available are, well, they don't exist. Who are they? And where do they come from? Kamal Chowie and Nathan Owen. The hell's Nathan Owen? These guys are totally in the U19s. Yeah, Nathan Owen's there. B team! Kamal Chowie. I'm waiting, get there. Go. All right. Suffice it to say, we got some open spots at the center back backup positions, all right? Diego as a midfielder, we've made him available as a potential midfielder. Alvin Abuera is a no-dice guy. I wish there was a dustbin that I could relegate people to. Marcos Perez, Enrique Subiaga, and Greven Rodriguez is a great trio of midfielders that are going to be able to work out. Diatre, Daniel, Zulu, Barca, Fernando, Ozir Silva, and Yuste is a great collection of forward players. So, who on this B team yes list do we want to add to that? First of all, center backs. David Hull. Sile Peterson, a 20-year-old from South Africa. He's got the game. Oh, Nico Sandoval. I want Nico Sandoval, man. I want Nico Sandoval. But he's not available. Sile Peterson and David Hall. Sile's got great size. The composure's the issue. But we saw just with, the guy we just got before, like the type of value we can get out of center backs from South Africa. Tabogo and Como showed us a lot of value out of center backs from South Africa, and maybe we go get this guy, with the size and the strength, and obviously the mental side of the game is something that he struggles with. He's not super chill. All right, what are the other positions that maybe we want to look at? Wingback on the left side. The first place. Armando Garcia. Dang it. Oscar Havlin. This dude has an appearance for Norway. What's this guy doing on my B team yes list? What is he doing on my B team yes list? Oh, the value at 8 to 11 million is ridiculous. Even though he's already considered a good La Liga player. Oh, look at the footedness. Oh, look at the footedness. This guy's he's a flawless either-footed demon. He's a demon. I like feet. What? Footedness. It's plural. If I said I like foot, then I only like players that only have 1 foot. But if I like feet, then I like players that have 2 feet, You guys don't get it. You don't get it. All right, well, Yerson Valbuena is a swag-tastic 22-year-old for Atletico Nacional. The Colombian league's got to be head over heels. They've managed to keep that guy for so long. Am I hallucinating, or is this guy just a really good deal? Niklas Franke. Dude can play center back, too. I'm just saying. I see center backs everywhere now. Resilient. It's a pretty young 18-year-old. I'm interested in earning plenty of playing time over the course of the season. He went squad player. He's a little too high on the opinion of himself. Okay. Things in my room. Maxime DaCosta. Itumelang Benjamin. All right, who's going to be registered for the team? Grieven, Bark. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, we got room. Oh, we've got room. You add Owen, it's 21. We've got room for a few guys. One of them could be Itumeleng Benjamin. Release clause is 450,000. Bada bing, bada boom. In, out, got him. Then there's David Hall, who's a center back and a right back. It's adorable how he does both of those things. The South Africans have been stonks for us, 100%. Solani Mazibuko, 30 million. Bagani Van Rooyen rejecting multiple $50 million offers. Tabengo and Como barely played for the first team, getting, $15 million. That is incredibly hot. And on that note, I think we just get Sele Peterson. I think we just go grab Sele Peterson. What's that, a release clause? Yeah, boom, 600,000. Come on in. Let's get the South Africans, dude. Guy's got great size, which is what this guy doesn't have, which is why I don't like him as much. You got to have a physical trait that you can lean into, brother. You got to have a physical trait you can lean into. Michel Martino, Uruguayan at Danubio. Unfortunately, I don't think that's something we can do. Oh, my. The hell? What's wrong with you? Something should be wrong with this man. 15 one-on-ones, 13 reflexes, solid mentally all the way through in the important goalkeeping attributes. He has massive size, 20 jumping reach, 18 aerial reach at 6'4". Great agility for his shot stopping straight away. This guy's an incredible... He's got nice feet. He does. This guy's got great feet. I've heard. I've been told. Nah, well, he is fairly professional. And he has a really nice, distribution of attributes, even though he's bad. Like, size is there, professionalism's there, basic shot stopping is there. Like, we're looking at a 17-year-old that we're like, okay, in 4 years, is this guy going to be decent? I think so. Worth the punt. I don't remember what I offered before. Can you just accept it? I don't remember what I offered. He was 25. Well, now it's going to be broken. I can tell you that much. It's going to be broken. I just backed right through it. I think I've been able to figure out how that glitch happens. Gustavo Alba, Mexican player. Jean Jiwoon. Tomasz Kozak. Oh, he's only $6 million. Oh, let's just jump right on that. Krishneel Chand. Oh, the 17-year-old Aussie. I'm familiar with Krishneel Chand's game. I want Nicholas Franke. That's a release clause too? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I want Nicholas Franke. I'm going to see if I can negotiate a way for him to take playing time to be in the B team for a little while. Did Franke just sign a new deal? I freaking hope not, because I have it sorted to players that are interested. So we get Franke, we get Celia Peterson, we get the right back, we need a left back. We need one of these guys. One of them has to not be foreign. Havlin. Dries Rajoni is... He's on loan. He's on loan. All right, now we're gonna take another step. We're gonna go here, clear, apply, enter, left back, asking price. That doesn't make any sense. Sipiwe Bar. That not bad. Okay, another South African. Just get all the South African players. But they're so cheap. I mean, they are so cheap. Rogerio Karzaklian. Pavel Janchuk from Jagiellonia Bialystok. I don't know. This guy actually looks like a player. No offense to Sipiwe Bar, but he's 20. Thing is, so does Sipiwe Bar. Like, Sipiwe Bar looks like a good player. Sipiwe Bar looks like a good player, man. Schmidt is a cup goalkeeper for the first team. Now we already have Teodor Pizarro. But his value is less than $1 million, chat. I think we bring in Sipiwe Bar. We keep the South African train going. We keep bringing African players through. All right, I'm going to give him 500 and they'll take it immediately. Sipiwe Bar. And then because I'm assuming at least one of these guys we are going to fail the negotiation with, we're going to look at this goalkeeper. I think he's good. Tim Schmidt. Very toolsy goalkeeper. And goalkeepers seem to move for good money in this market, particularly ones that aren't pipsqueaks. And this guy is no pipsqueak. He is huge. A $5.5 million release clause for 19-year-old German keeper Tim Schmidt. $5.5 million for this guy. Nothing notable in here either direction. He has a competitive streak that's not really going to trouble anybody here. All right, Chad, I got to go pee. Yes or no on Tim Schmidt? Do we sign him? What'd you say? Yes, we, yes, yeah, poll. Oh, YouTube and Twitch are in agreement. We should sign Timmy Schmidt. Well, good news. I'm also in agreement. I think this guy's a good goalkeeper. Like, he's a real good goalkeeper, and we're going to give him a shot. All right, we just got a lot of emails. All right, this is almost my favorite part of the transfer window here. Almost my favorite part of the transfer window here. Yeah, Lira's getting ideas above his station. I agree. Lira's getting ideas above his station. So no, we don't want to loan back. We wanted Tumalang Benjamin to come in and be a part of our team. Okay. All right, Speedway Bar looks like the most likely solid signing here. They want to go. He wants to go on loan. No, but I will send him on an intensive language course. I'm going to remove the squad player target date there. Little expensive. All right. Speedway Bar, very amenable. That's the guy we needed to sign. He's the other left back for the B team this year. $500,000 from Orlando Pirates. We've had a lot of success. I mean, there are multiple players in our first team, obviously, that have come through the B team pipeline in terms of development. We are not going to loan Speedway Bar back. All right, Tim Schmidt, breakthrough prospect. You beautiful man. You beautiful, beautiful, beautiful man, Timmy Schmidt. You gorgeous man. All right. Timmy Schmidt. He is willing to be a B team goalkeeper this year. That is great news for us. He can put a ton of pressure on Rodrigo Lira's station, and I think Tim Schmidt, he's just a good goalkeeper already. He's just going to get better, and he's a guy that we can grow through our B team to replace Pizarro, assuming we sell him at some point. It's more organic having that guy kind of at the club. Remove him there. I'll pay you $900,000 a year for 5 years. I mean, it's a really good contract, Tim. It's a really good contract. Tim. You play 30 first team games, I'll give you a boost up to 15. This has got to be 30. Okay. 30 first team matches, he gets to 1.5 million. I feel like that's completely fair. That's completely fair. Can't predict how things are going to happen. Deadline day, things can get pretty wet and wild. I cannot predict how these things are going to happen. So the next most important signing is Zile Peterson. I think the reason I haven't signed Zile Peterson already is because he wants to come and be a squad player. It's the composure. And the guy's afraid of a mouse. He's got no composure, man. He has no composure. Drop Mahdi to the B team? No, he's in the A team. He's better than this guy. Especially considering that Mahdi's already been adapted to a high level of European game, and Zile Peterson's top level of experience would be the African Champions League. It's just not going to be the same for him. Was not sure he was going to say yes to that. We're going to try and see if he's okay playing in the B team off of Impact Sub. We're going to try. All right, he wants $851,000 up front. I like this idea. I'm going to come in here and bait this. I love the amount of money he's asking for on his minimum fee release clause. That gives me a lot of faith that this guy actually had, like, his potential is pretty legit. He has a high opinion of himself. I think I want to take this down to 800,000, but then he gets to 1.4 million if he plays 30 first team matches. I like this structure of contract. It allows us to reduce the upfront wage, and then if they are playing 30 matches, we're not paying them a ridiculous amount of money for a guy that's playing 30 matches in the first team, you know? So I think that's a good deal for Sile Peterson. The next most important guy is Itumeleng Benjamin. And we're going to run into just about the same issue that we ran into with the last guy. But we're going to see if he's a little more reasonable about it. He won't ask for that, but we'll give it to him. Same thing. It's a little unreasonable at Tumalang. It's a little unreasonable. Oh, my ankle. Oh, my ankle. Somebody call an ambulance. Oh. Ow. Oh. I was sitting on my foot. And little did I know I was practicing the ancient Chinese art of dislocating my ankle from a seated position. Ow. I think we're good. Just, I got off my foot and it was quite painful. I'm sick. Yeah, I feel like Villalba right now, dude. 4 to 6 weeks, I'm out. This guy has 20 caps for South Africa, so I'm not surprised that based off his reputation, he's thinking, I'm going to give him a straight, strict proposal here. You get to 1.5 million per year. Release clause, 30 million. All of this is locked. Oh, goodness. I got rid of it. I think there is a world where we can find a deal that this guy's okay with. Yeah. We tried. We tried. All right, Nicolas Franke. It's a guy that if he could just add a few ticks of pace, he's only 18 years old. Very toolsy midfielder. Plays very well. We would love to have him play B team for a year or two and have him come through. Interesting. No, I think that's just interesting. Oh. I didn't realize that he's literally in the Bundesliga. I assumed Karlsruhe was in the second division. My mistake. This guy is a Bundesliga player at 18.
Two months from the funny. Let's go wild, need a big win tonight.
Good luck, Quick Trip. Thank you for the 65 months, my dude. Last Chaos, I appreciate the prime. Welcome to the Hammers. Enjoy the bacon. Enjoy the emotes. And Old Man Tim, thank you for the 3 months. Let's go, Melilla. Let's go. Let's go, Tim. He's a German Paul Duran. He kind of is. He kind of is a German Paul Duran. Can I loan him back? Can I sign him and loan him back until next year? I feel like that would be a way better deal. Yeah, but it's too late. I've already agreed to the transfer, which was his release clause at $4 million. It's deadline day. It's not like I'm going to sign him and then flip him back. There's an open spot for janitor. That's true. What if you sign him and just offload Duran? I mean, I think we've learned at this point that in FM26 you can't just offload a player, right? Like that doesn't happen. There's no simple like, yeah, we can just dump this guy now. That does not happen for us. I can't loan him out because of the playing time level. I can't promise to loan him out because of the playing time level. Long term, he's worth it. I know long term, he's worth it. So what the hell are we going to do with him right now? There's no way for me to loan him back right now. I can't even look at my Champions League registration because of the UI, dude. I don't even know. Dang it! I like that guy. I'll be back in January. I'm going to be back in January. I'm going to be back in a month. I'm going to be back before January. I'm going to be back before January. The more I think about it, the more I like it. All right, final look at the yes list, chat. Final look at the yes list. If there's anybody else that we feel like we might be able to sign from the yes list, of course, there's Edgar Lopez, the explosive German player for St. Louis. Mauricio Gonzalez, who we still technically have a bid in for, awkward. Andre Guerrero, the latest, greatest Brazilian talent coming through the league. We'll see where his potential lands. We've narrowed it down. We've added another half gold star. We might try to move for him in the interim period before January. Abdi Shaban, a tremendous high flare right wing player. And friggin' Douglas Nunez. An amazing player, Douglas Nunez. A little too rich for my blood right now. Hopefully soon that sort of move won't be a little too rich for my blood. Gabe Juplasti. Jaramillo, get another goalkeeper. And then Leandro Sepulveda, the very solid defensive midfielder from Chile that will probably never make it in Europe because he didn't move young enough. Oh, no. All right, we're done. We're done. We'll see what happens. We're done. 8:30 in the morning on deadline day, and I feel good with everything we've got going on. I actually get to see my B team registration. What a beautiful screen. Yeah, they've got plenty of room. Not Farfan. Don't register Giancarlo Farfan. No. Lira, not Yanez. It's Lira and the other guy. Lira and Ledesma. Oh, Nathan Owens, foreign. Oh my God. Nathan Owens, a foreign player? Bro, I knew that, didn't I? I had to have known that. I signed the guy for free. I knew it. I knew he was foreign. I'm not going to confirm it just in case that locks out all the other guys that I'm signing that would potentially be able to play for the B team. All right, Ruben Gerardo going to be left out of registration for the first half of the season due to injury. Hoping a loan comes in for Kenny Gonzalez at this point. Now I guess we'll move him down to the B team. No, I should probably keep him up on the A team. We'll see. As buggy as things can be, I don't want to lock the B team stuff because it might lock out some of the other guys I have. Otero has become less sporting but more loyal and adaptable. Good. I don't want a sporting center back. I want a guy that's going to go out there and hit somebody. We can get a $0 offer for Panagiotis Tsoutsikas. That sounds like a brilliant idea. Villamil to Watford. Sure. I'm not going to get drawn into transfer deadline day speculation, okay? I'm not going to get drawn into transfer deadline day speculation. Celta Vigo and Real Betis would like to loan Alejandro Pargueñas. All right, Sapiwe Bar. Needed to sign Sapiwe Bar. That deal is done. Tim Schmidt, the $5.5 million signing of the 19-year-old Schalke goalkeeper, who's got sensational size and projects to be a good, valuable goalkeeper. It's a bit on the high side, but I think you know, if I had to turn around and sell him at some point, I think I'd probably be able to get this money back out of him. And I'm assuming he's going to improve and season as a player and get smarter and so on and so forth. So, Tim Schmidt, $5.5 million to bring Tim Schmidt in for the B team. Sipiwe Bar. We'll ask Cañete to welcome him. Bar is going to be spending his time with the UD Melilla B team. Schmidt. Alrighty, Timmy. Timmy! B team. B team, not the U19s for you. No, that's that's not it. All right, going to Nuremberg. Have fun, VML. Enjoy your time in Germany. I hear it's swell. The food is all right. All right, Sile Peterson for $600,000 from Stellenbosch FC in South Africa. We have completed the loan of Giancarlo Farfan. Now, all I had to do was threaten him with a transfer, and he's like, dude, I am so good.
Why does Dracula always bite people?
He does not get
in
to
the
take
neck?
up a spot
Because
on the
he's
B
a
team.
necromancer.
He does not. Why does Dracula always bite people in the neck? Because he's a necromancer? Oh, that's so bad. That is so freaking bad. I am impressed. C. Oh, I forgot about Mauricio Gonzalez. I completely forgot about Mauricio Gonzalez. The $7 million transfer that we were initially making. I'm sorry, no. My heart was set on another, and his name is Sile Peterson. All right, we have swooped up a couple of guys for the B team. Sile Peterson is the latest. He goes into Melilla B. I'm sending Pablo Benevent down to the U19s so that he does not disrupt the B team registration. Hamburg make an approach for Schmidt. I mean, it doesn't. That keeps him from disrupting whatever's happening with Lira. Yanez needs to accept his loan. Now. That would be nice. So that we know that Lira is going to be able to play. I'm going to take this. He's taking his intensive language course. He will learn Spanish while playing over there. Oh, Roman, will you grow up? What are you even mad about? It's deadline day, Salvatore. Where the hell are you going to go? It's 2:30 p.m. on deadline day, Salvatore. Where in Christchurch, New Zealand are you going to go? All right, Nathan Owen, there you go. Got his loan done. Roman coming to me now is ridiculous. Ridiculous that Roman is coming to me now. It's absurd. He's not expecting anything from me right now. So let's see if Mbambo can resolve. No? Well then, if he's not expecting anything from me right now, then I'm not going to talk to him. I'm not going to talk to him. It's deadline day. All right, Tim Schmidt signed, loaned out. He's doing his intensive language course to learn Spanish, but he gets to play in his home area at a good club. Private matter. All right, Yanez, loan. Oh, Schalke have gone for Jaramillo. Somebody had to eventually. Really high potential Argentine goalkeeper. Slow burn, slow developer, but they've splashed on Jaramillo on deadline day after I bought their goalkeeper. I mean, I thought we were getting an offer for Tsoutsikas tendered today. Did that not happen? Well, we had a Juve Stabia offer coming in for Tsoutsikas where he'd just be able to leave the club and save me $140,000. All right, B team. Spiwe, Barr, Sille, Peterson. Those guys should be registered. Just need Yanez to take his loan and go play in MLS, man. That's all I need. And then everybody's going to be eligible for registration on the B team, and we're going to have a really hearty, good, competitive B team season. A loan offer for Kenny Gonzalez wouldn't hurt. No offers for Pablo Benevent. Yeah, well, he already rejected a transfer. He wants to watch the world burn, man. I used to really like Pablo Benevent, too. Alzira make loan offer for Plaza. Nice! $0. Does Pablo Benavent's impending arrival mean Jose Yanez is out the door? I don't understand the question. Neither of these guys are relevant to the first team. I really don't understand the question. Bongani Van Royen's not going to get the movie desperately wanted. Well, they didn't pay the amount of money that he said that they should pay. Leganes want Benevent for $0. Okay. We're paying Benevent $200,000 a year. We are clear that we don't want to renew his contract. It's time to empty him off of our payroll. Please tell me you can negotiate that deal and we'll be fine. Now, the real issue is whatever the hell's happening with Kenny Gonzalez. Yes, Kenny, yes. Yes, great deal. Yes. I'm making it work. We're making it happen. Pablo Benavent, disappointing that his career has ended like this, but he really didn't show much promise for getting better in the future. I'm not really sure. I forgot about my offer for Laji Toure. It's glitched, would be why. I told you, I was actually able to recreate it. Because if I backed through the transfer, and backing through the transfer, like, damaged it, basically. See if I can sign Laji Toure and bring him in for my U19s for $25,000. I'm an opportunist, man. I just think the guy's got a good distribution of attributes. I'll throw a flyer at $25,000 and see if he can do something. I'm so happy we got a loan for Kenny Gonzalez. We're not going to just waste 6 months with Kenny Gonzalez. He goes to Levant. He plays regularly. Obviously, he's not happy with the way this window's gone, but whatever. All right, Laji Toure joins the U19s. All right, Kenny Gonzalez out on loan. Anything else going to drop? We got 2 hours left. Honestly, I think it's weird. Couple of windows in a row, we haven't gotten like big offers for key guys. And in this whole time, I've had one guy get unsettled ever, and it was Mbambo by Manchester City, and he got over it in a month. Sutsikas, I think we might just be selling after deadline day. Ledesma's loan to Cordoba. I'm concerned that the registration on the B team is accidentally going to get freaked out. Unless I can do it. I can do it. I'm over the dollar max. There's a max squad salary in the second division, bro. Are you serious? Didn't even know. I had no idea. Oh, If I cut both goalkeepers, it still doesn't get me there, dude. Of course, you're getting caught by something like this again, bro. We can drop Grieven. And then poor Grieven Rodriguez ends up in the ether again, even though I love Grieven Rodriguez. I want Grieven Rodriguez to play on this freaking team. Bruce Zulu. Barca. It's not Azir, right? No. It's only so many options. U19 EU players do not need to be registered. How am I getting caught by this? I didn't even know there was a wage limit at this level. We'll be here for the next 81 hours. Well, we got to figure this out. Opsalo's one of the high-paid guys. Sile Peterson's one of the high-paid guys. If I'd known, I would have just loaned Sile Peterson back to his club and then done a deal to get Grieven Rodriguez out. Nah, Speedway Bar is like actually necessary. We only have one left back in the team if we don't have Speedway Bar. If we don't have Speedway Bar, then we have nothing. You hear me? You hear me? Nothing. Oh, man. Flip! Oh, nice! Flippity doo-dah, baby! 19 hours of the stream week are in the freaking bag. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah! Can I get a... 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 We've taken a field trip to Uzbekistan. Streamed 19 hours so far, 81 hours to go. Nice. So pretty. Come on. Brain, come on, give me something. Give me something, Brain. Why is there a damn salary cap in the second freaking division? It's ridiculous. Yeah, well, Yanez obviously has to be gone. The problem is, even if we accept the loan that we currently have out for Arturo Ledesma, it ain't going to do anything. We are stranding somebody to not play for 6 months, is basically what we're going to do. Ledesma and Soto. No! It says the same thing. No weird glitch where some guy on loan is not there. It's supposed to be there. Adrian Soto survives. We'll register the scrubs. Because now we have the room to register the scrubs. Cordero, Albuera, Marcos, Wasim, Verdu, Guillermo. All right. We had to unregister Ledesma, and we have to unregister backup goalkeeper Diego. Diego's the guy that misses out. All right, Cordoba loan for Ledesma sorted. We ended up surviving. We're fine. It's just the backup goalkeeper, Diego. That's the problem. The Ledesma's loan was completed. And our B team's team is set. Now it throws us the A team registration, and we're just going to make sure. Yes, okay. Ruben Arado is not registered, and Panagiotis Sutsikas, we think we're going to get a $0 offer. We don't think Arado's going to be upset because of the injury. They're usually not. Same way that Pizarro wasn't upset that I unregistered him after his torn ACL. If he is, we just promise to register him at the next opportunity, and we should be fine. But he should be okay. He is hurt for the vast majority of that time. He is hurt for the vast majority of the time. Yeah, we're good. We're good. He understands. Just get that hip right, Ruben. We'll get you back in January and you'll be ready to rock. Just get your hip back. There we go. We moved Sutsikas. We ended up moving just about everybody we needed to move, chat. Dude. There go my two right wingbacks. Miguel Rubio never gets hurt. He had injury issues when he was like 17 or 18, but he grew out of them. That's the first injury for Rubio in years. The Red Rocket is down. The Red Rocket is down, chat. All right, we got 10 minutes until Champions League, so we're going to start gearing up for the watch-along. We're not doing the fancy watch-along screen. We've got the not fancy one, but it's going to be a lot of fun. We're just going to be sitting here watching the match. We are going to do a full watch-along with it. That means that once we kind of get to this Girona match, we're going to save and get that set up. Oh, more time to keep the Van Rooyen promise. Okay. How about you stay healthy and accept transfer offers for $50 million when they come in? How's that sound to you? No, transfer window's already done. I appreciate the thought. Mad Sharano, but the transfer window is now closed. So our right back situation is going to be a little weird. I think if we're putting the team together right now, our right back would be somebody from the B team. Or like Facundo Aguirre. The funny thing is our starting right back on the B team is also hurt. This guy? No, not that guy. Where's Guerrero? Speedway Bar can play there. Hey, Sapiwe Bar, you want to just instantly play like first team? Oh, I already have Saul Beltran up there. He's already on my bench. Saul Beltran or Spiwe Bar? I think Saul Beltran. He's been with the team longer. I like how oh, there it is. It's at the top. Got it. And then our bench option, where is the guy that's hurt? Go Gallardo. Alexi Gallardo's the bright, young, developing right wing back. He's also hurt. So we're just about out of dudes at the right back spot. Sapiwe Bar backing up Saul Beltran right now. Will there be a UCL watch along with a new bespoke UI? It's no new bespoke UI. It's the old school UI to make sure nothing breaks. Avande, Otero, Gutierrez, Cañete, and Saul Beltran. We could also try the Cañete right wing back and then Sar left wing back. That should work. We should be able to do that, and we want to get Sar minutes. We want to get Sar minutes. All right. That's where we're going to save it. Have no fear. We will be back on FM tomorrow. But for now, we're not flipping. It's time to get our game stuff set up. The score is 0-0. The teams are Atletico Madrid and Arsenal. That's right. Unbelievably high tech, chat. Unbelievably high tech. Wrong way around. Is that really going to trigger enough people's OCD that I need to change it? I feel like it is. It's going to trigger. It doesn't trigger mine, but I feel like it is going to trigger enough people's OCD that I'll change it. Okay. There you go. There you go. I'm going to add another little text box. Whoop. Yeah, 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 yeah. I never want to be here. Whoa, look at this, baby. Just in case somebody didn't know, the first leg was 1-1. Look at that, baby. It's getting high tech in here. All right, that is obviously the clock. We'll get the game clock up once I get the actual broadcast up. So I need to mute the desktop audio too for you guys. Not solo it, but mute it. Right there. Okay. Now we're going to be good. The font size and the team names is different. I don't think so. Maybe a little bit, but it's just to kind of fill the scoreboard, you know? It's just to kind of, it fills in the scoreboard all right. I'm glad somebody could point that out, because that's gonna take somebody over the top. Dude just said triggered. Somebody
North London, but we are minutes away from Arsenal.
Well, I should probably mute the actual broadcast, huh? I'm getting the broadcast up now. They're advertising Beckham and Friends right now. What is Beckham and Friends? Mute music? Yeah, sorry. Music muted. Fire up your own broadcasts and let's watch some Champions League magic, shall we? I don't know what's going to happen, but one of these teams is going to be in the Champions League final. All right, the anthems, baby. Well, the anthems, the Champions League anthem. Why did I say the anthems? Da, 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 I don't want to talk about it. Now it's the same font size. Are you happy? I did that for the people that was bothering. It's now the same font size. I just pasted the wrong version. Okay. Never happy? All right, well, I do my best. Who's winning, chat? Who's winning? It's gotta be Arsenal. It has to be Arsenal. It has to be Arsenal. It has to be Arsenal, man. They have to win. The match hasn't started yet for me. Once it does, I'll have a timer up. It has to be Arsenal. My prediction, Arsenal 1-0. My prediction is Arsenal 1-0. That's my final lock it in prediction. Dude, they're literally hitting an ad right as the players are walking out onto the field. For Qatar Airways. Bro. All right. Give it a moment. Whoa, crazy stat on the U.S. broadcast. These are the two teams in the Champions League that have played the most Champions League matches ever without winning a Champions League. That's crazy. That's insane. Oh, no. All right, we're in motion. We're in motion. How do you like that high tech? That high tech nonsense we got going. The match is underway. We're in the opening minute. Let's see what happens. Bukayo Osaka's already down. Par for the course. I'll make this smaller. This feels a little intrusive. Just slip it right under there. A little less in the way, you know what I mean? Got to make sure everybody can see the entire forehead. Now, I'm not trying to steal too much of the broadcast. I'm literally just using the clock from it. I feel like you start pushing DMCA if you go too far with it. I can update the score just fine. I don't think they're going to be scoring too fast in this game for me to not be able to update the score. Let me put it that way. I'm very happy that we're doing this 20-hour stream week or 100-hour stream week, and we've got a bunch of good matches to watch. The two teams that have played the most Champions League matches without ever actually winning the Champions League in their history. I'll tell you, it would be an amazing story if Atletico Madrid went on to win it. They're just always such a competitive team. But if they could get themselves into the final and then somehow find a way to win. Now, I like the way the scoreboard's looking right now. I'm not going to lie. I like the way the scoreboard's looking right now. That's good. Send this as a clip to Fox Sports. Look at what I can do, man. Look at my technical savvy. Oh, good play. I love Trossard. He's such a weird player. He like clearly belongs on the biggest clubs in the world, but he's just never consistent enough where you're like, I'm in love with the idea of starting Trossard. Over under 1 XG today. Over. This Atletico team scores more than anybody thinks. They play a lot of high-scoring games. They defend for the majority of the game, so it like fools you into thinking they're not a team that's capable of offense, but they absolutely are. Confident pass from Raya, dude. I would have been having a heart attack if I attempted that in a video game. Atletico Madrid's so comfortable defending. I think that causes a problem for Arsenal because they make teams defend so much in those spots. And that's a yellow for Griezmann. Oh. I like how Griezmann's sitting there like, oh, hey, I thought the game was still going. That was my touch. Sure, buddy. Can't wait for him to be in Orlando. Antoine Griezmann playing in Orlando City. Oh, good ball. Rennick, thank you so much for the tier 1, dude. Welcome to the Hammers. Enjoy the bacon, enjoy the emotes. And welcome to an Elite Online Gaming community. All right. I did bring lunch to this party. I'm going to make a peanut butter sandwich unless the... Oh! Hello, Alvarez. See, that's what I mean. That counterpunch, dude. That counterpunch is real quick. And this Simeone offspring is just, the dude never stops running. He's the embodiment of his dad. I've never seen him not sprinting somewhere. The clock will come back. It goes away when they show highlights. So if it's gone, they're just showing a highlight of something. It's all good. We Gucci. Oh, hello. Oh, my good Calafiore. Okay. The announcer literally just went, wasn't a bad effort. What is a bad effort then? If that's not a bad effort. If that doesn't count as a bad effort, what is? That's 3 points in the NFL. Go the way of Harry Kane. Maybe the guy should just be aspiring to be an NFL kicker. Easy to get confused. It's not like Calafiore plays a lot. This is kind of impressive how healthy this team is, considering they have a couple of guys that seem to always be hurt. And they're here. And they're playing. I love Miles Lewis Skelly, dude. That's a good player. If you don't know what to do, you can watch Arda Sachi run from Death Valley to LA in 96 hours. What? A dude's running from Death Valley to LA? I feel like 96 hours is way too fast for that. Oh! Oh, what a play. What a tackle. Oh, that looked like it was going to fall for Atletico, dude. Nah, it was Simeone, dude. For all of his qualities, Simeone is not a great goal getter. He's going to run straight into the ball. That was a good block. But if you need somebody to run 15 miles over the course of a game. I'm taking pretty good odds that Raya's going to brick a pass at some point, and that's going to lead to a goal for Atleti. Atleti is making him make some fairly difficult passes to keep possession. And Arsenal's so determined to keep possession that Raya's going to try to make those passes. He absolutely could just brick one of those, and then you'll see complete haram from Atletico. Arda's a crazy runner. Yeah, there's like super marathon runners. So the guy that ran the length of Africa, you're just like, I don't know, man. I ran 2 marathons in my life. And each time I was like, I'm going to reward myself by giving myself 4 months of eating whatever I want and doing nothing. I don't know what compels you to want to keep going, but hey. Do away goals count this year? No. Away goals do not count. So if it ends 0-0, it's extra time. Raya again. It's a good pass, but I mean, away goals count as goals, but they they don't count as a tiebreaker. Yes. Now I got a guy making a peanut butter sandwich as my commentary. I got you, man. Sorry. It is lunchtime. When I'm streaming this amount of time, I got to make sure I eat and drink regularly. I've got my food laid out, so I know what I'm going to eat. I had all the stuff to make my sandwiches, but... Oh, what a terrible pass by Saka. Out of both these teams, dude, 15 minutes in, I like where Atletico Madrid is better than I like where Arsenal is. Great ball by Trossard. Oh, Gyökeres! The big man! The big fella! With the hair! Now, you say what you want about his finishing and his technical ability. Gyökeres is always running, and he's built like a Subaru. Built to last. Dude's like an actual mid-sized sedan coming at you, and he's always running. Yo, Mehmedi, thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate you. Congrats on cooking your bacon. Any plans for the World Cup? Yes, we're cooking some different stuff. Speaking of cooking, it's not set in stone yet, so I'll let you know. And obviously there's this random Fox thing of just watching every game in Times Square that would rewrite all of the plans that I've already laid. Best laid plans, right? What is this corner? Saka, what are we doing, bro? What are we doing, Saka? All right, we've settled into the match now. I expect things to start to happen. Is it too hipster to say that I love watching Atletico Madrid defend? Is that too hipster of me? I actually really I love watching them defend, dude. Hello, Arsenal. No way. Not a bad shot by Gabriel. That is such a good job by Bukayo Saka to set up that pass. That was a teasing ball, but I don't think it was ever going to turn into anything. There were too many bodies in there. But that little back and forth for Bukayo Saka was so sick. And now that's going to force Atletico Madrid's fullbacks to play in tighter and closer to their line to make sure that pass can't happen, which means they're going to be able to get the ball to Bukayo Saka wide if they want to take that away. If not, then Bukayo Saka is going to be able to kind of tee up that run one-on-one the way that he just did. If he's able to create that separation and get behind the line, then they have to make an adjustment. No Pepe and Ramos. Yeah, but there's just some this Atletico Madrid team. I didn't even feel this way when I was watching them against Barcelona. They seem very assured right now. Their defense is very composed. Their offense is decisive. And Arsenal's obviously doing a great job of keeping the ball, but they're less decisive with where they want to go with it. That play with Saka might have been a turning point for them, though. What a diabolically bad pass that was. I got to see that one again. I don't know if that was a foul. It felt a little soft. Oh, yeah, I think so. What CA and PA would I would set Lamine Yamal at 200 potential ability. I would set his current ability at like 170. I think he's a great, fantastic player, but I think he's still a little overblown just because of how young he is. I think if he was 25, like I genuinely think, you know, there's an argument Rafinha was a better player for Barcelona last year. You know what I mean? Now, I'm a big believer in Lamine Yamal. I put him at 200 potential ability. See, that's what I mean. Jokerit is just always running at somebody. Just getting his way in between him and the ball, and you're going to draw a foul. Yeah, I love Gyökeres just running into Bukayo Saka on that play. Ooh, that's a terrible miss by Ben White. The hell was that from Ademola Lookman? I locked in Arsenal 1-0. I would change it. I like the way Atletico's playing right now, but I'm locked. Oh, there's a dud from Raya. I'm telling you, they're putting pressure on Raya playing the ball out from the back, and he's been instructed to basically take risks. Like the riskiest part of Arsenal's entire strategy is the way Raya's passing the ball out of the back. I'm telling you. Like Atletico Madrid is very much in to get a goal from a Raya mistake passing the ball. And it's not because he's like bad with the ball or anything. It's just the passes that he's having to make consistently are difficult. Oh, here goes Declan Rice. Sure, why not? To be fair, he was cooking an ancient Griezmann on that run. Marco Llorente taking his time off of denying the positive effects of sunscreen to block that cross. Interesting guy. Look, man, all I'm telling you is I grew up in Florida, and people that used a lot of sunscreen don't get skin cancer, and people that don't use a lot of sunscreen get skin cancer. It happens every time. It's very consistent. But Marco Llorente does know more about being a defensive midfielder than me, so I guess we're even. Oh, Llorente's the perfect player for Atletico Madrid, and he's a tremendous box-to-box midfielder. That's not what I'm talking about. That whole story is crazy. The health service of Spain is like at war with Marcos Llorente because he keeps saying that sunscreen causes skin cancer. And there's like the health services of Spain are like, please stop saying that. And he's like, no. They're just like, okay. He's an interesting guy, right? I don't know him personally, obviously. Sure, he's a solid dude, but he's like he's definitely down a lot of rabbit holes, shall we say. He's like a chemtrail believer. You know, he wears yellow glasses indoors because he says that like artificial light is bad for you. He eats what he describes as a Paleolithic diet, which if you don't know what the word Paleolithic means, it doesn't mean this exactly, but you can translate it as being like caveman. That was the era, the Paleolithic era. So he's just one of those like, he's like, the average person would be like, well, he's a little kooky, you know, but obviously he's also a hell of an athlete. So yeah, it's one of those things where I think what's happened in that situation, right, while Arsenal figures out where they want to go with this ball, is he's doing some things that are really good for you and really healthy and help you be a great athlete, like eating healthy foods, not eating a few hours before bed, going to sleep early. But he also, in the part of doing all of that, is doing some things that I think, at least medically speaking, you could make an argument are silly. And obviously has some opinions about chemtrails and sunscreen that you're like, all right. Yeah, just get a little dose of that Tom Brady, Cristiano Ronaldo, Kyrie Irving, just a little dose of that athlete weirdness, you know? And sometimes you want your athletes a little weird, man. Every team needs a bit of a nut. Like, you need some dude that's just a little crazy. It helps. It helps. Starts off with a smidge of truth. Yeah. Because like, I was reading that article about Llorente, and it's like, oh, you know, you should never eat within 2 hours before bed. And it's like, yeah, that's well known as being a super healthy thing to do for your body. I don't do it, but it's known as being really helpful for you, right? I think the chemtrails have gone to his head. It's a good explanation. But that's kind of like a what came first, the chicken or the egg thing. Because he's the only person that sees the truth on chemtrails. Maybe you have to be affected by the chemtrails to see the truth of the chemtrails. We've just failed to consider this possibility, gentlemen. What are we doing? If I could put on my tinfoil hat for a second. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of calling people stupid. I think people are smart in different ways. Like, clearly, Marcos Llorente is a hell of a midfielder, and in certain aspects, his brain is able to process and accomplish things that my brain couldn't even fathom. While at the same time, my brain can fathom that sunscreen's probably a good idea. You know what I mean? Like, I think out of the vast majority of people, it's just a different set of intelligences. If you'll notice, I really try not to call anybody stupid, except for my own players on Football Manager. What if he's just a massive rage baiter? That'd be really funny. He retires at 40 and he's like, it was all a big facade. It's a big charade. What about Julian Alvarez? I don't really know a lot about Julian Alvarez, like personal life. It's not so, I don't seek this stuff out. Sometimes it just finds me. Like the Llorente thing just found me and I was like, oh. But I don't really know. I love the fact that Koke's still playing. Julian Alvarez is deep as hell right now. Oh, Griezmann. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness, Llorente. Nice cut. It'd be so funny if he scored. Oh. I think Griezmann should have taken that ball to his left foot and shabanged it. I think he should have taken that ball to his left foot and Shibuya roll called it right into the top corner. some reason Buttersnotch's name is blocked by the auto mod. That's funny. I would have scored that. I wouldn't have. Thanks for being honest. Griezmann to the MLS next season. It's going to be cool. It's going to have a little Florida derby with Lionel Messi. Orlando City's not one of the better teams in MLS, so it's definitely an interesting team for him to go to. One of the smaller clubs in MLS, I'd say, overall. So he's not going to, like, LA Galaxy or Toronto, Portland or Seattle. Like, he's going to kind of a lesser club in a lot of ways. MLS does a solid job of distributing the stars between the teams, though. Yeah, it is an NBA city. I know Griezmann loves the NBA. The Orlando Magic made the playoffs this year. Yeah, or I just don't like Orlando. I'm a certified Orlando hater. It's a fake city. Has no real city to it, It's just all Applebee's and Chili's. And look, I love Applebee's and Chili's, but, you need your... I live right outside of Orlando. Tell me I'm wrong, dude. Yeah, no, does he just want to be near Disney and Universal? Maybe he negotiated free tickets into his contract. That would be funny. Renewing year-long memberships at all Orlando parks. World's largest McDonald's? Well, hey, maybe I need to change my opinion. I'm always down for some McDrizz. What a touch by Griezmann. Oh, that was scintillating. I'm a certified Florida hater? No. I'm from Tampa. Tampa's good. Miami's really good. The Florida Keys are awesome. North Florida has its own charm. Orlando and the old people beaches? Absolutely not. Come on, Trossard, show us the moves. Like, Atletico Madrid's just so comfortable in this spot that Arsenal's trying to hold them. Trossard listened. He's showing us his moves. Oh, my God. No, that's not a penalty. Loudest appeal you could imagine for just a nothing. Oh, the deflection. Oh. No, it's not a penalty. There's literally no way this is a penalty. He goes down way too easily. It's not quite shoulder to shoulder, but like it's a contact sport. That's not a real foul of a hit there. Ooh. I feel like Honchko was trying to get out of the way of that shot, and Rice still hit him. That shot did not look very good from Declan Rice. All right, Arsenal, this is probably your best goal-scoring chance right here. Oh, really? They got a little short play. Really? We know this is design play. That was well run. Problem is, you got to get that shot through like 85 dudes. Yeah, it's not just Arsenal. I mean, Atletico Madrid would be doing the exact same thing if that shove happened in the other box, but it's just not a penalty. You're not gonna call a penalty in a match like, of this magnitude. You can't even consider calling that sort of thing a penalty. Tampa, the capital of Carnival Cruises. Really? You want to know something interesting? I've never taken a Caribbean cruise, despite being born and raised in Tampa. Oh! Yeah, it was a foul. Yeah, it was a foul. Koke's a master drawing these little fouls. That's how he makes up for the fact that he's an actual turtle walking around. Oh, yeah. That's definitely a foul. The ref's done a good job so far, considering the antics that both of these teams can get up to. I mean, just Diego Simeone's existence can unravel some referees. Just having to deal with that. I think America's just a simulation. That'd be news to me, man. But if you figure something out, let me know. Ooh, what the hell? Animal Lookman looks so bad. And here's Jokeres again. Dude, if Jokeres had eyes, man, he'd be the best striker in the world. If Jokeres had eyes, he'd be the best striker in the world. He's just an energy guy. He's not like a finer points and quality guy. He's a big physical energy guy with a strong shot. But he's kind of like walking down a blind alley sometimes. Do I think Sheshko would have been better? I don't know, dude. Sheshko hasn't exactly turned into the world beater that a lot of people thought he would turn into either. The hell was that? Hadn't been a whole lot in this game, has there? It's the first time I've seen Lewis Skelly touch the ball in half an hour. Oh, good pass by White. Yeah, I mean, there's like these almost moments, but we're not getting. I mean, both goalkeepers probably didn't need their hands for the entirety of this half. What team's Haram do you prefer? Oh, it was offside. It's like, what was that? Playing Giuliano Simeone must be the most annoying thing of all time. Silver spoon in his mouth kid whose dad played for the Argentina national team and coached Atletico Madrid. Got the job, playing on the team because his dad's the coach. But he also is literally always sprinting everywhere and he's just always on you all the time. It's got to be so annoying. Guess what? Oh, no way, dude. We'll do it at halftime. It's a double flip. I'm not just going to fire off a double flip while I'm watching the match. Oh, here's Simeone again. Exactly the same thing I'm talking about. It's a double flip, chat. We're gonna double flip it at halftime. We're gonna hit a double flip. American woman, away from me. All right, boys. You gotta do something. There you go. Isolated, one-on-one. Come on, Bakayo. Well, now you waited. You did 5 stepovers, and the second defender's able to drop off the run and come back to you. You gotta go. This is why coaches value direct players. Now we got Ben White, former center back. We have 4 former center backs on the field, which is always the interesting thing about Arsenal, is the number of center backs they convert to do other things, and like defensive midfielders. Calafiori was a center back once. I don't know what his. I mean, Calafiori's ended up in every single place on the field in this game. It is remarkable. Oh, good ball, Gyökeres! What is he doing? What is happening? Do something! He had to have been off. He had to have been offside, right? If he managed to stay onside for that, that's an incredible play by Saka. That's an incredible play for Saka. If he was onside on this and just beat the guy to the ball that badly, like if he's onside and beats the guy to the ball that badly, that's an incredible play by Saka. I'm surprised he was able to get that shot through after taking so long. I mean, we got to see it. Look, I get the celebrations are great, but this is a goal that is automatically in question, right? Yeah, Gyökeres is on. That's not the question. That was a weird ball. And then this whole thing was weird where he takes his time with it. And then somehow the shot gets through like, oh, he's on. Oh, he's totally on. He just beats him to it. I can't believe that shot got through. It's a good save. That ball was deflected too. Wow, he was on. He just beat the 2 Atletico players to the ball. He wanted it more. He had it read better. He anticipated the play better. That's coaching. That's coaching and just being a good player. He knew, like reflexively, right? You're just coached to I'm going to go to this spot when this shot's coming in. And he was on. I mean, I almost feel bad for Saka and Arsenal. I mean, you can't because they're winning in the Champions League semifinal right now. Because that's such a. They're going to get like bullied for that goal. But that was the best chance of the match, even without that like tap in on the back end. That was a great pass. Gyökeres managed to screw it up and then unscrew it up. Trossard took an hour. Honestly, that's kind of on Atletico's defense a little bit. Trossard took so long. Somebody's got to like get a little closer to him. Oh, the score. Oh. Arsenal leads. Arsenal leads. It's halftime. Halftime. Arsenal 1, Atletico Madrid 0. But what it's really time for, chat, is the double flip, because we have now been streaming for 20 hours this week, and my goodness, it's almost Tuesday. No. Oh! 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 Oh, the double flip! Oh! Bang! $20 hours, 80 hours to go. All right, we'll take a look at the box score here. Was that their only shot? Only 2 shots of the match? I gotta be 2 shots. Bro. Those were not only were those their only 2 shots of the match, chat, they were the only 2 shots in the entire match on target. They were the only 2 shots in the entire match on target. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. It's insane. Nizako, thank you so much for the 61 months, dude. I appreciate it.
Hello,
Hell
blessings
yeah!
and health to your family.
Blessings and health to your family. Thank you. I feel like that was some sort of churchly reaction. 68% possession. I wonder how much XG they had before those 2 shots. I wonder. How does Arsenal not get credit for an accurate through pass on that pass that just set Gyökeres in? It said Arsenal 0.21 XG and Atletico Madrid 0.05 XG before the goal. And at half, it's 0.95. I mean, I'm sorry. The XG of Bukayo Saka's chance has got to be basically 1. Because by the time he actually wins the race to the ball, you know? He's tapping it into an empty net. The goalkeeper's literally on the ground. All right, look, my prediction was Arsenal 1-0. So I'm feeling pretty good about my prediction. Do you guys think anything's going to change in this game or no? Players have missed that before. Yeah, but what are they giving that? Like a 0.6, a 0.7? I think you got to give that like a 0.95, right? You think Atletico Madrid's going to score? The time wasting is going to be horrendous. Well, it would be for a lot of teams. right? I'm not trying to just go after Arsenal. There would be some pretty haram time wasting no matter which team was in this position. The hate watch is not going well. It's not. The hate watch is not going well. Can't wait for tomorrow's match. A goal will be scored within 5 minutes. I think Atleti plays a little better a goal down. Interesting. The idea that when Atletico Madrid goes a goal down, they all of a sudden play better. What if we could try and figure that out? So, obviously, first match, they were down, right? They came back and tied it. In this match against Bilbao in La Liga, they were down. Interesting. Against, well, neither of these Barcelona matches. The Barcelona match, they're down 2-0. In 24 minutes, it looked absolutely, they looked doomed, right? They scored a goal, and they survived. So there is a precedent for Atletico Madrid being a team that's super duper, super capable of coming back. Why does Z stream this much this week? Because we raised £20,000 for War Child during Jingle Jam. £20,000. We changed the lives of thousands of kids in war zones across the world. And all I got to do is stream for 100 hours for a week. I mean, come on, that's easy. There were 3 goals that we hit. One was I would do a 24-hour stream. We've already done that. The second is that I would do a 100-hour stream week that was separate from the 24-hour stream. That's what we're doing this week. And the third is that I would make an OnlyFans. That has not happened yet. We're doing one at a time. Only for my fans. Yeah, I'm streaming every day this week, dude. I mean, 100 hours is a lot. So I'm streaming basically between 10 to 15 hours every day this week. Yep. I'm streaming every day this week. I don't know why Sorloth never starts for Atletico, but he will come in. And Sorloth is like Jokerish, but with a slightly better jawline. They play kind of the same way. Throwing themselves at stuff, you know. No way Atletico plays that bad all match. They have some talent. That was a very undetermined 45 minutes. I don't think Atletico played that poorly. They just didn't get the end product. They had a couple of moves. Atletico Madrid created a couple of moves, so they're like, ooh. The problem for Atletico Madrid now is they're playing against their opposite number in a lot of ways. There are a few teams that are as experienced at defending as Arsenal. So Arsenal had 4 goals allowed, right, in the league stage. You then carry that forward. Let's just find Arsenal here. And we look at their Champions League ties because they started in the round of 16 against Leverkusen. Right, they give up 1 goal, that's it. And then in the quarterfinals against Sporting, they don't give up a goal. The goal they gave up to Atletico Madrid was only the 6th goal. 6th goal they've given up in the Champions League. 6. 6. Now, if we break out the handy calculator, right, and we look at the fact that they played 8 league matches, they've played 14, now 15 matches. 15 divided by 6 is the wrong direction. 6 divided by 15 is the right direction. They're giving up 0.4 goals per game in the Champions League. They're giving up 0.4 goals per game. Now, I'd be curious to know how many of those goals were penalties. How many times has a team tickled the twine without winning a penalty, right? Obviously, Atletico Madrid's goal was a penalty. If we go back to Bayer Leverkusen, memory does not serve. That was not a penalty, but Ross Andrich scored, so it feels like that might have been a set piece. Because Andrich is not a guy that's forward for them. Bro, they gave up 2 goals to Kairat Almaty. One was a penalty. So they've given up at most 4 non-penalty goals in the entire competition. And they gave up 2 goals to Kairat Almaty when they probably rotated the hell out of it. They probably rotated the hell out of the team. And they gave up a goal here to Inter. Okay. So I think they gave up 1 other goal in the entire Champions League stage. It was Bayern Munich in the 3-1 win at home against Bayern to Harry Kane. So they've given up 4 non-penalty goals in the entire Champions League in 15 matches. Do you know how ridiculous that is? Was a corner for Leverkusen and Kepa was in goal. Yeah, I figured if it was Andrick. So they've given up 3 run-of-play goals, assuming none of those other ones were set pieces. In matches that weren't against Kazakhstan's Kairat Almaty, Arsenal has given up 4 goals in 14. They're giving up a goal every 0.29 goals per match against teams that they're actually taking seriously. Hardest opponents you have to come, obviously. Except for they've already played Bayern Munich. And they beat them. That was a long time ago. Bayern's a different team. Arsenal's a more scared team now. I'm just saying, their defensive ability is like really impressive. Like the defensive ability that Arsenal has is really impressive. And so what you're going to get, and the reason that I picked 1-0 Arsenal, is because if Arsenal gets that first goal, they know how to defend better than any team in the world right now. They're a better defensive team than any team in the world right now. And so Arsenal gets that goal, they're going to be able to time waste, possess, keep the ball away from the net in any way possible. Check your PayPal, Z, Arsene Wenger. Look, I'm just saying, there's a reason that Arsenal is in the semifinals of the Champions League. There's a reason that Manchester City's just handed them the reins to the Premier League again. Doesn't mean they're not going to blow it. They're definitely nervous, right? They're prone to choking because of the way that they play, but they are very good defensively. Like if you had to pick one team on the face of the earth right now and say, like, I'm going to give them a 1-0 lead, what team are you going to bet your life savings on they're going to be able to hold on to that 1-0 lead? It'd be Arsenal. Yeah, I got you, Lord Geese. Thank you for the 38 months and good luck saving the team. It's a tricky situation. I didn't know how bad I did not know how bad the stadium situation was for the Whitecaps. I had no idea. ADV, thank you so much for the prime, man. Hell yeah. Enjoy the bacon, enjoy the emotes. I would definitely not say Bayern. Yeah, you wouldn't say Bayern. You wouldn't say PSG. You wouldn't say Real Madrid. You wouldn't say Barcelona. You'd say Arsenal. Arsenal's the best defensive team in the world right now. It's not sexy. It's certainly not fun. It might lose them the league because they don't have the ability to attack enough, but they defend. The advantage of having, like if you look at the lineup they've got on the field right now, right? Center back, center back, center back, center back. Defensive midfielder, fullback playing here, right? Guy that I feel like used to play fullback, and has become a winger. Striker that is not, striker that is an incredibly physical, high work rate guy. You know what I mean? Like almost every part of the team is built in a way where the defensive skills of the players are prioritized. The space-eating skills of the players are prioritized. Do you sleep on stream? I want to watch you sleep, please. No. I don't. We're streaming 100 hours this week, but I'm not doing stream. I'm not doing a stream week. Very possible. Okay. I'm not trying to say that it's impossible. I'm just saying that Arsenal's approach to the second half is going to be very familiar, and Atletico Madrid's going to need something specific to break it open. That's what I'm saying. Is that this is going to be a difficult task for Atletico Madrid. We are not going to get a free-flowing shootout, even something similar to a free-flowing shootout that we got in the first half. You know what I mean? I think it would be fun. I mean, I'll take as much extra time as they want to give me. As a neutral, I want penalties. I want the drama going all the way. I want it 3-3 with some beautiful goals and a penalty shootout at the end, right? That'd be great. And I think one thing that, Atletico Madrid's been very good at, they have been chaos merchants this whole time. They have been chaos merchants. All right, we're coming out of the half. We're coming out of the half. The players are on the field, chat. The second half is upon us. What sort of diabolical haram will we be treated to in this Champions League semifinal? One team is going to be going to the Champions League final out of these two. Who will it be? That sounded very ominous. Okay. Get rid of the halftime and bring back the game clock. Charge. The clock will be up momentarily. Ball was just kicked off. Superb opening ball there for Arsenal. Just set up their defense. Bukayo Saka. It was an incredibly good throw. Oh my goodness, Saka. Gyökeres tried to take a touch with what I'm assuming is a brick inside of his boot there. Whew. Oh yeah, that switch. Oh, where was the bike, Griezmann? Where was the bike? That's just incredible work from Gyökeres there. That's perfect savvy vet work from Gyökeres. He literally just backs into Normand, blocks him off. Normand's then trying to push back on him in order to make something happen. And he just kind of falls over. And Arsenal will take, this is something to pay attention to, is Arsenal's ability to run time down on every dead ball is an emphasis of the way that they play, right? They're going to take an extra 10 to 15 to 20 seconds on every single one of these. They just did that already. The camera crew runs through the whole highlight, cuts back, and he's still just getting set up to take the kick. I also love Mikel Arteta pretending to not notice the guys taking the throw in right next to him and trying to get in his way as much as he can with inside his technical area. Just savvy vet coaching there. He's pretending to have a conversation with the assistant ref, gesturing towards him while trying to just get in this guy's space. It's all the little things, man. Well, that's a terrible ball from Griezmann. Here comes Llorente. It's an absolute rampage. Now here, watch this clock. So he goes down at 48-15. Arsenal's not going to take this kick for like a minute. They're so good at this. And they do it in a way that the refs don't pick up on it and that don't, like, they don't put the ball down rather quickly and then take forever to kick the ball. They'll take forever to put the ball down. So he goes down at 48-15. See, like, now the ball's down. Declan Rice is looking down the field, trying to make sure that the play is set. He's not even looking towards the ball. He's looking over towards the sideline. You know, the ball is played and 40 seconds have been run off on that free kick. Something like 1/60th of the entire second half was just run off on that free kick. Like, you amplify that over 5 or 6 fouls, you can take care of, you know. It's impressive. Look, it's part of the game. The point of every player's contract, of every coach's contract, the point of everything there. That was more of a penalty than the other shove on Trossard. That was some pretty diabolical defending from Lena Moran. But yeah, I mean, like, the point of every coach, the point of every player's contract is to win games. And obviously, certain footballing cultures like Brazil, you know, really value winning games a certain way. But that's not, you know, style points don't go on the scoreboard. You get to the end of the game with with more goals, then you're good. So this ball goes out. Trossard doesn't take the throw. Pass it off to Calafiori. We're already at 15 seconds for this throw-in. 20 seconds to throw the ball in. They're able to make the game disappear, dude. And they do it in a way where if you aren't really paying attention, you don't notice it. Like oh! What is he doing? How does he not, dude? This is exactly what I'm talking about with Simeone, dude. The younger Simeone, he's all running, but when the rubber meets the road, he's just not a goal getter. Like, dude, that just how? I mean, that touch is so good. Just hit it. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yo, this is gonna be a pen. No. That could have that could have been a pen. I can't believe they didn't score that. That's unbelievable they didn't score that. He didn't touch him enough. That is. I mean, like, Simeone just has to score that. It's actually impressive that he hasn't scored that. It's impossible that he didn't score. There's like no way he doesn't score there. All you have to do is hit the ball towards a completely empty net. And he fluffed it twice. Instead of hitting it towards the goal, he tries to take another touch instead of shooting it. And then he gets like a bit of a bump from Gabi Magalhaes and just whiffs the ball. Like, he literally, dude, the crazy thing is that Diego Simeone now has to manage the rest of the match knowing that his son is like solely responsible for this match not being tied. That's the human tragedy that he's going through here. The issue for Giuliano Simeone is that there really wasn't a lot of contact. You have to ask the question of the value of the contact, but I totally get them not calling that penalty. I totally get them not calling that penalty because it just wasn't a lot of contact in there. You know, look, I'm not disagreeing with you, McTominay. I totally get not calling that as a penalty because there just isn't a lot of contact in that play. And I think you also, honestly, shouldn't call it as a pen because you have to be sitting there with your jaw on the floor that he just didn't score. Yeah, but here's the thing. If the ref calls that a penalty on the field, I don't think VAR can reverse it. Because the value of the contact was, I think you can make an argument, was putting him off. But I'm totally okay with not calling that a pin. I am dumbfounded he did not score. Like, that just has to be a goal. Jokic! Oh, now a little end-to-end. A little end-to-end action. Come on. For the boys. A little end-to-end action. So, like, what is Calafiori's position? Like, now he's up here just, like, dancing his way into the box. Didn't really have any idea what to do with it because I guess he's kind of, I mean, he's not the most savvy dude in the box. But, like, he's just floating left anything, yeah. He's just popping up at so many... He was, like, where Eze is supposed to be at one point. The answer is yes. It's like, we are living in a world where Calafiori is, like, trying to one-on-one an opposing center back in the 18-yard box. Oh, Griezmann. Oi! Oh, he's there! Oh! Pen. Oh, my dude. Arsenal is shaky. They're shaky. Good hit by Griezmann. Bit of a shaky save. Oh, my... Dude, the way that Gabby Magalhaes... Oh, my goodness, that was a pin. It was a pin right after the foul on Gabby. Dude. Oh, my... It's not a pen. It's not a pen because there was a foul on Gabby Magalhaes first. But this tackle by Calafiori is so bad. Definitely a pen. Yeah, it's not a pen because of the foul before it, but it was definitely a penalty level foul on Griezmann. Sorloth's in. About time. Yeah, the refs got it right. It's a soft foul. I mean, of course it is, but every time you touch Gabby in the box, he acts like he's been shot. He always does that. It's the Brazilian in him, man. I need to I've only seen it once. I would love to rewatch it again. I would love to rewatch it again to be able to judge how much contact was in there. But it looked like a foul the first time I saw it. He obviously, like, even though it's just kind of a touch, he goes down like my favorite part of the slow-mo replays, you can see the moment that their brain registers the contact and they just go from... like, dude, if I got shot, I wouldn't react like that. Yeah, sandwich time. I'm going to go with a second peanut butter and honey sandwich. He's coming in. Madueke. Osaka's got his limp going. Dude, that Saka limp is iconic. That, like, Saka waddle that he has. Oh, they brought in the American. America for spacious skies and amber waves of grain. The American is in. Johnny. He's going to have his moment. Give me a 40-yard Johnny screamer while I'm watching the match. Why don't I drink coffee? I don't know, I just never got into it. And everybody seems addicted to it. It seems, I mean, from somebody that's not like ever really gotten into drinking coffee, seems like a great way to waste like $10 every day. I don't know. I just never. I've had it a few times. Oh, good luck for Odegaard. He wound up on that like he was about to do something crazy. Jojo, I got you. I'll pass that along. I'm glad you're enjoying them. Secrets brewing your own coffee? I don't know, man. I wake up and drink water. Some apple juice sometimes. Like, I got nothing against coffee. Seems nice. The aesthetic that old Greek dudes have sitting on the Mediterranean while they drink their coffee seems great. I just never got into it. And once you get to a certain point of having never really just had coffee on a consistent basis, there's kind of no point to get started. Because I'm used to the energy level that I have and like who I am without it, right? Hey, they're debating how American Johnny is. There's only one requirement to being American. Being American. That's what you're failing to overlook. And Johnny's American. What about energy drinks? I don't drink energy drinks. I feel like I'm drinking gasoline. I've had a few vodka Red Bulls in my day. The connoisseur's espresso martini, as they call it. Tyler Adams has played in a Champions League semifinal. For who? Did Leipzig make a Champions League semifinal? Really? Because I said Johnny's the fourth American to ever play in a Champions League semifinal, which he got when he played in the first leg as well. But they said the other three, they're DeMarcus Beasley, the old fullback, Tyler Adams, and obviously Christian Pulisic. Huh. I thought there were only two Americans. I thought it was Pulisic and Johnny, and that was it. I miss Tyler Adams on Leipzig. That was before he became injured half the time. Johnny. Good ball, Johnny. Attaboy, Johnny. Give it to Johnny. Llorente flying around. That was a hell of a clearance by Trossard. Is Pulisic the only American to win a Champions League? Yes, he is. What's the lowest ranked nation to have a Champions League winner? Probably Romania or Serbia. Probably Romania. Back in the 80s, I think. Llorente's nutrition maxing. Well said. Oh, bad set piece. Come on. Where's the play? Where's the plan? Oh, no. I thought you were talking about nation that produced a club that won. You're talking about individual player from a country that's won a Champions League? Definitely Liberia. I almost said his son's name. Timothy Weah. George Weah. Gotta be Liberia. Liberia would be so hard to beat. The fact that they had a player that was playing at that level was remarkable. Weah never won the Champions League? Well, then that changes things. Say one of the Yugoslav players. Well, yeah, then you have to unpack like Yugoslavia. Oh, was this dude from Slovenia? Was this dude from, was he from Kosovo? Does that count? Trinidad and Tobago with Dwight York. I mean, yeah, if Dwight York won a Champions League, then yes. I think Trinidad and Tobago is very much in the conversation. But what about a nation that's never been to the World Cup? Trinidad and Tobago's been to the World Cup. Has there ever been a nation that had a player win the champions? Oh, Georgia. Georgia's never been. Oh! What a pass! How do you... Bro! What a pass! Wow. I didn't know Hincapié had it like that. That was a crazy pass. Gyökeres on Fraud Watch. I don't know. He's at least cemented himself as a stud when he's wearing a Sweden jersey after that playoff performance. Well, they took Griezmann off, which the announcer was just getting to, but Griezmann's obviously leaving at the end of the year, so that could be the last time we've seen Griezmann. I don't know if I love this call. I need to see that from the side. I don't know if I love that foul call. Henrik Mkhitaryan won it with Inter. I mean, when was the last time Inter won the Champions League? It was not any time recently. I don't think he won it with Inter, unless it was a really long time ago. 2010. Have an Armenian Champions League winner. Yeah. Anyways, the United States is nowhere near the bottom of that list, at least. In 2010, he was not there. Okay, so Mkhitaryan was, yeah. I didn't know if he was there before he went to the Prem, or before he went to Dortmund, I guess. Then the Prem. Yeah, maybe Sorloth should have flopped like Gyökeres. Not even kidding. If Sorloth had flopped like Gyökeres, he gets that call. That's the game we're building, dude. That's the game the rules are building. Oh, it's San Marino? That's insane. So San Marino had a Champions League winner in 1985. Massimo Bonini with Juve. That's it. Incredibly optimistic hit by Ben White there. I did not know that. Very good poll. Now, Australia's not it. And Australia's got a pretty darn good footballing history at this point. They've been to like 6 or 7 straight World Cups. Yeah, not Mali. Mali's a good footballing nation, even though they've never been to a World Cup. Atletico Madrid needs a 40-yard screamer from Nahuel Molina. I'm now going to classify that as their most likely goal. That or an accidental goal by Sorloth, where he just throws his body at it. That was a good hold-up play from Gyökeres. Should have gotten it right back. Bro, the speed at which they're taking this corner. The entire team got together for a group high five at the top of the box before anybody started walking over to the corner. They're so good. They're so good at it. They are so good at it. Declan Rice just got to the corner. The ball's been out for like 45 seconds. He's now going to set the ball up, which will take a while. There we go. It was actually pretty quick for them, all things considered, in the corner. Yeah, I'm still streaming after the Champions League. What am I? I'm watching CBS Sports. Your stream or TV service is 30 seconds behind from live TV here. Yeah, but he usually is. I am on the other side of an ocean. Goodness, that was a header. Really, Atletico Madrid had the first 10 minutes where Arsenal came out and I guess was a little bit nervy. The first 10 minutes, Atletico Madrid had a couple of looks at it. Obviously, one was the Simeone play. You have to score. And then there was the near penalty on Griezmann. It was definitely a penalty, but they just called the foul before it. All right, a corner. Oh, not a bad ball. Gyökeres is just like a runaway freight train, man. Running towards these poor guys. That's just not a foul, dude. Like, I've been so impressed with what Arsenal's been doing, but that's just not a foul, dude. He just fell over. Sorloth was very intentionally trying to go around him, and the guy just falls over. You gotta not call those at some point, you know? That's crazy. Like, the announcers aren't paying attention to it either, but I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes. Good God. Victor! What are we doing, Victor? Come on, man. He's had a really Gyökeres has had a really good match with everything until he turns his like shooting sights towards the goal. The moment he tries to shoot the ball towards the goal, complete disaster on his part, man. Complete and utter disaster. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? What was that? There was no reason for that to be uncomfortable or awkward at all. What was that? All right. I do hope Atleti scores just because as a neutral, I'd love to see extra time and everything. But if Arsenal does hold on to the 1-0, they have solidified themselves once again as the best defensive team in the world. The best match control team in the world. Oh, he just clubbed his own center back. Now, look, Gabriel's a flopper, but I don't think he's flopping on this one. I think he got kicked in the back of the head. Oh, yeah. This is the problem when you flop. Because people don't take it seriously when you actually get kneed in the side of the head. That one hurt. They're showing replays of the goal. Dude, wow. Dude, Madueke has not been able to get away from Ruggieri at all. Absolutely. He's been clamped. Dude, Madueke! This is such an interesting game in terms of the individual. Oh, what a play by Trossard. What a play by Trossard. Man, Madueke, what is he doing? That was a terrible punt by Oblak. Okay. Nice play by Zubamendi. All right, Madueke. There we go. There we go. Hooking one pass together. All right, Oblak. Let's try to not punt it straight to the other team. Start there. There we go. Here comes Atleti. Sorloth, exactly where he wants to be, breaking it down from the wing. Dude, where are the runs? There's nobody in the box. You're losing by 1 in the Champions League semifinal. Get your butt in the box. What are we doing? All right, get Sorloth's big mug back in there. See what happens. It's been a while since we had Atletico Madrid back in this position. Oh, that was a necessary hand from Raya. Oh, Madueke just got out-toughed to that ball. You got to get more physical there. Oh, Sorloth, that might work. Sorloth with the accidental dummy there. Madueke just totally pulled out of that challenge. Again, it's the Champions League semifinal. Got to give him, you got to show something. Oh my goodness. Dog, Gyökeres, again, doing what he does very well, which is that hold-up play and just being super physical. Why does he go down? Sorry, I was watching the replays of it. That's what I was thinking on for a second. The announcer on my broadcast basically said, I think he called a foul and then played advantage off the foul, which I think that's a red card if he doesn't call the foul initially and calls the second foul. But I think he calls a foul before Gyökeres is even completely around him. I think it's a red. If you're just looking at it, he just literally pulls him straight down from behind. I think it's a red. Foul after a foul is still a foul. That's just valid. You can't just like absolutely clean somebody on an advantage. That absolutely could have been a red. But there was part of my mind that was like, I think Gyökeres could have just kept going. Maybe he's just factoring in the fact that it's Gyökeres and he hasn't put a shot within 10 yards of the goal all day. It's like, maybe it's a red for some people, but if it's Gyökeres, nah. Denial of an obvious goal-scoring opportunity? But now I think Gyökeres, it's one of those things, you got to embrace the beast. Like, Gyökeres is a physical beast. He could have absolutely kept going. I think you make more of a statement and you're more likely to get a red in that situation. I'm dead serious. I think you're more likely to get a red in that situation if you're like fighting through the grab, because it's an obvious grab. If he's like fighting through it and trying to run to the ball and then you force the guy to keep pulling you down, I think you're more likely to get a red card. Like, Gyökeres already did the hard part. He just has to keep running towards the ball instead of just throwing himself to the ground. That's the point I'm landing on there. He has the physicality, just wanted to time waste. I don't know. I mean, he has such a work rate and such an engine and such just he's a big dude. I can't there's only so many different ways I can say that. I would love to see Jokeris just turn the beast mode on and just keep running in that situation. Drag that guy with him. Flip. Oh, baby. Oh, we're taking a little trip to Tajika Flipistan. He was afraid to go on one with Oblak. Here you go. We've streamed 20. No. Where the flip head's at? We've streamed 21 hours already this week. 21 hours. Dun, dun, dun. They call me Big Flip Daddy. Oh my, this might be a chance. Sorloth! God, it's just the most Sorloth looking play of all time, dude. Sorloth does not score on purpose. A Sorloth only scores on accident. This is one of the most important things to remember about a Sorloth. He will only score when he does not mean to. How's he getting paid to play? Because the guy scored like a brace against Barcelona, I think. He has a hat trick at some point somewhere. I don't know. There have been a lot of fever dream matches for Sorloth recently. Bruh. Oh, man. Oh, he had a clean shot at that, dude. He had a clean shot at that. These shots of these Arsenal fans, I don't think I've ever seen a more fully clinched group of people. When was the last time Arsenal made the final? Oh boy, this could turn into something here. Oh, that's a good looking ball. That's a good ball. Okay, what do we got? Thiago Almeida, Llorente. Nope, nothing. Look at Jokeris. Look at Victor. Look at the big fella run. Look at him play. God, he is so good without the ball. 2006. Thank you. I give Atletico some credit. They're making Arsenal think about it. Sorloth's at his best if you're playing crosses into the box, and he's just a giant chaos engine. He's got Gyökeres tendencies. Okay. Pointing at him like they're my Football Manager characters. Move the ball! You know, I don't know about cranking that one in the 89th minute. Got battered. Who got battered? I don't know. If you're talking about this match, I don't think either team got battered. I think this is a really close tie. If you're an Arsenal fan, would you rather win the Prem or the Champions League? Never won the Champions League, obviously. Haven't won the Prem in 2 decades. Both. Just something. One of the two, please. There goes the big fella, Victor Jokeris again. Great dummy by Mikel Arteta. You got Simeone, the master of the dark arts over there, like, hey, he's taking too much time, ref. He's taking too much time. Oh, it's ridiculous. He's taking way too much time. There's some space on the left side of this field all of a sudden. Oh, come on. Be aggressive. Go up the field. The hell do you have to lose, man? Go up the field. Whoop. Nice touch by Melilla. Just cheeky. What is Arteta doing? Yeah, Arteta's like where the fourth official is supposed to be. Dude, Arteta did it again. He's trying. I never really noticed it this much before. He's literally just running up next to the guy taking the throw in every time. Like you're trying to get a shot of the guy taking the throw in, and all of a sudden Arteta's face is just in it. He's just like trying to put the guy taking the throw in off by getting in his space while pretending to not be like he's not even noticing the guy. He's like trying to give instructions to some other guy. Oh, yeah. Let me move the time. There you go. That's your time left. Should Atletico have had a penalty this game? I'd have to watch the Gabriel foul back. Because the call was obviously that Gabriel got fouled before it. Dude, what is happening? Come on. Now we got somebody on the Arsenal bench, I'm pretty sure, just like booted the ball up in the, it was Calafiore. Now wait for Mikel Arteta to get, dude, it's impossible to get a ball. Now we've got Simeone dusting it up on the touchline. See, this is the problem with letting the dark arts go on too much, because then it just devolves into this. When the dark arts are allowed to continue too much, it just devolves into this. Like, the point of a ball boy at the end of the day is to provide a ball. You know, like, they literally just aren't even going to get a ball because it just keeps going out this direction, right? We're getting to Morocco levels of nonsense. They're going to add some time, rightfully so. And then Simeone, of course, Simeone's going to... Oh, never mind. Congratulations to Arsenal fans. You are going to the Champions League final. I called the score. I hate to say it. I called the score. It was one. I was hoping that it wasn't the score that I called, but it was a vintage Arsenal game. They found the goal and they were able to set up shop, waste time, control the ball, miss shots with Gyökeres, you know, just the classic Arsenal approach. It is amazing that they can be so good and so memeable at the same time, but they are very good. They are very good. PSG, Bayern tomorrow to see who plays Arsenal in the Champions League final. Oh, the shot at Griezmann, that's sad. Antoine Griezmann's last Champions League match ends in semi-final defeat. That goal is the only 2 shots on target the whole game for Arsenal. I'm going to ask an incredibly important question. Hold on. How many shots on goal in the entire match, Chet? There were 4. When did Atletico Madrid get 2 shots on goal? There were 4. 2 in the exact play that Arsenal scored in. All Llorente was 1, correct. The almost pin on Calafiore was a shot. All right. Dude, the possession numbers basically switched. They ended up almost even. You seeing this? 53-47. It was 68-32. Let me tell you who the Champions League final is going to look like. Arsenal is a team that is comfortable without the ball, right? They're comfortable defending. Arsenal's a team that's comfortable being in that position, no matter which team it is, Bayern Munich or PSG. Arsenal's going to show up. They're going to play without the ball, and they're going to have every chance to win that game. They're going to have every chance to win that game. Anybody that says that Arsenal is just going to get completely run over has no idea what they're talking about. Let me get some water real quick, and then we're going to break this down. Let me get some water, and then we're going to break this down. I'm out of water. So, here's the deal. Here's the dealio. No, I don't think Arsenal's going to win, but I think they're going to make it close. I think whoever wins PSG Bayern Munich, it's going to be 0-0 to the second half, and then they're going to have to come up with a moment where their pressure pays off. Where the sustained pressure they're able to put on the goal is able to pay off. They'll be 3 goals down to Bayern by halftime. I mean, look, no, they're not that bad. I don't know why. I don't know where everybody gets the impression that Arsenal is some just like dumpster team that's haraming its way here. They play in a way that is very defensive, that's very predicated on the concepts preached by Pep Guardiola in terms of game control, in terms of possession, in terms of positional play, right? It is boring at times, but Arsenal is also currently first in the Premier League. They were first in the Champions League stage. They are playing more nervous, and they are playing even less sexy than they did when they were first in the Champions League stage, but by no stretch of the imagination are they going to show up in that Champions League final and based off of anything get blown away. They played Bayern during the league stage and beat them 3-1. Like, they're obviously tilted towards haram. And when you're tilted towards haram, you open yourself up for that sin to cost you, for the amount of pressure that you allow to cost you against better and better teams. I am not going to pick Arsenal to win, but I am thinking it's going to be close. No matter who comes out, I think it's going to be close. Because Arsenal has now played round of 16, quarterfinal, semifinal, 6 matches, 8 matches in the league. They've now played 14 matches. They've allowed 6 goals, 3 from the run of play. 3. They've allowed 3 goals from the run of play in 14 matches. Never seen a team get criticized so much for challenging for titles. I mean, it happens. Atletico Madrid's had that reputation for so long that they've come full circle. They've completely embraced it, and that's just the way that they want to play. But Atletico Madrid has won La Liga multiple times. They've got Copa del Rey's, right? They've never won the Champions League, but they've gotten all the way. They got within minutes of a Champions League title against Real Madrid before Sergio Ramos scored on that corner. So, Atletico Madrid is a team that's carried that reputation for a long time, and Arsenal is building a similar reputation for itself. And they are doing it because of the way they play. And it is a way that people, in certain ways, Arsenal is innovating. And they're dragging the sport in a direction that I would say like a lot of people might not want the sport to go. But Arsenal are perfecting it. It reminds me of the tush push. It's this quarterback sneaking play that the Philadelphia Eagles run in the NFL, where Arsenal has perfected the art of winning matches in different ways than most teams try to win matches. Because Arsenal acts as if they play like Barcelona in 2010. That's just something that you're painting onto them. That's just something that you're painting onto the fans, or maybe you ran into one fan online. Like, every big club in the world is going to have a million annoying fans, Right? You're projecting that onto them, that they think that they're playing. A lot of interactions I've had with Arsenal fans is like, yeah, that's the way we play. As long as we win, I don't care. Because winning is the point of the sport. There's one Premier League team left in the Champions League. It's Arsenal. They're in the Champions League final. That's the fact. Also, Arsenal's going to be the underdog in the final. Because everybody also realizes that Arsenal is not playing its best football right now. And the other 2 teams on the other side are. The reason behind the Arsenal hate is 75% of the fans are all like that. That's just I've had plenty of run-ins with Arsenal fans. I've had run-ins with fans from a lot of different Macwell, thanks for the raid. Speaking of Arsenal fans, Macwell's a big Arsenal fan. I'm sure he's absolutely losing it right now, dude. Congratulations to Macwell, or Goonwell, as I should say. I am alive. Congratulations to you, sir. Congratulations. First time since you were -5 years old that you've made it to the Champions League final. Goon to Budapest is crazy. That's crazy. Love that. Goonin straight to Budapest. Sorry, Budapest. Now, Macwell's always been a big Arsenal fan. So, I mean, it's really fun. And I realized we were in the middle of a conversation of what Arsenal fans are like. And then we got raided and got goon bombed. But I is somebody that makes videos about football and soccer and whatever. Every fan base has the collection of people that just refuse to see reason and think that anytime you talk bad about their club, that it is a personal insult towards them. Those people just always exist. Right? People that are working with like a troglodyte amount of critical thinking, you know? Would you sack Arteta if he doesn't win the Premier League or the Champions League? No, that would be the dumbest thing anybody could possibly do, dude. That would be the dumbest thing anybody could possibly do. Check the penalty shouts on Reddit. I mean, is it just the Griezmann shout? Apparently, Julian Alvarez was motioning to come off. The announcers on the broadcast I was watching said that Julian Alvarez was motioning to come off the field, that he'd like picked up an injury of some kind. As for Griezmann and Ademola Lookman did not look like he was playing that well. But and Griezmann, I don't know. Griezmann's obviously a little old, but Atletico Madrid was out of subs in minute 64. If it works, he looks like a genius. Nobody knows that team better than Diego Simeone. I'm not even going to pretend to try to know Atletico Madrid better than Diego Simeone. That guy's been there since dinosaurs walked the earth. He brought every single one of those players into that club, trained them to do exactly what he wanted them to do. He is more responsible for the success and failure of that club than any manager at any club in the world. Sans maybe Pep Guardiola at Manchester City. Yeah, look, the biggest moment in the entire game, right? Outside of Bukayo Saka managing to out-hustle Atletico Madrid to that ball, the biggest moment in the entire game was Diego Simeone's son, Giuliano Simeone, not scoring a .95 XG chance. Sans the guy that made Heidenheim? True. Frank Schmidt. The younger Simeone missed an unbelievable goal-scoring chance. Unbelievable. Like one of those chances that you just, after you get the first touch right, you have to score. And then he tried to take another touch. And then he tried to take another touch after that first beautiful touch and allowed Gabriel to get back into the play and just kind of make some contact with him to put him off and then whiffed the other one. Consensus on our soccer seems to be that it should have been a penalty. As an Arsenal fan, I'm not so sure. Oh, they're talking about Simeone from behind. Or is it... No, they're talking about the Griezmann play. I want to see Arsenal win and see all the haters mauled. I don't know. Well, then that I would say that's kind of the behavior that people wouldn't like in Arsenal fans at the same time, but I get it. I get the impulse. I think people just like, I think you can be just completely irrational in both directions. Like, Arsenal's just a good team. Arsenal's obviously a really good team. They play in a super defensive style. They try to overly control the match. They start like 4 center backs on the team. You know, like they start this team that is built so well to defend, and attacking's kind of extra. If they can get it, that's great. And then, inshallah. Dridge, thank you for the 41 months. Did I see Fabrizio's recent tweet? It's so weird. I mean, Fabrizio Romano is objectively just a weird dude. Fabrizio Romano. Which tweet? He tweets like once every 2 minutes for some reason. I guess that's how he makes his money. Now, everybody pretending that Arsenal's going to get, like, shellacked is wrong. At least I think they're wrong. Hold on, I'm setting up my AC. There we go. I got it going. Oh, yeah. Nice. Why is nobody talking about the obviously canceled pin on Eze in the previous match? UEFA stated Atleti player did not commit a foul on the opponent, and that's all. How? I don't really remember that play, but whataboutism doesn't really help here. I think if you're an Arsenal fan, don't go online, bro. If you're an Arsenal fan and you're going online, you're kind of missing the point of the sport. Like, if you're an Arsenal fan, celebrate. Celebrate. Have fun. You're going to the Champions League final. Who the hell cares what anybody else says? The game is over. As long as Morocco's not involved, you are good. Like, just enjoy it. For the first time in 20 years, you're going to a Champions League final. Don't log on and argue with people. Don't try to debate, well, they missed this call on the first. Go enjoy it. I'm an Arsenal fan and I'm here. Yes, that's a perfectly fine choice. I just meant that person was kind of getting dragged down into the weeds of like, well, in the first leg, there was this foul on David Henko. Like, you won the game. The ultimate, I don't care what you say, we won the game, is winning the game. What happens after watch along? We are recording a couple of isms. Zealandism is not available this week, and he has asked me to cover his ism recording sessions. Now, one of those is obviously going to be about the game that we just watched, and the other is going to be about a World Cup team, I think. Yeah. The other one's going to be about a World Cup team. Because he's doing this preview of every one of the 48 World Cup teams. I think it's the start of Group D. So it's actually the United States World Cup national team preview. Great to have some isms with my alcoholism. Glad I could help. The scoreboard's still on? Oh, I'm not starting right now. I'm not starting right at this moment. Don't stop, get it, what you out of it. There's something I want to rewatch. I'm queuing up. I want to rewatch the Gabrielle foul. So there's the shot, and then no, I mean that's a foul. I don't like. People that are saying this isn't a foul. Look. Every Arsenal fan on the face of the earth is going to know that I'm not somebody that's like a homer for Arsenal, because Arsenal fans come after me all the time. This is a foul. Gabrielle, a foul by Gabrielle. Yeah, am I the only person seeing this with my eyes? The inside of Gabrielle's foot. And then this guy just blows through the side of his ankle. Neither player hit the ball. Well, then how did it go that way? Give me a slow playback. Is there any way to play this back real slow? Okay, there's levels to this, dude. There are levels to why this is a foul. You want me to break this down? In this position, who is going more recklessly into this challenge? Well, if you're saying nobody hits the ball, I think it hits. I need a different angle for this, dude. It is it totally hits Gabrielle right here. It rolls down his ankle right there. And this is obviously, considering this guy is like a Kung Fu Panda villain, Ariel right here. Add in the fact that he is like, understandably, I don't blame him. He's recklessly going for this ball because if he can find a way to get there first, he's going to cause all sorts of problems. And it hits Gabrielle, and then it does also hit his thigh and goes out that way. And then he just goes like through Gabrielle's ankle. It's a pin. I can't believe anybody would debate that. Wait, so you're saying that like this should have, well, no, look, this foul on Griezmann it's a foul. It would be a penalty if this wasn't a foul first. Clueless Yanks in this chat. I don't know what to tell, like, I don't know what to tell you, but I always feel like I'm winning an argument when somebody resorts to calling me a yank. That usually means that I'm headed in the right direction. I need a different angle, bro. Do we have a different angle? Okay, maybe this. No, and this is a foul. This would be a penalty if it wasn't the foul first. Gabrielle flops all the time. He flops on this play too. It doesn't mean he didn't get fouled. Honestly, Yank does kind of bother me because I'm from the South, and so people from the North are Yankees. So truth be told, I don't like being called a Yank just for a different reason. So I'm like, no, I'm from the South. That like rears up in the back of my mind. And I'm like, no. Separate conversation. Anyways, I need a different angle of this play. I don't know if we have it. Do they have a different angle of this play? I mean, Gabrielle, like, I'm sorry. I want to make fun of Arsenal because it's fun. They're so easy to make fun of. Like, Madueke and Gyökeres and all the goofy things they were doing in this game. Trust me, I want to. This is just a foul. It is. The defender gets to the ball first. The attacking player's coming in recklessly, demolishes the inside of his ankle, goes, like straight through it, big time contact. Gabriel flops. He makes the face. Obviously he flops. But it's a foul. And it's like, whether there is another foul that looks like it would be a penalty if this foul wasn't called after it, doesn't matter. And at that moment, the ref's calling the foul here. You said it hits the Atleti player's shin first. I mean, there's just literally no way you can tell that from this angle. Oh, goodness. Now I'm somewhere else. I don't know how. This is, I'm not even kidding, the worst possible angle for this. Like, you see the ball move that way off of Gabby first. I swear I'm not hallucinating, and I wish I could slow this down. But the ball moves that way off Gabby. You can slow it down on Reddit. You can't. I want to. I'm on Reddit right now. There's no ability to slow it down. I can see your argument, Z. I mean, it feels pretty obvious to me. Like, it just does. This is different. This is closer for me. This is closer. That's a pen. I didn't really see it clearly when we were watching it during the game. That's a pen. It's a penalty. I want him, like, I was roasting the hell out of this guy, and he still should have scored. He still should have scored. That's a pen. If he flops, it's given 100%. If he Gyökeres's this, it is absolutely a pen. It's absolutely a pen. If you say never a pen, I don't even know how you think that. This is a penalty. Like, I know the inclination is to make fun of this guy because he should have scored anyways, but he is nowhere near the ball. Look at where he is right now. Look at where the defender is right now. You're telling me that if he doesn't do that, he has the same chance of missing? That's a penalty every day and twice on Sunday. It is. I think it's a penalty and a yellow. I don't love the penalty and red card move, but if Simeone, like right here, if Simeone just falls over, they're calling that penalty every single time. Like, look at this motion, just completely whiffing an easy goal, which he should have scored. Right? I feel like in some ways they were punishing him for not scoring, because he should have scored, but he was like that. Yeah, this is, it's a penalty. If he goes down with that like pull on his shoulder that clearly turns his upper body and throws his balance off, and he has to reorient his balance and then try and shoot, he still misses. It's a pen. Never a pen, Yank? Well, I mean, I'm a Yank that knows more about the sport than you, because I'm pretty sure any referee that reviews this in detail would tell you the exact same thing. I don't think there's any debate on this, dude. Unless you want to live in a world where, like, you have to flop to get a call. Like, it's a pen. I didn't see this well when I didn't see that up there. I mean, look at where he is, bro. Not a pin, Dixie is really funny. Thank you for aggressing me by my appropriate term. If you're going to disagree with me, address me by my appropriate term. I appreciate that. Not a pin, Dixie. Thank you. That means a lot. I appreciate that. I mean, just look at this picture, dude. Look at this. Just look at this. He wasn't pulling him, though. Watch Simeone's body. Watch Simeone's body. Watch his center of balance. Look, do you see where he ends up? Watch his center of balance. He's squared up with the ball in the goal. Oh, he literally has to do a leg crossover. Watch his leg. Oh, I have to do a leg crossover to get my balance back to go whiff an obvious goal. That's a pen. It's a penalty. But you know what the most important thing is, chat? They didn't call it. They didn't call it, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because if you go over the course of this entire match, right, there's a lot of little moments. Gyökeres had a clear chance right in front of the goal, and he gave the crossbar a nice, shave off the top. Like there's so many little moments over the course of a game where it can go this way or it can go that way. That in a particular instance, if you put me in the VAR room, and I think if you give referees 5 minutes to decide whether it's a pen or not, they tell you that's a pen. It's too minimal. That sets a dangerous precedent. Yeah, okay, if I do that to somebody in a corner, it's not going to be called. Nor will it ever be called, nor should it be called. If a guy is in on goal, the value of that contact is literally the difference between him scoring or not. They didn't call it when it happened to Olmo against Atleti. I thought that was a pen, but it's not the same play. If he flops, he forces him to call it. Honestly, if he flops, he forces him to call it. But like the biggest part of the entire game, or the most important thing in the entire game, is that Arsenal scored 1 goal and Atletico Madrid didn't score any goals, and both teams had chances, and the game is over. And the game is over. If Simeone Jr. thought that was a pen, he would have fought the ref for it. I mean, did you see his face after the play? I thought he was just trying to get out of the fact that he missed, but he was furious. Look, okay. Veep, you're misinterpreting the argument, all right? The point is, flopping shouldn't be incentivized in the sport because you should be able to call this foul without him flopping. The argument I'm making about how flopping affects officiating is that if he had flopped, I think this is called 95 times out of 100. But because he didn't flop, it made it way easier for them to not call it. When it's very clear that if you just watch his body, there was significant contact that threw off his balance significantly and caused him to have to totally recalibrate. What if he flipped? Oh, dude, are we about to flip? Oh, we're 12 minutes away from a flip. Oh, that's sick. All right, you guys ready for me to record a Zealandism about this? We're going to record a Zealandism about this game. We're going to record a Zealandism about this game. You ready? I'm sure that will be a perfectly reasonable affair. Yeah, we're going to record a Zealandism about this game, and you guys can be debating in the chat what I'm talking about as I'm talking about it. But Zealandism's taking the day off, so I'm covering for him. I'm recording. All right. Are you ready for a little live Zealandism, baby? Stretch. A little touch your toes action here. Oh, yeah. Well. All righty, chat. Hey, what's up? That was the worst. Oh, dude, I'm choking. I'm choking. Oh, God. Oh. I've never had to do a Zealandism in front of so many people before. I mean, I'm covering for Zealandism, and he's so great at what he does that, trying to live up to that is pretty hard. Big shoes to fill. That's all right. I got it. Well, I just got to watch the match live on stream. I'm covering for Zealandism this week, actually, for the rest of this week anyways, because he's out of town or something. I don't know. He doesn't really tell me anything. But we did get to watch this entire match live, and that was obviously a lot of fun. And chat was completely calm throughout the entirety of the match. But even though the final score was only 1-0, there is a real sense that there was a lot of drama in this game. That sense is fair. We're going to get to that drama. But first, I want to say before I always make the mistake when I've covered for Zealandism in the past, that I will make the overarching point at the end, and then most people won't make it to the end before they decide they've heard everything that they wanted to hear. So I'm going to tell you that now. It's worth making it to the end, because every single second of every single one of these videos is life-changing stuff, obviously. But the overarching point here is Arsenal won the game. Arsenal won the game. I make fun of Arsenal as much as the next guy. They won the game. In some ways, they out-Atletico'd Atleti, right? And out of all of the teams in Europe that as of 2 years ago had the opportunity to win this particular Champions League if they played super well, Arsenal's one of the two teams that will be in the final. Now, it's the first time in 20 years, and, it's a team that hasn't necessarily been able to compete at this level in the Champions League recently, so it's a little uncomfortable to have to grapple with that. And as a result, their fans are going to be annoying. But, I mean, everybody's fans can be annoying. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, well, Arsenal's fans are different. Have you seen Manchester United's fans after 5 straight wins, or 3 straight wins, not 5 straight wins? That guy still has his hair. You know what I mean? If your team wins, you have the right to be insufferable. You don't have the right to be a dick, but you have the right to celebrate and be insufferable. And the ultimate, I don't have to listen to the haters, is winning the game. And Arsenal won this game. And there were a lot of chances for both teams, little half chances, little flashes, little moments. And Arsenal was able to get that one moment because Bukayo Saka was the guy that made the play. He's the guy that made the play to score the goal. And that was the only goal of the game, was a shot that rebounded and Saka reacted first. He reacted on instinct, well-drilled instinct to go to where he thought that rebound might end up. He was perfectly onside and scored the goal. And then, of course, Arsenal does what they do best. They clinched. Like, I'm not talking about clinching the game. I'm talking about, like, you know. But they do that really well. Arsenal has allowed 6 goals in 14 Champions League matches. 3 from the run of play. 2 penalties and a corner. 3 goals from the run of play in 14 matches. Like, obviously, defense isn't sexy. Match control isn't sexy. What is sexy is PSG against Bayern Munich. And I agree with that. That was my favorite Champions League match I've watched since Barca-Inter last year. And it probably was better than that one, too. It was just complete insanity. It was awesome. I wish every match was like that. But unfortunately, coaches and players do not get paid the amount of money that they get paid specifically to play the game that way. I wish they did. I wish there was a way to, like, realign it so that that was the end goal. But the style points don't go on the scoreboard. And Arteta and all the guys that are getting paid the GDP of Tahiti to play this game, the point is to win. And Arsenal has found a very successful way to do that. And it's obvious what they're doing. They're defending the hell out of everybody. 3 goals from the run of play in 14 matches. You know how ridiculous that is against the best clubs in the world, a collection of the best clubs in the world? It's not like the league stage is some pushover. They had to play 2 pot 1 matches in the league stage, including against Bayern Munich, who actually managed to score one of those goals, but Arsenal scored 3, because Bayern's defense at times can struggle a little bit, in case you hadn't noticed. Right? And so the idea that Arsenal didn't deserve this win, I feel like they did. Atletico Madrid had the opportunities to get their goal. They didn't take them. And there were a couple of controversies. Again, like, I'm going to go into those. I'm not just glossing over that. There was one play that was definitely a penalty. The call was just missed because a guy didn't flop. But I think that on the balance of this game, I think Arsenal is probably the better team. And Arsenal has proven that they are just so hard to break down. So hard to break down. So let's get into the controversies. That's what everybody wants to talk about. But I didn't want this whole video to be about those controversies, right? I wanted this video to be about who won. And Arsenal's going to the Champions League final. I feel terrible for Atletico that they're not going. But Arsenal has a chance to end a forever of pain when it comes to the European competitions in general. And that would just be I feel like there might be some sort of civil war in London if that happens, but I have no idea. We'll see. And the point is, going into this final, even though Arsenal isn't playing the sexiest ball, they have every chance to win this game. Doesn't matter who they play. I mean, they don't get blown away. You know, the only team to score multiple goals against Arsenal in the Champions League this year? Kairat Almaty. That's because they scored 2 goals in a match where Arsenal clearly had already, Arsenal had already qualified top 8, didn't care, and gave up 2 goals to the Kazakh team. They've given up 1 goal from the run of play in the other 13 matches they've played. Okay, I think I've made my point. All right, I think I've made my point. Even though they're not fun necessarily, I'm sure they're fun if you're a fan of them because they keep winning. They're doing what you're supposed to do, and they're winning the games, right? And I think that if you understand how high the level is in something like a Champions League semifinal at any point in this Champions League process, you have to understand that Arsenal is going to be capable of beating whoever comes out of this other game. Okay, the controversies, I promised we were going to talk about them. The first one is the penalty shout for what was a penalty, but there was a foul before it. This one led to a lot of spirited conversation. So basically the entire flow of the play is there's a shot that comes in here. I'm going to try and show you this without getting DMCA'd. There's a shot that comes in, and then there's a foul on Griezmann. So the entire play is here, shot from Griezmann, there, and then there. So the second slide challenge is right here. And this is a diabolical challenge from Calafiore. Just diabolical. That is a foul. That is a penalty every day and twice on Sunday. The only problem for that moment, is that before it was this. It is this play between Gabriel Magalhães and that dude, whose name I always forget. He's the guy that stepped on Calafiore's wrist earlier in this game. Whatever his name is. That's the type of ball knowledge. Look, I don't pretend to be some sort of over-the-top expert here. I'm just another dude sitting here talking about the game. So this guy, Karate Kid up here, who's 5 feet in the air. On this play, I believe this is a clear foul. There are other people that don't agree with that, right? But I think it is really hard to argue against the fact that this is a foul. I think Gabby Magalhães makes contact with this ball first. Granted, this angle is just terrible. It's the worst possible angle you could imagine for trying to make this sort of decision. But Gabby Magalhães, in my opinion, throughout every part of the process of this play, is the player that's more likely to get to the ball. And you can see, I think just generally based off, chat's helping me out here. It's a guy named Pubiel, right? So Pubiel here he is alarmed almost flying. Like, obviously, you're not supposed to call a foul based off the way a guy looks in his face, right? But he looks like he's taking more of a risk at this ball than Gabriel Magalhães does, who's going in for the clearance. This is a very reckless lunge, and I believe Gabriel makes contact with the ball first here, then sending it into that guy's foot. It then goes into Gabriel's thigh. And I think what I really encourage you to look at as part of this play is watch the left foot of Gabriel, right? This is one of those plays that I have learned with debating chat for 20 minutes. There are certain people that are just going to entrench on their opinions on this, and they're not going to move. But I'm going to do my best, because I believe those opinions could be valid. I'm just going to try and point out the different facets. The reckless nature of the challenge. The fact that Gabriel is, the guy that has this kind of the rights to the ball, in a sense, towards this ball the entire time, and that it is a much bigger risk for the Atletico player to go for this ball. Watch the ankle right here. Absolutely blasts right through him, right? Doesn't, in all of those things alone, outside of who contacts the ball first, don't necessarily dictate whether it's a foul or not. But it all comes together, different aspects of the rules of the sport, and lead me to believe that this is a very clear foul. I would love to see another angle. And maybe there is an angle out there that shows that the Atletico player actually touches it first and kicks it into the foot of Gabriel, in which case that changes the equation. Because then this would be a shot on goal that Gabriel is then blocking, and he has the right to be able to go and kind of pursue through that. But the way that I can see it from this angle, Gabriel touches the ball first. It then bounces off his ankle and goes here. In which case, he blasts through Gabriel's foot, and the whistle is blown for a foul. And this play occurs, of course, before the Antoine Griezmann tackle, which would have been a penalty if this was not a foul. But it is my belief that this is a foul. Now, I have to take a moment, obviously, from the video. We're doing a 100-hour stream because we raised 20,000 pounds during Jingle Jam for War Child, which was incredible. So the 100-hour stream is basically I have to stream 100 hours in 1 week. We have this handy little counter here. We've so far done 21 hours. It's Tuesday. So if you want to tune in for the rest of the week, obviously you know where to find me. Here's the flip for the people in the chat that are hoping that oh yeah. Look at the symmetry on that bad boy. That's 22 hours right there, baby. 22 hours. $22 hours. I have 3 more hours left today. Anyways, I don't think this ism's going to take all 3 hours. That's a foul. It seems to me, breaking down all the different aspects of it that I've already told you about, that is a foul. And obviously, it is incredibly heart-wrenching if you're an Atletico Madrid fan or an Arsenal hater for there to be an obvious penalty foul and a stupid tackle from Calafiore right after that. Particularly because Gabriel is somebody that flops anytime the breeze blows wrong on him. But just because he is a Flopposaurus Rex, you have to try and be objective in between that, and it's a foul. Like, if I'm the referee, I'm giving this as a foul. unless there's an angle that can show that there's clear contact by him, by what was his name? Pubil. Yeah, if Pubil doesn't jump, it's not a foul, but also if he doesn't jump, he doesn't get there. The only reason he's in that conversation at all around the ball is because he's just come absolutely flying in on that play. Now, there was another incredibly dramatic moment that I think that if you watched live, here's the play. It's Simeone's son getting it on goal, touches it around the keeper. It's a beautiful first touch. Goes exactly where you would hope. And then somehow the ball just doesn't go into the back of the net. And when you're watching it initially, you're thinking, wow, that's an unbelievable choke. And while I was watching it during the game, they showed one replay and I didn't really pay too much attention to it. I was kind of watching the legs just to make sure that he didn't get tripped. And it's a choke, Simeone. But here is the crux of the whole thing. There's a foul up top. It's an incredibly obvious foul. I think it is a clear penalty. I think if Giuliano Simeone's dad was from a different part of Argentina, then he would know to flop in this situation and Atletico Madrid would have had a penalty. Now remember what I said at the beginning. I'm not saying that Atletico Madrid was like completely robbed, that Arsenal didn't deserve to win the game. I think that they did. Arsenal had its own chances that it absolutely bricked. You can just ask Gyökeres about his missed shots, right? But this was a pen. Because if you watch this play, right? Hold on, there's a siren. How are we doing, chat? Are we enjoying the video so far? Yes, no. All right. So join me on this journey into breaking down every pixel of this video, which in itself is kind of insane to begin with, right? Simeone gets this amazing touch around the goalkeeper. David Raya has been sent for a hot dog. Okay, look at where he is. Look at where the defender is, Gabriel, right? And look at where Simeone is. Now watch the left arm of Gabriel. Obviously, you can see this at full speed. I'm just playing it at slow speed and really breaking it down so you can join me. I would assume anybody that's able to think critically. I mean, everybody always thinks they're right about this sort of stuff. Now there's another siren. Stuck in traffic. Let's go. Only you hear the sirens? No, they're loud. And there won't be music on the final recording, so they're a little more audible. So that hopefully you might agree with me on this, because I believe that it is very obvious. At this point, Simeone is on balance and headed towards being able to strike the goal into the back of the net. Look at what Gabriel's doing here. Now, I want you to watch this play and just assume that he goes down the direction that the contact makes him want to go down. Because what he actually does in real life is correct his balance to try and attempt at the goal anyways, which he whiffs spectacularly. And in a way, I think not calling this a penalty was a way to punish him for somehow not scoring anyways, which he absolutely should have. But watch this and just assume that he goes down with where the contact is telling him to go down and tell me that's not a pen. If he just goes down right there, and he's doing a hell of a lot of work to keep himself up after this contact from Gabriel from behind, nowhere near the ball. He does a hell of a lot of work to stay up. If he just falls over, it's a penalty every day, twice on Sunday, 3 times on Monday. You can keep going through the rest of the week. Right? And this is where Victor Gyökeres is actually brilliant. Gyökeres did this multiple times. He gets that contact from behind and he knows just how to go down. And there is an art to it, and he's really good at it. But this, he tries to get back up and then just completely bricks the shot. Not to mention he bricks the shot because Gabriel, while also still not touching the ball, is just all over the back of him. Right, but that's not really, like, the pin for me is the contact there. And he, like, I feel like he would have gone down. He just knew he had a chance to score anyways and still bricked it, but it just has to be a penalty. It has to be a penalty. Like, I don't understand the thought process that that's not enough. If you have a guy that's literally in on goal and behind the goalkeeper, he's not one-on-one with the goalkeeper, he's behind him. And you come in from behind on him and you're not making a play on the ball, you're not shoulder to shoulder, and you give him the old, hey, baby, from behind and knock him off balance that way, it just has to be a penalty for me. Right? And those are the two biggest, most controversial moments in this game. For me, one is not a pen and one is. Right? And should have been. And as a neutral, I would have loved extra time. I would have loved going all the way to penalties. That would have been a lot of fun. But at the end of the day, the call wasn't made. And there were chances for both of these teams in both directions. And Arsenal's ability, really outside the first 10 minutes of the second half, to shut this game down is admirable. I want you to sit down. We were doing this on stream a little bit. When there's a foul, track how long it takes Arsenal to play the ball. There was a corner in this game, and they do it in a way that's like very well hidden. They do it. It's genius. They are the best I've ever seen. Because if you had somebody like Argentina at the World Cup, it was so obvious, right? That's like trash TV acting. It's daytime soap opera acting. There's a place for that. It's called the World Cup Finals, and they won, and they deserved it. They did amazing. Again, I'm not like trying to attack the pillars of the sport here, but Arsenal is Oscar winning. They're unbelievable at it. There was a corner in this game, 10 minutes to go. After the corner was won, the entire team got together and did a group fucking high five at the top of the box. Took 40 seconds. Declan Rice didn't get to corner the play to ball until a minute after it had gone out. And because the acting was so good and the plan was so clear and the way that they did it was so elaborate and smart and smooth. I mean, they weren't, like the bad time wasters stand over the ball and like pump fake. Or they're throwing the ball in and they're like, Arsenal, they've got like plays. They run time-wasting plays. And it's like every time they take a throw in, they make sure to hand it off at least once, sometimes twice. Right? There was a free kick where they didn't put the ball down for at least 35 seconds. They find ways to waste the time before the ball's even on the ground, and it's amazing. And you will see it in the Champions League final now that I've pointed it out to you. Just track it. And you know what? It's legal. If anything, I'm gonna say something kind of insane because I obviously got a little distracted talking about their time wasting. It's probably a good thing that Arsenal's doing it because they're turning it into such an art form that like they're gonna have to change the rules. They have to. Like they're making it so obvious. You can waste like 40 seconds of free kick. They're gonna have to change the rules. Siren. Another siren. A house picked a really bad day to get caught on fire, I think. Well, it's getting easy to spot an Arsenal fan. If you're talking about me, that's hilarious because Arsenal fans hate me, but because I dump on Arsenal all the time. Yo, Jack, thanks for rating in, man. I appreciate it. Talking about chat. I got you. I'm an Arsenal fan and I hate Zealand. There we go. Got one right there. Anyways. Now, the point's to win the game. And they're able to run off a really remarkable amount of time. In the piece de resistance, something I want you to notice. Anytime there's a throw-in, this is my favorite one of all of the things that I noticed in this game. Anytime there is a throw-in anywhere in the same area code as Mikel Arteta, he will somehow spawn in right next to the dude taking the throw-in, just to put him off. At one point, he was gesturing to the assistant ref like, oh, well, you're talking to me? And just sticking his head right next to where the ball was. At another point, right after he'd gotten the yellow card, he was sprinting up like he had some very important instruction that he needed to pass on to somebody on the field, but he was sprinting up right behind the dude with the throw-in with his arms all over the place. Right? He's obviously kind of got that Pep Guardiola manic thing going on. But it's just Arsenal's goal seems to be able to win in every small thing possible. You will never catch me dead or alive saying Arsenal is near one of the 5 most talented teams in the world. But they're in the Champions League final, aren't they? And I think they got a shot to win it. I'm sure this will be a reasonable comment section, so have fun. And that concludes our first of 2 Zealandisms today. I really enjoyed that. Why so many tears? What am I crying about? I'm an Arsenal fan and I love Zealand. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank God, is it over? No, now we have to do one about the U.S. national team. Now we have to preview the U.S. national team. That's the second one we got to do. Literally the next team up in previewing every one of the teams going to the World Cup is the United States. Pot 1 team, Group 4. Can we make it into a YouTube short and just go, "Welp, they suck"? Turkey got the easiest group. The U.S. got the easiest group. And that's not true. The Bosnia-Herzegovina group is the easiest. What is that? Best World Cup group of all time. Leave the Bosnians alone? I'm not going at them. I appreciate the 56 months, Hideous. The group of life is the phrase you're looking for. That is the group of life. Every team going into that group was like, ooh, we got a shot. Ooh, we got a shot. Imagine if Israel and China qualified for the World Cup and got drawn in the same group as the U.S. and Iran. If my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bike. For all the haters, Sweden got a difficult group. What was Sweden's group? Tunisia, the 0-0 merchants. The unkillable Tunisians. Japan, super good. Netherlands, the Netherlands. What group's Italy in? They're in the NIT. Only real ball knowers will get that joke. Only real ball knowers will get that one. They're in the NIT. Maybe the CIT if they didn't get the invite. I don't know. They declined. They declined the NIT, man. Oh, da 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 da. Hey, hey. Awful joke. It was a C minus at least. Barely. Now the Yank is talking about all the Yanks. That is correct. This is Yank on Yank violence now. I'm continuing my 100-hour stream week. And what better to do in front of a live audience than to give the preview of... Hold on, that doesn't make any sense. Hi, my name's Zealand. Zealandisms let me take over the channel for a week. Oh, I gotta crack my back. Oh. Cut! Take 5! Water! Water! Dude, this entire production staff is ridiculous. What is this? Get off the stage. Get off the stage. We're continuing our journey of previewing every single team. We're continuing our journey of previewing every single team going to the World Cup, one a day until the World Cup actually gets here. I think we're on 12, or we're on 13. It's lucky number 13 is, of course, the United States. If I look a little different, it's because I'm Zealand. Zealandism's actually taken the week off and let me take over the recording of all of these, so I hope that's perfectly okay. He figured since I'm also American that maybe I'd be able to offer a unique perspective on the U.S. national team. I'm doing this live in front of a studio audience because I'm in the middle of a 100-hour stream week because we raised 20,000 pounds for charity back during Jingle Jam for War Child, which was incredible. Changed the lives of thousands of kids in war zones. And as a result, I have to stream 100 hours in 1 week, which is a great time. And now I get to record these isms. So the United States national team got, well, that's Haiti. So the United States national team got what could be described at first glance an easy group. They are the pot 1 team in this group as a host, the final of the 3 hosts that we will obviously be previewing over the course of this. But upon further examination, this group is more difficult than it initially appeared. And that obviously has been bolstered by the fact that Turkey managed to make it out of the European playoff as the pot 4 team. Now, out of the 4 teams in that group, Turkey was undoubtedly the best. Even though they are almost never at the World Cup, they do have some serious quality and obviously a new burgeoning superstar in Arda Güler. But this is not the Turkey preview. This is the United States national team preview. And as an American, might I just have a few words before we really dive into this? I was, when I heard we got the World Cup, incredibly optimistic about where our team would be by the time we got there. Because when we were awarded this World Cup, we were a national team that had been on the come up. We were playing above our talent level, and there were more and more young Americans making headway in the highest levels of the game. Right? It's impossible to imagine, like when I was a little kid, the idea of an American making it into Arsenal's reserves was earth-shattering. It was like, that was the guy we were paying attention to. It was Gideon Zelalem, by the way, and he had like 4 nationalities, and I think he was deciding whether to maybe represent the U.S., right? Like that was the great big wonder kid that we had. Or Julian Green when he was in Bayern Munich's reserves and like coming up at Bayern Munich. We thought, oh, this is the next great American wonder kid. But over the last 10 years, there has been a legitimate explosion of average to good Americans across Europe. There are guys that play regularly in top 5 leagues that will not make this World Cup roster. And that is a huge testament to how far the U.S. national team has come. So in that sense, from when we were awarded the World Cup to where we are now, I was right to be excited about the direction of the team. The fact that Christian Pulisic was the first through the door and that there were a bunch of people after him, some that were really successful, like maybe a Weston McKennie, and some that weren't, like Gio Reyna, who's kind of flamed out into whatever Gio Reyna is doing now, but still plays really well for the national team, so I feel like we should bring him anyways, but his parents are insane. You never really know what's going on with the Reynas, but he plays well. It is, unfortunately, though, not something that is translated to the level of the national team. The U.S. national team has continued, really, for the last 4 years since the World Cup, to be completely up and down. We went into and around that 2022 World Cup just dragging Mexico up and down the shores of Central America, just boat racing them, dominating CONCACAF, being the best team in CONCACAF, and seemingly on a trajectory to the moon. I mean, Mexico wasn't putting players in top leagues the way that we were all of a sudden. That has stalled massively. First, there was the Greg Berhalter experience that, slowly but surely drove us into the ground because the only reason he got the job is because his brother was on the hiring committee. And then we've transitioned to Pochettino, who I have maintained faith in. The former manager in the Premier League and of PSG, Mauricio Pochettino, most accredited manager the U.S. national team has ever had. And we showed up at Copa America and promptly delivered an absolute stink bomb of a performance. And our momentum coming into this tournament is not great. But the momentum of the national team overall is something that is worth looking at. Because one important thing I think of all these previews is understanding where all of these nations are coming from in a footballing sense. And the United States, after making third place in 1930, faded out of the sport. And in 1990, as part of FIFA's effort to really get the U.S. back into the sport, we were getting ready to host in 94. And a group of college kids went over and actually managed to compete and score 2 goals at the Italy World Cup against the world's best. And the U.S., with the exception of Trinidad and Tobago's unspeakable acts of violence against us in a final qualifying match in 2018, we've made every other World Cup. And particularly in 3 of the last 4 World Cups, the United States has been to the round of 16, which, while I know it's easy to discredit teams like Switzerland or the United States that consistently get to these knockout matches, it is an achievement and a testament to the fact that the United States national team is very present at World Cups in a way that not a lot of other nations are. Germany would have loved to have been to those knockouts. Italy would have loved to have just been there. Right? Like, it is not something that it's also, this is kind of almost a reminder of me, like, to me, to not take for granted how successful the U.S. national team has been already. Like, every conversation about the U.S. national team seems to be about the future. At 4 of the last 6 World Cups, the United States has been to the knockouts. And even back in 2002, made the quarterfinals. I was 6 and don't remember it at all. But I really need, you can't take that for granted. It's a great performance. In terms of where the U.S. already is, especially with the talent that was on those teams in 2010 and 2014, it's like a 2 thumbs up. I mean, the group in 2014, people forget this, and I could get sidetracked at a million different points in this video, and I probably will. The 2014 group for the United States was a group of death. Nobody thought we were going to get out of it. We finished ahead of Portugal with Cristiano Ronaldo. We knocked him out of the World Cup. With Clint Dempsey and Michael Bradley and Kyle Beckerman and Matt Beasler. It was remarkable. And so the U.S. actually has more to live up to than you would probably think. And that is why it has been so frustrating to watch this U.S. national team flounder as much as it has. Right? In the Gold Cup, the United States has now failed to win in consecutive rounds, including a semifinal exit in 2023. And I know what you're thinking. Well, the Gold Cup is the B-level national competition ever since the Nations League was introduced. And the United States, after winning the first 3, finished 4th. 4th! There are barely 4 teams in CONCACAF. That's not true. I have a lot of respect for CONCACAF football in general, but we got Cecilia Waterman by Panama in the semifinal and then lost to Canada in the 3rd place game while Mexico got a cakewalk against Panama in the final. We finished 4th in the biggest continental competition that North America has. We also got invited back to Copa America for the first time since 2016 and promptly laid the fattest of eggs by getting grouped. And this was not a glorious exit here. This was a painful, violent death that we suffered at the hands of Panama once again. I'm in favor of closing the canal. That's a story for another time. They've now done it to us twice in the course of a year. So the U.S. national team was really coming in with not a lot of momentum at all to this World Cup. The last two major international tournaments were complete duds, but the friendly results have started to turn around. The United States beat a very good Japan team in September. Then drew Ecuador. If you know anything about South American qualifying, Ecuador has been amazing. They managed to finish above Brazil despite getting a 3-point deduction in qualifying. We then beat Australia, who made the last 16 at the last World Cup and is a very competent team. They qualified uncomfortably, but we'll just ignore that. And then beat Paraguay. You might notice that weirdly, we actually had two friendlies against two teams that are in our group, Paraguay and Australia, and beat them both. And the piece de resistance was a victory against Uruguay 5-1 that included 2 goals from newly minted La Liga player Alex Freeman, Diego Luna, spirit animal of MLS, and Sebastian Berhalter, the son of Greg Berhalter, because even though the U.S. has 300 million people, there's only like apparently 20 people eligible for the national team. I actually love Sebastian Berhalter. He deserves to be, I think, in the World Cup roster. We'll see if he makes it. This was against a team for Uruguay that had Ronald Araujo, that had Bentancur, that had Ugarte, right? That had Viña, that had Nandes. They had Esqueta, right? It's had a lot of the best players on Uruguay, and we dog walked them. Dog walked them. Didn't have Fede Valverde, who's obviously the best Uruguayan player. But we didn't have our best player. In fact, you'll notice we didn't have any of them. This was like an MLS second-tier U.S. team of guys that were trying to show that they deserved to be on the World Cup side, and they battered Uruguay. And at that point, I was flying high. I was hanging the flag. I was putting on my George Washington wig. And then we popped up in March and lost 5-2 to Belgium and 2-0 to Portugal, and now I'm back to where I was after the Nations League and after Copa America. I have receded right back to where I was. Who the hell's McKenzie? Somebody asked in chat. His name's Mark McKenzie. He plays for Rangers? Or no. He plays in Belgium now. He plays in France, like I was saying, for Toulouse. Yeah, he's like a mid-level, just, plays in Europe type dude. Anyways, that brings us to where the national team is at now, which is a bit of a confusing spot. I don't know. Mauricio Pochettino has been doing this kind of Mr. Miyagi thing with his team selections. You don't really know who's going to actually be in the team either. Like what direction he wants to go. Now, fortunately, and I always think this is a good thing to have, Mauricio Pochettino has the cachet. He has the prestige to be able to select a team that most people might not perceive as the best players, but he's telling everybody, look, these are the players that are going to play the best. And we'll go along with it, and we'll agree with that. And he also has the added benefit that a good number of Americans don't know anything about the sport or the guys that should be on the team. So he's not going to be overly criticized if he picks me to be the third goalkeeper. Okay? But there are some questions in this team that need to be answered, even though he's Miyagiing his way into things. Patrick Adjemong, one of the players that was really a rising star of this national team, somebody that I've interviewed in a podcast before, actually, he's an incredibly nice guy. He popped his Achilles. He is now no longer in the picture. He was a force of nature up top. He is now completely out of the picture. And that means that the picture at striker continues to be as blurry as humanly possible. There's Ricardo Pepi, who missed the World Cup almost inexplicably 4 years ago, but continues to play at a high level for PSV that should be there. Folarin Balogun, who a lot of people think should be the presumptive starter, but always seems to end up in these conversations with other guys like Sargent or whatever. Sargent just made the move back to Toronto, Josh Sargent, and I don't know if he's going to be in the picture at some point. He wasn't in the picture. This is the March call-up of guys. Where the United States is strongest is in the spine of the team. I'm dehydrated. Hold on. Literally lightheaded. Oh. The time doesn't have anything to do with Play FM. It's just me streaming for 100 hours. I don't have to Play FM for 100 hours. That would be kind of insane. You all right? Yeah, just getting some water in me. Like I was saying, the U.S. is strongest in the spine of the team. I know you might be thinking, well, it's Pulisic, it's Timothy Weah, it's these wingers. We have Brendan Aronson, who for a brief moment was like lighting it up in the Champions League knockout stages before his career evaporated and has now since returned gloriously. But really, the best players on the United States national team, I think, outside of Christian Pulisic, are going to be right in that center of the midfield. You saw this at the World Cup 4 years ago, where Tyler Adams and Weston McKennie, when they are on, and that means different things for both of them. When Tyler Adams is fit, and when Weston McKennie cares, and when he plays for the U.S., he cares, they are really good. And at the last World Cup, it was Yunus Musa. Yunus Musa has since really struggled to get playing time in Serie A, and so it's unlikely that he's going to be in the picture, but he has now been replaced by a guy like Malik Tillman, who in the U.S. national team has slipped into the middle, or Sebastian Berhalter, or Aiden Morris, right? These guys that slip into that third midfield spot. And if you've got Malik Tillman, Tyler Adams, Weston McKennie, I mean, the midfield 4 years ago outplayed England's midfield in a 0-0 at the World Cup. Played brilliantly. They're capable of doing that sort of thing again, right? The United States has always struggled for a number 9, but it's really never had a midfield like this before. Because even the midfield 4 years ago was a little young and unproven, and they kind of proved it over the course of that World Cup. But now they're going into a World Cup where Weston McKennie is one of the most valuable players Juventus has. One of the big grand old clubs of Europe, and this American from Texas is like the guy that puts ranch on his pizza is one of the most important players there. And his entire career cycle is always, people think he sucks and then he's great, and then people think he sucks and then he's great. And it's been really fascinating. There was an article about that in The Athletic recently. But Weston McKennie is a menace on set pieces, and he can hog tie 2 different people on the other team at the same time if he needs to. And with the U.S., he shows up. And so I think the core of this team, the engine of this team, is going to be right where you want the engine room in that midfield. And that gives Pulisic and Weah and maybe Tillman, if they stick him out on the wing sometimes, and Aronson, it gives them the freedom to be able to make something happen. Okay, and then you go to the defense. And this is where the U.S. has always been very hit or miss. But who's going to be there? Chris Richards is going to be there. The United States has a legit Premier League, every down center back. At the fullbacks, they've got a legit every play fullback at left back, Anthony Robinson, in the Prem. Right? Guys might not be the most skilled player in the world, but I'm pretty sure he has 5 lungs. He cuts the part of a world-class, fullback, even if he's not able to fully fill those shoes most of the time. He almost got signed by, I think it was Inter or AC Milan for 2 consecutive transfer windows or whatever. He's ended up sticking at Fulham, but he's had a really, really good career. The question mark rises at the other center back spot and at right back. There are a couple of options at right back. You have Scally, Joe Scally, who is an American player who plays for Mönchengladbach in Germany. But as you can see here, still just 23 years of age. Right? A guy that gets very regular time there. But for whatever reason, has never been super favored with the national team. Like, he doesn't give, and I think the reason for that is he doesn't give the same look as Serginho Dest. Serginho Dest is a one-of-one maniac. Flair player. Creative player. Sucks at defense. Which is weird because it's kind of the point of the position. Used to play for Barcelona. Struggled with injuries at various points in his career, but is also just capable of things. Like, you always just kind of lean towards players that are capable of things that other players aren't. Serginho Dest is a beautiful game type player. The United States does not have a lot of those. We have a lot of Gruden grinders. We have a lot of get down in the weeds and outrun and outwork and outjump and out physical and be taller and be stronger type of guys. Serginho Dest is the other part of the footballing equation. And so whether Scally or Dest, who's coming back from another injury, end up getting that spot, honestly, I would lean towards Alex Freeman. Alex Freeman's a stud. I don't know exactly how we're going to line up at this World Cup. Pochettino's been experimenting. But Alex Freeman, in terms of a right-sided center back in a back three or a right wing back, is fantastic. He not only did he score those 2 goals against Uruguay, he has just started to kind of get in the team at Villarreal in La Liga, playing in the top league in Spain, and has been immense. His dad was an NFL player. He's got like athletic credentials. He's got the athletic mental side down. You know, he plays out of pressure really well. He's proven his technical ability is way higher than I assumed that it was. I thought he was just an athlete, but he has really elevated his game and become a player that I think is a serious threat. The other center back, dude, I have no idea. I have no clue. Chris Richards is going to have to do the work of four full-grown men. Okay, easy for me to say. All right, because we might be rolling with Tim Ream. He's one of the founding fathers, I'm pretty sure. But you can see he's still here in the call-up. There's Miles Robinson, who missed the last World Cup because he tore his Achilles tendon. He's an MLS lifer, but he's really good. He was really good. Austin Trusty, who's been good in Britain, in the UK, over the last couple of years, and he's weaseled his way into the national team consideration. It's going to be interesting. This is not a team. This is a team in flux. It's not a team that's set. Okay, and as far as the talent and the guys that absolutely have to play well for this team to tick, I could go with the obvious answers like Christian Pulisic. Yes, I think Pulisic's just like he's just going to show up and he's going to play well. My X factor player, like the guy that can really make the difference and really assert himself, is going to be Malik Tillman. I think Malik Tillman is, as I've already talked about Alex Freeman, Malik Tillman has the chance to be the best player on this team. Nobody in the U.S. who doesn't follow the sport knows who he is. They know who McKinney is. They know who Pulisic is. They know who Adams is. Nobody has any idea who Malik Tillman is. But he is good enough to play at that level. He's good enough to be better than all those guys. He's good enough to score the goals from outside the box and break somebody down and win games on his own. And he's still young. He's still 23. It's unbelievable to me because I feel like I've known about him for 5-6 years, and I probably have. But Malik Tillman is the player that could pop out and take an entire step to a whole new level in terms of his stardom and recognition in the United States over the course of this tournament. And that's exciting. I hope it happens. Goalkeeping situation, just because it's my country and I can talk unbelievably in depth about this. Matt Freese is the number one. He is an MLS goalkeeper who went to Harvard and wrote his dissertation on how to save penalties. He's a brilliant penalty goalkeeper. Matt Turner has had a falling off after his incredible emergence as the United States number one. Former U.S. number one Zach Steffen is like a below average MLS goalkeeper now. He's completely out of the conversation. So it is Matt Freese all day. That is going to be our goalkeeper. And he's good. But considering the U.S. has a tradition of having goalkeepers be the best player on our team, he's not that. And so that's just going to be a different experience for me, having to kind of worry about the goalkeeper instead of praying to a shrine with Tim Howard's face on it or Brad Guzan's face on it to save us. You know what I mean? Matt Freese could ice some of the other teams, but he's not going to go win us, the matches that we need to win in order to get to the last 16. We're going to need the rest of the team for that. So where does this team end up? I'm telling you, this group is scary. Paraguay plays incredible defense and got out of South America. Australia is like the U.S. from 15, 20 years ago. The U.S. that showed up in 2002 or 2010 when we made the knockouts, where they outplay their talent. They have a together doggedness that is tough to argue with because of what it was able to do at the last World Cup, and they can totally do it again. And then there's Turkey, who gets to the World Cup once in a generation, and they've got really serious talent. I think it's a sneaky group in the sense that there isn't a team that we will convincingly overmatch. But because there isn't a giant brand name, we can lull ourselves into a false sense of confidence. I want to believe in this U.S. team. We have the talent in this U.S. team for me to believe in it. But honestly, everything over the last 8 years leads directly into these 3 matches, and I can hardly watch. All right, there we go, chat. We finished our ism. We finished our ism. Wait, this is an incredible message. Hold on, let me pull it up over here. Zealand, I don't like you. Now that I've got your attention, what's your opinion or level of knowledge on why the not only oldest, most played derby in German football and even worldwide? I know it's Zweite Bundesliga, but still between Nuremberg and Grutherfurth, is that who that is? The Franconian derby is getting ignored or unknown to most people who are decently interested in football. I think it's because there's probably a lot of great derbies. Obviously, this one being particularly old. That exist in the world of football, but the way that the wider world gets exposed to it is by great moments happening in that derby. And so I think you either have that option, which would require those two teams to basically just be at a higher level, or you can go the route of like a Red Star Partizan rivalry, where the rivalry has to be known for insanity and violence, and there's like crazy visuals that come out of it that then go viral. But that would be my answer. Incredible effort to get my attention, though. I'm sad that that worked. Oh, that's funny. Oh, nice. All right. Our isms are done. So you know what we're going to do now on stream? Is we are actually going to bust open the in-game editor, and we are going to look up the best team on every world, or the best player on every World Cup team in Football Manager. Because I want to make a comprehensive list. I want to make a comprehensive list. I thought Germany didn't have derbies with one club cities. I mean, no place is ever going to have exclusively one club cities. Even if you do have one club cities, your derby's just the town over, you know? How many games did Melilla play this stream? 4. To be fair, we had a pretty normal length stream of FM before we went into the watch along and everything. In my song. How do we do? I don't know, chat. How do we do? I think we won 3 and then drew 1. We did have one kind of crazy draw at Malaga. We have injury issues, though, dude. Ruben Gerardo hurt his hip. Bad. He's unregistered until January. That sucked. All right, let's get this up, and then let's get a Football Manager up as well so we can, like, look up these players. Let me get an everything database open so that we can find these guys. Auf geht's. Oh, look at this guy. He's sprechen Sie Deutsches. The first touch guy is not scored, no. But Majid Hashemi is registered again. So that's weird. Don't really know what's going on there. Yeah, I mean, Gerardo just picked up a hip injury. Like some sort of hip wear and tear, I think. Also, thank you to Tendersteak for the 61 months. Please, TTS, don't ruin this for me. Z, do you know what's bigger than a tuna? A thrina. I don't think TTS was going to be able to save you there, brother. That's an F, but an honorable one. You went down swinging. You went down swinging. When's my last everyone save? Let me just make, I'm going to make a new one. I'm going to make a new everyone save file here. Goodbye, Gerardo's chance for being a player for Spain. Nah. All right, here we go. Let me make sure that I have Allow player attribute masking. Such a goofy way to word that. There you go. We're loading up an everyone database. Hero Enjoyer, thank you for the prime, bro. Welcome to the Hammers. Enjoy the bacon, enjoy the emotes, enjoy your lack of ads, and thank you for spending $5 of Jeff Bezos' money. Hell yeah. What are we doing right now? We are looking up the best player from every nation in the World Cup. We're looking up the best player from every nation in the World Cup. That is what we are doing. I'm not ashamed to admit I have no actual save, just dedicated to using the editor to appoint managers and watch them all battle it out. That's incredible, man. I actually love that. So who's the first nation? It's Mexico? Dude, who's the best Mexican player? Jackie Ovalle, obviously. We got to add a condition that it's a dude. The men's World Cup going on. Gender. Sandy Jimenez? No way, it's Andres Guardado. It's not Andres Guardado. It's Julian Quinones? Santiago Jimenez is at 141, bro. Santiago Jimenez is at 141. That's crazy. That's terrible work. Damn, Mexico fell off. Dude, I'm telling you. The Mexican national team is not nearly as good as you think they should be. Here, hold on. Let me switch my headphones. Forgot to leave my computer on last night to be able to charge these bad boys. No wonder Mexico sucks now. I know. Orbelín Pereira. Here, I'm going to go switch shirts, actually. Oh, kind of sweaty in this bad boy. I'll be back. I'll sell this shirt on the OnlyFans. timed that literally perfectly. Yeah. Yo. Yo. I made the crucial mistake. I made the crucial mistake of not adding him to a team, so I can't player search. Unfortunately. Oh, I guess I could search the individual names of the players. So this is the guy. Alcazia's Julian Quinones is apparently the best Mexican player in the world. Mexico's cooked, dude. Mexico is cooked.
72 months. What a ride. Sups Elon sup chat and glad to be in this great Zion comes in unity.
Big man! Thank you for 72 months. An insane 6 years for Big Man on campus. I appreciate you. Imagine rating players by FM. I just thought it would be interesting. It doesn't mean that Julian Quinones is the best Mexican player, but he's rated as the best Mexican player in Football Manager, and I find that interesting. Where's Memo Ochoa? That's the real question. Where is Memo Ochoa? "40 years young. 151 caps. Who would you say Mexico's top 3 current players are? Well, funny you asked. We actually have it pulled up right now. It's Julian Quinones, Alvaro Fidalgo, and Alexi Vega. That's the top 3. Mexico really doesn't have a player that's like, levels. They don't have like a Champions League level player right now. And that is kind of sad. That is a fall off considering where they used to be. They do spawn in insane regens on Football Manager, but I don't think that's going to help them out a lot here. Show by potential, please, sir. The highest set potential is be Jesus Corona, but he is 32. He's already on his way down. Edson Alvarez is set at 155, but his current ability is at 135, and he's not going to be able to reach it. Victor Guzman's set at 150, which if he can reach, would be great. They do have some minus 75s. Wait, where's their stud? What happened to their absolute stud muffin? Where is he? Oh, there he is. Gilberto Mora. The real stud, and if you watched Zealandism's World Cup preview of Mexico, you would know this, is Gilberto Mora. Gilberto Mora is a dog. Gilberto Mora is like the future of Mexico. He might even be the president. He is now 17. But he's like a regular player in the Mexican League, and he was the youngest player to win a continental competition ever at the Gold Cup last summer. He was in the Mexican national team at the Gold Cup and played in the final at 16. He is 100% going to the World Cup. Not only is he going to the World Cup, he is likely going to start every match. Some call him the Mexican Pulisic. He's really good. Gilberto Mora is really good. He can't move to Europe until he's 18, but I swear to you, he will move to Europe when he's 18. Legit just signed him as an 18-year-old. Is he the Mexican LeBron James? He wishes. We'll see what Pawn Stars has to say about this one. He's got Porto written all over him. Now, I think like at Atletico Madrid, for some reason Mexico's best player being on Atletico Madrid feels right to me. Feels right to me. Yeah, I mean, they've got a couple strikers, Raul Jimenez, Raul Jimenez, Santi Jimenez, spelled differently. Yeah, I mean, Mexico's never bad. They just don't have, like, guys, you know? Guys that you're really legitimately afraid to play. I mean, Edson Alvarez is probably Mexico's best player. If I had to pick Mexico's best player, I would say Edson Alvarez. But we aren't asking me. We're asking Football Manager. And they've got Edson Alvarez all the way down here. And they've got Julian Quinones at current ability 145 out of 200. Making Julian Quinones the best Mexican player on Football Manager. Let the chaos begin. Where's Chucky Lozano? Dude, Chucky Lozano is not... I don't even think he's going to be in the team. Dude, Chucky Lozano is getting, like, iced out of San Diego. The coach hates him. Let me see if I can find a headline. There's like articles about it. It's a piece of drama. Oh, that was in 2025. That was in 2025. San Diego manager gives stone cold response to Irving Lozano return speculations. San Diego manager Mickey Veras emphatically shut the door on a potential U-turn regarding the club's decision to separate record signing Irving Lozano from the team's plans. It's been a difficult start for San Diego's sophomore season in MLS. Winless in their last 6, and the Western Conference finalists are currently sitting 10th in the conference standings. A player of Lozano's caliber could theoretically help, but when asked about El Chuqui's potential return to the pitch, Veras had an unequivocal 2-word response: no chance. So is he getting no chance? They announced in January Lozano was not part of the plans for the team and encouraged him to look for a new team during the winter window. It's not worth getting into details, Veras said. This is a decision that was made based on analysis the whole year. It wasn't just one thing that happened or something that happened at the end of the year. There were many things that we analyzed to decide we don't fit together. This is just judging the club. This isn't judging us as a club or him as a player. It's saying that it's not a good fit and what's best for us is to continue without him. So basically, he can't hack it in MLS anymore. He can't hack it in MLS anymore. They just decided he wasn't good enough. Chat! It's time to flippity-flop the flippity-flop! $22! No more! We've been streaming for 23 hours this week. Holla frickin' Luya. Holla back. That's what I'm talking about. It's only Tuesday. It is only Tuesday, and I've streamed 23 hours this week. All right. What we are going to do is build a beautiful sheet. Dude, how do I get... Hold on. It's going to be easier to do this on like a Google Doc, maybe. Don't accidentally leak a project or something. There you go, baby. There you go. We're going to just, because then I can like add more rankings, you know? It's easier that way. So the best Mexican player in Football Manager is, oh, wait, you can't see anything. I do that so often, man. I do that so often. What am I doing? He always does this. He always does this. All right, let me change my stream details back real quick. Do. Alrighty. What happened? I just was showing the wrong screen. So the next team that we go to, we're going to do this in World Cup order. Oop. What in God's green earth is happening right now? That'd be South Korea, right? Right? All right. The next team up is South Korea. So all we have to do is come here and type South Korea. Assuming that's going to work. Lee Kong-in. Not Kim Min-jae or Son Heung-min. It is Lee Kong-in of PSG. Lee Kong-in. In fact, there are three South Korean players with higher current ability in Football Manager than any Mexican player in the database. And even then, at that point, Hwang In-bom from Feyenoord is just about at the same level as Julian Quinones. But there is a much bigger drop-off. They very quickly go into the high 120s in the current ability. But let's look up our hero. Lee Kong-in. Of course, this guy is currently playing in the Champions League semifinals as of looking at this. So that tracks. That makes sense. He's a good player. Obviously, he's buried behind all the other guys that PSG has, but he's a really good player. I guess going into this World Cup, too, he's the guy that has to kind of shoulder the load. I don't know. He's going to be shouldering the load more. Somebody said Wang Yi-chan's at 133 as a Wolves fan. I can say that is 132 too high. Good heavens. Wait. Oh, no. Oh, it's a complete disaster. South Korea, Lee Kong-in, 155. Easy. South Korea's is Lee Kong-in. Also, if this is interesting, chat, I'm going to turn this into a YouTube video. So I hope you guys enjoy watching this again later. If we end up finding this a particularly interesting and engaging conversation. I am currently 2 for 2 in being surprised at who is there. All right, South Africa. Next is South Africa, and their highest ability player, Ronwin Williams. Oh, Mamelodi Sundowns, dude. Mamelodi Sundowns, Ronwin Williams is here. Lyle Foster of Burnley is all the way down at 125. He's nowhere near the top. We've got 3 dudes from Mamelodi Sundowns at the top here with Temba Swane and Taboho Mokoena. So let's take a look at Ronwin Williams. Oh, he's the goalkeeper. South Africa's goalkeeper is apparently a dog, and he's a very good goalkeeper. Mokoena was born in Bethlehem. Did I just see that right? Well, we're going to need to now to destined for greatness. The savior of South African football, Tabo Mokoena. He was born in Bethlehem, South Africa. He's a playmaking midfielder. Do you think there's an advantage that is garnered by South Africa from having like 5 of its top players coming from the same team, the Mamelodi Sundowns? That has to be an advantage, right? Bro, it's a tie. No, it's not. It's not a tie. I was reading the potential ability. Ronwin Williams of South Africa. He won the Yashin Trophy. The best goalkeeper? Or is that like best save? Oh, I'm going to look it up now. Oh, he finished 9th in the 2024 so best goalkeeper in the world. In 2024, Ronwin Williams finished 9th in the voting for best goalkeeper in the world. The first ever African-based goalkeeper to ever be nominated for the award. Oh, it's for the best save? Yeah, it's not just for the best save, it's for the best keeper. Yeah, so he finished 9th in the voting for best goalkeeper in the world while playing for Mamelodi Sundowns in Africa. This dude's legit. This dude is legit. Pedar was robbed of a Ballon d'Or. It's true. All right. Who's pot 4 in this freaking group? Czechia. The best player from Czechia is, Patrick Schick. I mean, at a certain point, it would have been a debate, but now it's like with Thomas Souček, maybe. But Patrick Schick takes the cake convincingly by a whole 10 points. Patrick Schick is the best player from Czechia with a current ability of 153, which based off of the first group actually slots him into second place. All right. Patrick Schick, 153. Of course, it's nice to have your best player be a freaking striker, too. That doesn't hurt. Patrick Schick of Bayer Leverkusen and the Fighting Crimson Chins. This dude's mogging constantly. Dude, what is the value range on Patrick Sheik right now? Ladislav Krejci's up there. Yeah, I think he was 142. South Korea is the favorite in Group A. I mean, according to our incredibly serious metrics, South Korea has the best player in Group A, which is a very weird thing to think about. I will rank each group individually, and then I think we'll rank them all together. Provod's second is surprising. I actually don't really know who that is. Lukas Provod from Slavia Prague. Dude, there's two Slavia Prague guys right here. Tomas Chori, who's like the winger that always plays for the national team, but I never really knew if he was any good or not. I mean, obviously he plays for the national team, but he's tied with Ladislav Krejci. Football Manager giving a lot of respect to guys that might not play in the very top leagues, and I respect that. The halfway line goal against Scotland, that absolutely has earned Patrick Sheik that right there. That has earned Patrick Sheik that right there. If you ask a casual, they'll think it's South Korea with Son. But no, it's South Korea with Lee Kong-in. I'm just surprised that, I mean, you would have thought there was some Mexican, like maybe Edson Alvarez would have been a 150, but 135. The fact that Mexico just is very convincingly not able to have a player that's like up there yet. Gilberto Mora might be there in the next FM. He might be there in the next FM, but he's not there yet. On to Group B. And we start with Canada. It's got, I mean, this is the most obvious one of all time, right? Alfonso. Wow, it's not. It's way. Canada's is closer than Czechia. Alfonso Davies checks in at a whopping 158, which is the highest current ability rating we've seen of anybody in this World Cup so far. But right next to him is Canadian national team striker Jonathan David, who is at 152. The Brooklyn-born Canadian who plays for Juventus. Oluwaseyi, Tajon Buchanan, underrated at 140. Moise Bombito at the 134 with Stephen Eustachio. Where's Kyle Larin? He's got to be here somewhere. Kyle Larin. There he is. He'll be on the World Cup team. 120 for Kyle Larin of Mallorca. What a great Canadian national team player he is. Canada look in good shape for the future. Yeah, they've got a great core of players. Dude, Moise Bombito's legit. Moise Bombito's a guy that 3 years ago nobody knew who he was, and he's just exploded, and now he's the best center back for Canada. But he's struggling with injuries over the last year. He is struggling with injuries over the last year. Sparky, thank you for the prime. Welcome back to the Hammers, the old 2-month. What are we doing? We're looking up the best players in the World Cup on Football Manager for every team. But Alfonso Davies is not nearly as convincingly at the top for Canada as you would have expected. Just 6 current ability points clear of striker Jonathan David. All right, next up in this group is none other than Switzerland. Who do you, we should have been doing this earlier, who do you think is the best player for Switzerland in Football Manager? Briel Mbolo? Oh, wait. No, it's not Jan Sommer. It's not Jan Sommer. Who's the goalkeeper? Dortmund. What the hell is his name? Sommer doesn't play for the national team anymore. He's too old. I'm going Kobel. I think it's Kobel. Oh, yeah! Let's go! Wow! It's Gregor Kobel at 162. Dude, Akanji's 4th. Where is Breland? Breland Bolo is a 137? Yeah, it is close. Granted, Shaka is still at 160, which is really impressive. You know what else is really impressive? That Shaka's 32 in the database. Noah Okafor is ahead of Breland Bolo at 138. I mean, this is a very solid team, though. Fabian Schär, 147. Remo Freuler, 146. Dennis Zakaria, 147. They'll play him at center back. Ruben Vargas, 145. Dan Ndoye, 144 to play out on the wing. Yeah, it is a bit of an aging team, though, isn't it? I mean, Jan Sommer doesn't play in the national team anymore. Jan Sommer is literally he's retired from the national team. So he is no longer eligible for the national team. But that is our new best player. Switzerland's Gregor Kobel, 162. In the end, not to mention the second nation whose best player is their goalkeeper, South Africa and now Switzerland. Why did I flip them? How does that make any sense? I'm going to create a copy of this doc and then just start ranking them all together on the copy of the doc. Okay. Well, Group B is looking better than... I was making fun of Group B and saying that Group B was the group of life. But Group B all of a sudden has better players in it than Group A. So maybe we should be making fun of Group A as the group of life. This is reframing my thinking here. All right, third best nation is Qatar. Al-Muez Ali. That's my guess. Al-Muez Ali is my guess. I love my boy Al-Muez Ali, but it could be Akram Afif. It could be I feel like their goalkeeper is rated pretty high. Akram Afif and Al-Muez Ali are the GOATs, though. They're the GOATs. You got to be watching those Asian Cups, dude. Asian Cups are fantastic. That's how I learned about Qatar's team. All right, the best Qatari play. Oh, it's easy. It's Akram Afif. I got cooked. It's Akram Afif. 140 for Akram Afif. Not even close. In fact, this is the biggest gap on any national team that we have seen. Akram Afif is the best player on Qatar by a mile. The boy from Doha. Oh, we haven't been looking these guys up. Oops. That's Gregor Kobel, in case you didn't know what he looked like or how good he was. He's got 19 reflexes in the game, which is pretty nuts. This is Alphonso Davies, the first great Canadian player, but surely not the last. He's broken the glass ceiling for the Canadians, the pacey, explosive, and injured fullback for Bayern Munich. And then now, Akram Afif, the swag daddy who won Qatar the Asian Cup in 2023 and then pulled out like a playing card from his sleeve or whatever the hell he did. He is a solid player. 125 caps at the start of the database. If bro learns about Excel, he'll be mind blown. I feel like I don't need Excel for this, though. I'm literally just making a list. Akram Afif checking in at 140. How do I do a tie? Somebody's going to be like, well, you can do that in Excel. Can you sort this list? What would I need to sort it for? Yeah, the problem is it's already like it's already formatted like a table. Okay, guys, what if we used, hold on. Dude said it's called Google Sheets. You want to see something crazy? Do you want to see what I'm capable of when I'm not like on stream in front of people? Do you want to see something cool? So I run a March Madness pool every year. Like my dad has run a March Madness pool for 40 years, and I run it like I run a side part of it with like the people that I know that's a part of the bigger pool. I built this. Color coded depending on the correct answers for each pick in each round. It calculates the automatic score at the bottom for each person. Calculates their score, it calculates their rank. It calculates their overall score with different values for each round. And yet when I'm sitting here on stream, I like can't. I can't do it, man. I don't know. It just seemed easier instead of tabbing over and inputting different pieces of information. Make the list and have AI make it for you. That's not a bad idea, actually. That is a good use case for like ChatGPT. Can you do that? You'd be like, hey, can you turn this into a Google Sheet real quick? Nerd. Hey, I did it for basketball, okay? I did it for basketball. These are everybody's final four picks. Depending on what I type in over here, it responds. So, like, if I delete this, but now it's the correct answer. And then the scores change. Like, if I delete this, the scores change. And then you can put it back. It took me so long to do this. So long. Chat, what's Zealand doing? I am making a list of the best player on every World Cup team according to Football Manager. You can use the Gemini button above to do that. Ooh. Okay, we'll do that. Do you think we should add group? Yeah, let me just add another comma and just say like group B. Because then we'll be able to use that table to sort out groups if we want to. Copy the word group. Noise! Alright, so I think I can just... In the time there's been AI chat. Okay, let me try this. Generate your neck. Try it out. Okay, no. Never mind. Where's the Gemini button? Is that the Gemini button and I have to pay for it? Hello. I'm not logged into chat. I'm not one of those people that uses ChatGPT all the time, but I am surprised that I'm not logged in on my stream account. Hold on. Little forehead cam. Give me a second. Let me figure this out. Let me get to the bottom of this. Let me figure out exactly what's going on here. Station is the way. Oh, I gotta check my inbox. Well, let me get right on that. 852-378. Oh shoot! Did you get? All right, we're logged in. We're in business. I guess we should do positions as well, right? I'm just going to type wing because the determination can be a little tricky for some players, so wing just feels better to me. All right, let's get back to the fun part of this, which is looking up players, the best players on each national team. We are now headed to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Who is it, chat? Who is it? I don't think it's Jacko. I don't know who it is, but I don't think it's Jacko. It's Sead Kalazanic at 146. And then Demirovic. Dzeko's at 138. He is fourth. Oh my God. Dude's like 40 years old, rocking up with the 138 current ability. That is actually kind of remarkable. Sead Kalazanic. The 32-year-old Bosnia and Herzegovinian center back. Absolutely brilliant. All right, now I got to get my sheets going. Oh my god, I didn't put the it'd be faster for me to just type it now. I mean, I guess I just add another row, right? What was Kolazinec's dude, the administration of this is outweighing the fun of it all of a sudden. We've gotten too serious. We've gotten too serious. The next man is from Bosnia and Herzegovina. This was supposed to be. It is still fun. That really isn't a lot of work. Sead Kalazinic now steps in, and he takes on the rank of 5th. You got to subtract 1 now. The former Arsenal player who flamed out and moved to Marseille and then to Atalanta, but has kept his career moving at a solid trajectory. I think he actually does still play left back for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Did he? Like against Italy, was he not one of the center backs or that bald guy is the other one? Esports. Left back. All righty. My boy is a left back. Screw this. My system was better. I liked my system better. I'm doing my system. It's very easy for me to convert the data set into something else later. This is visually better for me. Just because of the ranking, though. Is there a way for me to change the ranking? I don't like that the numbers to the left. Hold on, I can do this. It's been a minute. We need to just sum total. Can I just take my rankings? I'm just literally going to take my ranking formula from... from my other sheet. I don't have to think. Okay, from... No, we're not going that far over. So we just need the column E. God, I hate Excel so much. I don't use it enough. I have to like relearn it every time. Give me a second. I'm in the Matrix. Would it have to be here too? I've only ever ranked the other direction. Nice! Let's go! Come on! 2 sevens is fine. They're tied. They're tied. Oh, I'm an Excel god. Just kidding. Some people are actually Excel gods, and it blows my mind to watch them work. In the meantime, we have our ranking of the most talented players of the World Cup so far. We are now in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous stuff. So right now, South Africa and Qatar are battling for having the worst best player at the World Cup, and Qatar also has the biggest gap. They had a guy, Akram Afif is 15 current ability better than anybody else on the team, which is kind of nuts. So now we go over to the World Cup and Group C, and we're headed to Brazil. And I feel like I know the answer. Gotta be Vinny, right? If it's not Vinny, that's embarrassing. It's Allison. Vinny's third. Vinny's third. Vinny is third. Allison and Rafinha have him beat at 177 and 176. The best Brazilian player on the Football Manager database update is goalkeeper Allison. He is not. He is, in fact, already the third goalkeeper to make it into our spreadsheet. How do I get it to sort automatically? I've never had to do this before, so I'm either going to have to Google it and learn, or there's like a really simple explanation. Wait. I have to exclude the first box. So we're going down to 49. Okay, I'm going to drag this down to 49 because then it will all fill in. Okay, and then we're gonna... This is like watching me just master Excel. Let's go! We are going to have an incredible visual representation of this. You guys are going to be blown away. It's going to be so fun. Let's keep going. I can't believe Allison is the highest rated player. Like, we're in 26.2, right? We are in 26 point. Now, they've given Vinny Jr. a 190 potential ability that he could, like, reach towards. But we're definitely on 26.2. Gabriel, there are 4 Brazilian players at least 170, and then Bruno Guimarães, Marquinhos, Rodrigo, Bremer, and Ederson. Brazil has 2 goalkeepers in like its top 10. Now, I'm amazed, dude. I thought it was Vinny Jr. I was sure it was going to be Vinny. It is somehow not Vinny. It is Allison, and we now have the most popular position in this entire list as goalkeeper with Gregor Kobel of Switzerland, Allison of Brazil, and Ronwen Williams of South Africa, all being the best player for their country. And now it's time for Morocco. This one should be obvious. Hakimi. $26. 26. The difference is 26. That is by far the biggest gap we've seen in any national team, with Achraf Hakimi separating massively from a really large collection of Moroccans from 150 to 140. Yassine Bounou, Nusser Mazraoui, Ismail Saibiri, Brahim Diaz, Izzy Abdel Souli, Bilal El Kanous, Youssoufine Nassiri still checking in at 140, and El Kabi's also at 140, so they have both their strikers are at 140. That is a massive gap. An absolutely massive chunk. Achraf Hakimi is the real deal. And he checks in now as the second best player on the entire table. So right now, Group C is producing some quality. In terms of seeing the best players in the world, Group C is giving you exactly what you're looking for. So let's get that entered. We have Morocco. We have Achraf Hakimi. We have right back. And we have 176 in Group C. Is there a way to constantly rank it, or do I just have to re-click that every time? Hey. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you're going to get a gap bigger than that, dude. I don't know if you're going to get a gap bigger than that. Achraf Hakimi is obviously a dog. Who's the next player on our list? Scotland. McNuggets, right? It's got to be Scott McTominay. It's not Robertson anymore. McTominay's probably gotten a huge boost with his performances at Napoli. Scotland's best player is Scott McTominay. Andy Robertson checking in at 152, just 13 behind Scott McTominay's 165. John McGinn's down at 147. Right near Ryan Christie and Billy Gilmore and Lewis Ferguson and Aaron Hickey are all the players charged at over 140 for this team. Scott McTominay, who has had an incredible career resurgence at Napoli and become an absolute menace, an absolute demon. A guy that led Scotland to this World Cup in the first place and now finds himself on this beautiful spreadsheet. The first midfielder to be the best player on his team. It is worth mentioning. Also, Group C now has the 3 best players in this World Cup so far, with Allison, Ashraf Hakimi, and Scott McTominay as the leading players for this, for their nations at this World Cup. And the real question is, how does Haiti match up? Who is Haiti's best player? Jean Rickner Belgar is my guess. Oh, it's probably Isidore. Damn. The new Haitian, Wilson Isidore. Who do I think is going to win the Europa League? God, I cannot remember who's in the Europa League and who's in the Conference League because my brain is so fried. Europa League's the one where you've got Nottingham Forest and Villa playing, right? I'll take Villa to win the whole thing. All right, Haiti. Is it Isidore? Where's Wilson Isidore? He's not even on here. Because he committed to Haiti after the most updated database after January transfers. The most updated database on FM is after January transfers, and he committed. So I was right in terms of guys that are on the team, because Otson Edouard does not play for Haiti. It's Jean Rickner Belgar. I can't believe I actually pulled that. But we have to find Wilson Isidore, because he is a very late commit. His current ability is somewhere. It's Isidore by 1. He's 132. The guy that just committed to play for Haiti is 132 over Jean Rickner Belgar's 131. Then Carlin Zarcus, Josue Casimir, Hannes Delcroix, who's the most important center back. Franzi Perot, Duckins Nazan at 115. But it's a pretty quick drop-off for Haiti. They're not getting a lot of respect from FM. They're not. He is, of course, the worst best player in this tournament so far. Haiti's Wilson Isidore over Jean Rickner Belgar at 132. Obviously, there's a lot of lacking star power for Haiti relative to the rest of their group with McTominay, Hakimi, and Allison. Edouard does not play for Haiti. So this is Wilson Isidore. This is Haiti's best player going to the World Cup. Plays for Sunderland in the Premier League. Otson Edouard. Actually, let's just look this up on... I don't know why they're counting him as Haitian. Here. He was born in French Guiana. I don't know why the database is counting him as Haitian. He has never appeared for Haiti. And so he does not count towards this, as he is not going to go to the World Cup with Haiti. Wilson Isidore, on the other hand, is. Just ahead of my boy Jean Rickner Belgard, the explosive Haitian attacking midfielder. But alas, it is time for us to head towards a Group D. The United, it's got to be Pulisic, man. It has to be Pulisic. Pulisic. Yes. By 8 at 160 current ability. Dude, look at the ability of this U.S. team. Look at the ability of this U.S. team. Weston McKinney, Tyler Adams, Johnny, and Anthony Robinson all over 150. Malik Tillman, Timmy Weah, Chris Richards, and Yunus Musa all at least 140. And look at the age as well. The first guy that's over 30 is Tim Ream. Dude, Tim Ream is still a 130. Shanghai surprise. Thank you for the 23 months, my dude. Is Cardozo actually not going to start? No. He's not regarded very highly in the national team. All right, Christian Pulisic checks in at a solid 160 to kick off Group D, which slots us in. The United States slots in at number 5 with Christian Pulisic as our best player, ahead of Alphonso Davies of Canada, ahead of anybody on South Korea, Czechia, Bosnia-Herzegovina. Mexico is way down there, South Africa, Qatar, and Haiti. Pretty wild, actually. Evan, thank you for gifting a sub to Ahmed Mondour. Be sure to say thank you, Ahmed. Enjoy the bacon, enjoy the emotes, and thank you so much for throwing down that gifted sub. The United States best player by 7 attribute points. By 7 ability points. Christian Pulisic. Go ahead and look at him on the old FM there. Mr. Ball Control. Christian Pulisic. Just finished my first ever real football loan today, so it reminded me to come back here and say hi. Nice. You're loaning in real life. You should make a team with all these players and then play the World Cup in the editor. Or like using the editor. That'd be kind of interesting. But I mean, theoretically, the team would just dominate because we just have. Well, I guess it wouldn't necessarily dominate because you can only use one player from each national team. It's the best player from each national team. All right, the pot 2 team in the United States group is Australia. Wait. I didn't stop it in time, did I? Well, I definitely wouldn't have gotten Alessandro Cercati and Matt Ryan. Is Alessandro Cercati even playing for Australia? Yes, okay. Because I know he was... They have a couple of like Italian-Australian crossover guys. He rejected the youth call-up from the Italians and joined the Australian national team where he has already made 11 appearances. So what do we do in the instance of a tie? Do we just go to the potential ability, in which case we give it to Alessandro Cercati? At 131, where's Irankunda? Or is Nestor Irankunda? A little strange that he wouldn't appear there. Jackson Irvine is right here. He's at 128. Cam Burgess of Swansea City's at 128. Jordan Boss of Feyenoord's at 129. No, we loaded all the players. Even if we didn't load all the players, the guy plays for Watford. It's not like he's hard to. It's not like he's easy to miss. He has a bunch of nationalities. But why would it get crossed up? I guess we'll search both of those because Aaron Kunda came up for that, but he didn't come up on the first one. I have no idea. But Alessandro Cercati has won it. Wait. And that puts Australia firmly in last place right now, with Alessandro Cercati, the 21-year-old center back, as their best player coming into this World Cup. Oh, it's flip time? Yo! That was not the song I was hoping was coming up next. "23 hours so far, chat. Except this is wrong. Except apparently this is wrong." Kind of got to wait for the song to drop. You guys come here often? I forgot how far away the drop was. There is a drop. Just give it a second. "24 hours! I have streamed an entire day's worth of hours already, and it's only Tuesday." It's only Tuesday, and we've already streamed 24 hours. Alessandro Cercati. The big man, the big fella from Australia, Alessandro Cercati. Isn't he left back? He's not listed as left back here. Arsenal getting to the Champions League final is insanity. Good team. All right, next up is Paraguay. Who the hell's Paraguay's best player? What is that guy's name? Joel Rojas. I was thinking Julio Enciso. I was thinking of Julio Enciso. Let's see. Omar Alderete, dude. Omar Alderete is apparently that guy. A 150 that gives him 11 over every other player from Paraguay right now. Omar Alderete is the real danger. Then Gustavo Gomez and Julio Enciso. A lot of guesses for both of those guys. Diego Gomez. Miggy Almiron, playing for Atlanta United, is still in there. And they have a couple other guys over 135, or over 130, I mean. Matias Villasanti, Ramon Sosa, Mauricio, Damian Bobadilla. Some great names. All those guys playing in Brazil, by the way. So, Omar Alderete. We have another center back who is the best player on his national team. Sunderland center back Omar Alderete. A guy that has journeyed his way to Sunderland from Getafe after Sunderland got promoted to the Premier League. That big Premier League money getting thrown around. Makes sense? Do you feel like it makes sense? I did not expect him to be anywhere near that high. Very impressive amount. He slots into ninth. Omar Alderete of Paraguay slots ahead of Mexico, Bosnia-Herzegovina, South Africa, Qatar, Haiti, and Australia. Two Sunderland players. That's true. There are two Sunderland players. Wilson Isidore and Omar Alderete from Sunderland. Nice. And then the final, dude, this is an easy one. The final team in Group D from Turkey. It's got to be Arda Güler. Hakan Çalhanoğlu. Within Kenan Yildiz, Barış Alper Yilmaz, Ferdi Kadiolu, Erkan Kürçü, and Arda Güler. This is on the updated database that Football Manager released after the January transfer window. So it doesn't necessarily factor in the Champions League performances that Arda Güler has had, but that is definitely a surprise. This is the best player for the Turkish national team, Hakan Çalhanoğlu. Look at their city births. Morocco's is probably even crazier. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. How that yield is as well. What was he at? 162? A 162, giving him an actually, I mean, he's 17 ahead, all but one guy. But they've really underrated Arda Güler with the current ability in the game, that's for sure. They've really underrated him. What was he, 162? Yeah. 162 in Group D. That makes him the best player in Group D. According to Football Manager, Hakan Çalhanoğlu is the best player in Group D, and he is tied with Gregor Kobel for fourth as the best player at this World Cup, or the best leading man at this World Cup. Sonic missiles. All right. Onward to Group E. Germany. Ooh. 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 Germany. I don't think it's Musiala. I think Kimmich's probably the safe guess. Yes. Florian Wirtz comes into second, and Joshua Kimmich at 178 Then Musiala at 165, higher than I would have thought. Nico Schlotterbeck is the fourth highest player at 160. Then Ta, Havertz, Gnabry, Rudiger. Havertz and Rudiger are tied. Leroy Sané, Deniz Undav, Felix Mecha, Pascal Gross, Leon Goretzka, Ter Stegen, David Raum, Voltemade, and then Mittelstadt, Oliver Baumann, Angelo Stiller, Anton Valdemar, Kareem Adeyemi, and Alexander Pavlovich are all at least 150. It's an impressively robust group. Yeshua Kimmich. Guy's such a stud, dude. He's such a stud. His ability to play basically anywhere on the field that you need him. And right now, he is the best player at this World Cup, according to Football Manager. Checking in at 178 out of Group E, Yeshua Kimmich takes first place over Alisson and Ashraf Hakimi, who are the world-class players there, but Yeshua Kimmich he's there. Germany, one of the finest teams at this competition. Who is pot 2? Ivory Coast or Ecuador? Ecuador is pot 2? That makes sense. Ivory Coast is repairing its ranking. All right. Next up, trying to catch Yeshua Kimmich is Ecuador. Now, who? Caicedo. Pervis Estupinian. Or Hincapié. How does the AI get used to your tactics? Don't listen to the chat necessarily on that, Dahlberg. The AI doesn't adjust to your tactics specifically, but what the AI does do in Football Manager is it adjusts to how good it thinks you are. So over the course of the season, it will play against you differently because it starts to recognize that your team is better or worse than initially thought. And so if you hit a mid-season slump, it's because the teams you're playing against are starting to recognize that you are better than they thought. All right. Willian Pacho. Bro, nobody said Pacho, but Willian Pacho's at a 162. Somebody should have said Willian Pacho because he was close. Moises Caicedo takes it at a 168 rating. And then Piero Hincapié at 152 and Pervis Estupinian at 142. And only a few other guys are above 130. Robert Arboleda, Gonzalo Plata, Ener Valencia at 35 is there. I don't know if he's actually playing at the World Cup or not. Haney Cusco's friend. Nice. But it is Moises Caicedo, the best player from his country. You know, some refer to him as the Ecuadorian Messi. I've heard. Group E's got some great midfield play right now. We've got two central midfielders from Group E, and Moises Caicedo slots ahead of Scotty McTominay into fourth with a potential or a current ability rating of 168. Potential abilities at 185. He could continue to get better. Dahlberg, I appreciate the prime, dude. Justice for the one guy that said Pacho. Nice. Somebody did say Pacho. We've got real ball knowledge in here. All right, chat. Ivory Coast's best player. Used to be a simpler question in a simpler time. Dude, I don't know. I'm going to go Ahmad Diallo. I love Diamande, but I don't think they'll rate him high enough. I'm going Ahmad. It's Evan Indika. Shout out to the dude that said Indika. He takes it at a 154, and then it's Ahmad Diallo at 150 and Ousmane Diamande at 148 with Jan Diamande from Leipzig. The 18-year-old Jan Diamande, the American-raised Jan Diamande, is already checking in at the 4th highest rating. That is insane. Ibrahim Sangare, Frank Cassier, Evan Guesson, Odilon Kasunu, Nicholas Pepe, and Wilfred Singo clear 140. That's a pretty good bunch there. And also a pretty young team overall, 23, 21, 18. Right? Like, this is a very, very good collection of players. But the best of the lot is Evan Ndika, the Ivorian center back. Dang it. You can do that. A lot of center backs, dude. A lot. And that slots them in at 11th for the best overall player on their team, just behind South Korea and just ahead Patrick Schick, just ahead of Patrick Schick from Czechia. Interesting. The United States and Canada stay grouped together just inside the top 10, with Switzerland and Turkey tied. Scotland still in the top 5 with Scott McNuggets. Group E, 4th seed, Curacao. The goalkeeper's Eloy Room. One of the Martinez. I'm going to go Tahith Chong. Tahith Chong feels like the guy it would be. Daijiro Chirino. Daijiro Chirino from Almeria, 23 years old. They also have Armando Obispo, Rishdeli Bazor, Sharandi Sambo, Sanche Hansen, and Tommy St. Jago at least 120. Let's make sure we're not missing anybody. All right, this is one of those nations where we could have to find a declared guy. Nope. Daijiro Chirino. Tahith Chong is low. There's their goalkeeper, Eloy Room. Oh, yeah, he's at 117, dude. All right. That's a new low. What was his name? Daijiro Chirino from Almeria, the best player on Curacao. Does he actually play for them? We have to look this up. How's today gone? We've had a great day, dude. I've been having a lot of fun. We're just going through a fun exercise of looking up the best player for every team in the World Cup. Yeah, Dick Advocat is no longer managing Curacao. He had a family emergency, so he had to step away. Which is why I think Curacao is really in trouble at the World Cup, because Dick Advocat was like the galvanizing force for them. There's talk of Dick Advocat coming back. He should. I hope he comes back. That would be awesome for them. That would actually just be awesome for them. So this guy's never played for them, and we can't necessarily find any proof that he's going to be at the World Cup for them. They might be doing the same thing that I did. That's funny. Is that what that is? They do like write-up guides? Oh, they might be doing one a day. Oh, that's cool. Oh, they're doing like top 3 players. All right. The problem, of course, is that we've now looked into it and we can't find proof that Daijiro Chirino is actually playing at the World Cup. The only proof we can find is those tweets and those posts that they've made about him playing at the World Cup. He was called up for a pair of friendlies, but he literally hasn't been called up since. So I think we just go to the next guy. He hasn't played. Obispo. To be safe, we want to get a guy that's actually on the team. Armando Obispo. Oh my goodness, is he not playing for them either? Okay, he has played for them. Thank you. He's played 4 matches for them. Dick Advocat brought him in. And Armando Obispo has played for Curaçao's national team. So, the best player for Curaçao is center back Armando Obispo, who plays for PSV Eindhoven. Thank you, Obispo. He checks in at 126. The other Group E players are, of course, Germany's Joshua Kimmich, Moises Caicedo from Ecuador, and Ivory Coast's Evan Ndicka. Curaçao in the clubhouse for the worst best player in Armando Obispo. I don't know what country would necessarily be able to beat that. We will see. Because we are headed to the next group of players. The Netherlands in Group F. Who is the best Dutch player in the world? It's probably still Virgil van Dijk, right? He's probably still Big Verge. Easy over Frankie de Jong. And then there's a large collection of players that are at least at 150. Reindeers, Klavenberg, Denzel Dumfries, Urian Timber, Jan Paul Van Heck, Sven Botman, Mickey Van de Ven, Jeremy Frimpong, Cody Gakpo, Matthijs de Ligt, Nathan Ake, and Xavi Simmons, who is going to miss the World Cup due to injury. Dude, Virgil van Dijk on the latest update actually takes the first spot on the board. The latest database update to FM26 has Big Verge as a 179. Big Verge Van Dijk. That puts him ahead of any player on Brazil, any player on Germany, any player on Morocco. The other top teams here. There are a lot of center backs on this list. That's true. Maybe the key to being a good national team is having your best player be a center back, being able to lock it down. Please type his name correctly. Sorry. Apologies. Virgil van Dijk, the center back from the Netherlands, takes the top spot on the list and keeps the long-running gag of center backs being the best players, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 1, 2, 3 center midfielders, 1, 2, 3 strikers, 1, 2, 3 goalkeepers. Ameladol, thank you so much for the 11 months. All right, who's next in the group? After Virgil van Dijk, we have the Japanese. Who is Japan's best player? Naomi Osaka. Dang it. Well, it should be somebody weird, like Tomiyasu for just no reason at all. Anyways, Japan. Mitoma's the favorite in the clubhouse with the chat. And it is barely. Nobody. Oh, we got some Takafusa Kubos at the end. He's the second best player for Japan behind Kaoru Mitoma. And then a collection of players at least 140 with Ritsu Doan, Wataru Endo, Hiroki Ito, Tomiyasu, Hidemase Morita, Ayase Ueda, Kaishu Sano, and Ao Tanaka. It's a good team. It is a good team. But there is none better than the dribble master himself, Kaoru Mitoma of Brighton. Finally, another wing, dude. Oh, he beats Lee Kong-in of South Korea by 1 current ability point. Did you know he did his thesis on dribbling? I did. That is why I went and made that joke, in fact. Third pot, Tunisia. Who is the best Tunisian player? This is a sneaky one. I have no idea. Wabi Khazri's not available for me anymore. Oh, Hannibal. It's probably Hannibal. Wabi Khazri's the bald midfielder you're thinking of. But Wabi Khazri's finally gone. Tunisia's best player is Elias Shkiri by 1 over not Hannibal, but over Ronnie Khedira. Elias Shkiri of Eintracht Frankfurt takes it at 138. Then Ronnie Khedira, Elias Ashuri, Montazar Talbi, the central defender, I believe, and Aissa Laiduni. This is a team that is always greater than the sum of its parts. And they're going to need that again at this World Cup. Elias Shkiri, the all-rounder. Some are calling him the new Hannibal Barca. Representing the center mids, and he checked in at 138. Oh, he's already outside of the... He's at 20 already. Ahead of just Hades, Wilson Isidore, Australia's Alessandro Cercati, and Curaçao's Armando Obispo. Is he good? LES. Hey, good luck to the Minnesota Wild, man. I hope you guys do well. All right, who is the best player on the Pot 4 team? Sweden. Isak, the bro. I was thinking, is it Kulusevski? It's not Forsberg. Love the Zlatan shout. Not a single Gyökeres in Twitch. We've had a couple on YouTube. Dude, Alonga's not a bad shout. I think it's probably Kulusevski or Isak, you know? Dude, Alonga's at 138 right now. Alexander Isak checks in at 169. Dejan Kulusevski checks in at 164. Viktor Gyökeres checks in at 153. Isaac Heen, Carl Starfelt, Victor Lindelof, Yassine Ayari, and Daniel Svensson, and Gabriel Goodmanson, and Lucas Bergvall, the young Tottenham player. He's 19 at the start of the database. Check in at least 140. But it's maybe a bit of a softer pool than you would have expected, and Forsberg is still coming in a little higher than I thought he would. And my favorite name, one of my favorite names, Gustav Lagerbielke, is down at 136. But when he's fit, Alexander Isak is the best player for Sweden as they go to the World Cup. And Liverpool puts another player on the list. An official 169 for Alexander Isak. So Group F, how does Group F end up ranking out? Best player in Group F is Alexander Isak coming in at 169. Then Karu Mitoma. Pretty soft group. Oh, no, Van Dijk. Literally number one. What am I talking about? Virgil van Dijk, the best player so far. I missed him. Then Isak. Then Mitoma. And then you go down to Elias Shkiri. Goal Wild? There you go. I'm rooting for the underdogs in the Stanley Cup playoffs. That's what I'm rooting for. All right, to Group G. We've got Belgium. Ooh. Oh, no, it's Courtois. God, I wasn't thinking goalkeeper. It's one of the most... This might be a crushing one over Doku. It's Thibaut Courtois by 10 over Kevin De Bruyne at 171. Then Jeremy Doku, Yuri Tielemans, Romelu Lukaku, Leandro Trossard, Charles de Ketelaere, and Amadou Onana at least 150. And a decent collection of players down to 140. Yuri Tielemans, my boy, checking it at number 4. Nice. Yeah, De Bruyne is probably going to drop like a rock. This is updated after the transfer window, this most recent transfer window. But Thibaut Courtois is about to take first. Seeing no Hazards on this list makes me feel old. But Thibaut Courtois is going number 1 on the list right now. 181. And another one for the goalkeeper brotherhood. Goodbye, Virgil van Dijk, and hello, Belgium's Thibaut Courtois as the best player at this World Cup so far. As a Liverpool fan, seeing Courtois' pain and the fact that he's gone just ahead of Virgil van Dijk. Ow. All right, next. Who was pot 2 in this group? It would have been Iran. It definitely would have been Iran. Taremi? Who is Iran's best player? Majid Hashemi, clearly. Iran's best player, a lot of guesses for Taremi. It is Mehdi Taremi at 135. Amir Hossein Hosseinzadeh. Mehdi Gayadi. Ali Reza Beranvand. Sardar Azmoun's down to a 125. Dude, they have a lot of guys at 120. Jahan Bosch, Zahedi, Salman Ghoddos, Nuralahi, Mohamed Mahabi, Nurafkan, Sayad Manesh. I recognize a lot of these names. But this is a very solid team. They're all kind of old. But Mehdi Taremi is the guy at 135 for Iran. It used to be him and Sardar Azmoun, but I guess Sardar Azmoun started to fall off. Well, Mehdi Taremi still out there getting it done. For an absolutely footballing mad nation in Iran. He does not slot in to last, ahead of Haiti's Wilson Isidore, Australia's Alessandro Cercati, and Curaçao's Armando Obispo. Whirlwind, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the year. Thank you, my dude. Where's Jahan Bosch? Oh, he was down. He's at 20. He's at 120. Ali Reza, Jahan Bosch. Do we only have 2 midfielders and 26 players so far? No, we got more than that. There's Hakan Çalhanoğlu, McTominay, Moises Caicedo, Joshua Kimmich, and Elias Shkiri, the best player for Tunisia. We weren't showing the higher ranks, yeah. They home. There you go. Maybe tomorrow. No attacking mids. I mean, Çalhanoğlu is an attacking mid. You know, McTominay could definitely be an attacking mid as well. But that brings us to Egypt, chat. Egypt's best player. Gee, I wonder. Marmoush, obviously. The Pharaoh himself, surely Mo Salah, still checking in at a 181. Despite this being his last season with Liverpool, he's still got the sauce. He does not have the biggest gap over the rest of his team, though, as Omar Marmoush checks in at a 163. And then We have Abdallah El Said, Imam Ashur, Mohammed Abdel Monim, Zizo, Sam Morsi, Marwan Ateya, and Trezeguet, who get to at least 130. I remember Trezeguet's dalliance in Europe. I mean, these are guys that all just play for Al Ahly. Abdul Monim plays for Nice. Morsi plays for Bristol City. But the other four are just players at Al Ahly, which is the best team in Egypt. But Egypt is bringing a great player. Mohamed Salah. He actually ties for first in our official ranking of the best player on each team, Egypt's Mo Salah. Senor Salad himself. And that brings us to the final team in Group G, which is New Zealand, which... Oops. What was that? What was I typing right there? This could be a significant gap for Chris Wood. We will see. Here goes Chris Wood for New Zealand, the Kiwis. It's only 14. To Joe Bell, Liberato Kakache, and Tyler Bendon of Nottingham Forest. Chris Wood is a 136. 12. It's 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 12. That gives us the opportunity to listen to a very important piece of artwork. Chris Wood. The best player from New Zealand. Dude. Listen to the Chris Wood song. Sorry, YouTube. All right, Chad, it's Spain. Is it Lamine Yamal? Or is it a weird sleeper poll like a Pedri? Rodri's not a bad shout either. It's how much Football Manager thinks that his ability's gone down. I'm going to lock in Lamine Yamal. I'm going to send it. I think it's Lamine Yamal. It's Rodri. Dang it. Rodri's still got the sauce. He's the best player out there for Spain. But they got Pedri and Lamine Yamal all at least 175. And then they got Nico Williams, Grimaldo, Subimendi, Dani Olmo, Jean Garcia, Fabian, David Raya, and Unai Simon. They have 3 goalkeepers. They have 3 goalkeepers at least 160. Ridiculous. Then Fermin and Ferran Torres at 159. Isco and Alex Baena at 158. But the best player on Spain, according to Football Manager, is still Rodri. All right, what group are we doing this for? H. Absolute banger song, dude. All right, we got Rodri. Thank you for that banger Chris Wood song, JJ Bull. Absolutely outstanding. Second pot team would be Uruguay. The best Uruguayan, I think, is fairly obvious. But let's make sure. My guess, Federico Valverde. Who's second, though? Bentancur, Araujo, De Arrascaeta, Darwin. The Uruguayan best player is Fede Valverde, and the second best player is Mauro Arambati. Wow, they've got Ronald Araujo at 150 flat. Mauro Arambati from Getafe is the second best Uruguayan player. The drop is 22. I don't know who Mauro Arambari is. I'm going to level with you. I do not know. But Federico Valverde is the best player for Uruguay, and it is the second biggest gap at the top. It is the second biggest gap at the top. What did they have him at? 176? 175. Down to Mauro Arambari at 153. Group H, though, got some good midfielders. Valverde and Rodri both sorting straight into the top 10. Valverde joining an elite company of 8 nations so far that produced a player that can crack 170 on the scale here. He's a Getafe enforcer. Mauro Arambati, the Uruguayan midfielder, apparently, for Getafe, who is an enforcer-type player for Getafe. Darwin should be 200. Well, he is still at 145. Matias Oliveira, Jose Jimenez, Rodrigo Salazar, Maxi Araujo. They all check in at least above 145. De Arrascaeta and Bentancur are down at 143. And then it's Ugarte and Nandez at 140 with Santiago Mourinho in between. Hey, FM Marquez, thanks for raiding in, dude. I hope you had a good stream. Ronald Araujo's making more money than Fede Valverde. True. A bit of a crime has been identified. Ooh, ball knowledge test. Who is Saudi Arabia's best player? Salim Al-Dosari? Still? Or is it that midfielder? Is his name Abdul Hamid? What's the midfielder's name? They have a right back on Roma? That's news to me. CR7. Tombakti. Somebody said Tombakti. Oh, it's an easy Salim Al-Dosari. Yo, Tombakti was a good guess. He ended up in third. Or he's tied for third with... Oh, I was thinking of Mohamed Kano. But Salim Al-Dosari checks in at a very respectable 140. And then Saud Abdul Hamid of Roma, the fullback. And then Hassan Al-Tambakti, good guess by YouTube there. Ali Majrashi, Musad Al-Jawair, and Mohamed Kano are the only ones that reach that 125 level. Obviously, mostly playing in Saudi Arabia, except for Saud Abdul Hamid. But Salim Al-Dosari continues to be the magic man for this team. The guy that stunned Argentina at the last World Cup with his skill and creativity and ability to get goals. He's got one more World Cup in him. 140, dude. Gonna clear a few nations with that one. 140 is really respectable compared to all these other guys. We're in H, right? He's all the way up to 23rd, dude. Saudi Arabia's best player. Oh, it's a three-way tie with Akram Afif of Qatar and Ronwen Williams, the goalkeeper from South Africa. We have a three-way tie for the best player between those three countries. All right. I just love that Salim Al-Dosari is apparently still doing his thing in Saudi Arabia and he's going to be there at another World Cup. That makes me excited. And the best player now for Cape Verde. Real ball knowledge test here. Who is Cape Verde's best player? I love the Eusebio guess. We're getting Logan Costa. We're getting Bebe. I can't say I'm familiar with the pool, so here we go. It is Logan Costa of Villarreal. A 143. Not even close to the lowest. Their second best player plays for Karabag. Are you serious? Leandro Andrade. Then Sidney Lopez Cabral from Benfica. Kevin Pena from Krasnodar in Russia. Bebe, the 35-year-old at Ibiza. Wagner Pena and Bruno Varela from Trabzonspor and Al Hazim Saudi Club. Very diverse area. But Logan Costa is the best player from Cape Verde. And you know what? He's kind of the truth. He's a legit player. They have a dude. They have a dude checking in at 143. Again, continuing the trend of center backs. He literally just took 23rd, and move the tie down. So the lowest in that group is Salim Al Dosari of Saudi Arabia, checking in at 140. Cape Verde actually manages to jump a bunch of teams. Cape Verde's best player is only 2 current ability away from Mexico. Cape Verde's best player is only 2 away from Mexico's best player. Clears South Africa, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Tunisia, New Zealand, Iran, Haiti, Australia, and Curacao for the highest quality player. Yeah, 143 is really decent for Costa. 143 is really decent for Costa. All right, chat. France. G.I. Wonder. G.I. Wonder. Show me Killian. I don't think it's Dembele yet. Oh. 195, bro. They've got 2 players that beat anybody else we've seen. Dembele's 186. They've got William Saliba and Michael Olise over 175 there, or at least at 175. Then Turan, Chouameni, Upamecano, Camavinga, Mainin, Fofana, Cherki, and Jules Koundé all at least 160. They've got 4 pure star boys and 2 Ballon d'Or level guys. I mean, the front 3 could really be Mbappe, Dembele, Olise. Shut up. Yeah, I think they're all right. Kylian Mbappe at 195. Kylian Mbappe. Kylian Mbappe. Kylian Mbappe. Hey, guess who's taking over number 1? Kylian Mbappe. At a ridiculous, preposterous 195. It's not even close right now who the best team is at this World Cup, according to Football Manager. They've got Kylian Mbappe as Starboy world beater. The unfortunate thing for the French team is that they're all French. That is sometimes their greatest weakness. But clearly, when it comes to developing footballers, it is also a great strength. The pot 2 team is, I believe, Senegal. And then Norway's pot 3. So the next search is Senegal. Who's the best Senegalese player? Nicholas Jackson's a hilarious shout because it just might be Nicholas Jackson somehow. Iliman Indai. A lot of options. I'm going to go Ismail Assar. Oh, it's Iliman Indai of Everton at 155, and then Kalidou Koulibaly, Ismail Assar, Pop Gay, Edward Mendy, Nicholas Jackson, and Sadio Mane all check in at least 145. Pot 6, Idrissa Gueye, Hassan Diao, and Pop Matar Sarr all there at least 140. But Iliman Indai of Everton makes the list as the finest player for the African champions Senegal. Iliman Indai. It's always way better to type this in while staring at the face of the guy. It adds a very cool effect to this whole thing. Iliman Indai. I also wanted to see which one of these two was circled for him. I don't know where they're going to put attacking midfielder or winger. 155. Oh, it's flip time, dude. Oh, we did the 10 hours today. Oh, my goodness gracious. Iliman Indai is in there. Well, I guess we're going to have to finish this on stream tomorrow, chat. Because that is 10 hours today. That is 10 hours today. Hit me with the flippity flip. Are you ready for the flip? 10 hours of streaming today. We're at 25 hours in 2 days. We're at 25 hours in 2 days. It's been a remarkable start. It's been a remarkable start to our 100-hour stream week. We are a fourth of the way done in terms of our streamed hours. But we are only doing 10 hours today instead of 15, which we will be doing every other day this week. We're streaming 15 hours literally every other day this week, so lock in for that. But I am getting off a little early today. I got stuff I got to do on Tuesday evening. Right? Believe it or not, I have one thing I have to do over the course of an entire week, and that was the day I decided to put the 10 instead of the 15. So, much love, guys. Thank you for hanging out. I will see you tomorrow for a jammed-packed day, including a UCL watch-along and everything else. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys. To be continued.